Chapter 586. Li Fuchen released his spiritual awareness and carefully sensed the surrounding environment. Careful, there's another shadow corpse. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was at the level of an elite primary sea realm monarch after all and might even be superior. Without releasing his spiritual awareness, Li Fuchen's senses were inferior to Lei Donghai. But once he released his spiritual awareness, Lei Donghai wouldn't be able to catch up even if he tried. Under the sweep of spiritual sense, there was a subtle fluctuation in the void. This fluctuation was very subtle, and if one did not observe carefully, they would not be able to detect it. There were actually two of these fluctuations. Clearly, there were two shadow corpses nearby. 2. Lei Donghai's expression changed. At this moment, he was also releasing his spiritual awareness, but he couldn't detect a single shadow. He was able to detect it earlier because the shadow corpses had already revealed their traces. After progressing to the primary sea realm, his senses were much sharper. Qi. Li Fuchen's reaction speed was extremely fast. The moment he noticed the shadow corpses, he slashed twice consecutively. 2 scarlet threads sliced at the 2 shadow corpses. The shadow corpses' defense was very low, and they were directly cut in two. Then, like candles, they were melted and burned by the expanding sword Qi. Killed. Lei Donghai and the others looked at Li Fuchen. The moment the shadow corpses were killed, they could see them with their naked eyes. Li Fuchen said, "These 2 shadow corpses don't have high grades. I reckon they are only high-class shadow corpses." Hearing this, the 3 of them paled. High-level shadow corpses were already so difficult to deal with. If it was a top-level shadow corpse or even a shadow corpse king, it would be terrible. This was especially so for Lei Donghai. Although he didn't use his full strength in the previous attack because he didn't want to hurt Gu Jui, he still used some of his strength. However, he still couldn't kill the shadow corpse, which was a huge blow to him. Li Fuchen continued, "The shadow corpses don't have a physical form. In order to deal with them, the intent must be strong enough. Lei Donghai might be at the first level of primary sea realm, but his law intent wasn't as powerful as Li Fuchen." "I see." Lei Donghai nodded. This was the only reasonable explanation. With the brightness bone frame, Gu Jui was able to easily dispel the shadow power that was left behind by the shadow corpses. If it was someone else, even if they didn't die, they would still lose a layer of skin. Seeing the situation, Li Fuchen said, "Gu Shiji, your brightness intent should be able to restrain the shadow corpses. Once I find the shadow corpses, immediately burst out with your qi." "All right." Gu Jui nodded. The 4 of them continued to advance while Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was constantly maintained at 1 mile radius. In this range, his spiritual sense consumption was extremely small. "Senior Sister Gu." After sensing with his spiritual awareness, there were traces of waves and Li Fuchen quickly said. Gu Jui's body emitted a dazzling brilliance when she heard this. The heavens and the earth were illuminated, and a few faint shadows appeared in the brilliance. There was nowhere for them to hide. At the same time, these shadows were swept away by the powerful radiant true will, causing them to disintegrate rapidly. Just as Li Fuchen mentioned, Gu Jui's brightness intent was indeed able to restrain the shadow corpses and was able to eliminate them in a large area. In this aspect, not even Li Fuchen was comparable to Gu Jui. The reason why Gu Jui had been entangled by the shadow corpses was because she had simply put up her vital energy to protect herself. Although her vital energy contained cultivation intent, her cultivation technique wasn't a light-type cultivation technique. Instead, it was a yang-type cultivation technique. Hence, the restraining effect was very weak. This was undoubtedly the awkward point of special bone frames. In this world, there were very few special cultivation techniques that could unleash the full potential of special bone frames. For example, radiance cultivation techniques, darkness cultivation techniques, sword Dao cultivation techniques, saber Dao cultivation techniques, etc. Many of the special bone frames would only be able to create their own cultivation technique after reaching the high levels of primary sea realm or even the law phase realm. Of course, there were those who were extremely fortunate and obtained special cultivation techniques left behind by predecessors, which saved them a lot of time. With Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness and Gu Jui's brightness intent, the rest of the journey was very smooth. No matter how many shadow corpses came, they were all useless in the face of Gu Jui's brightness intent. Be careful, it should be the Shadow Corpse King this time. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness could sense a trace of heart-palpitating wave. There was a burst of dazzling radiance. At almost the same instant that Li Fuchen spoke, Gu Jui burst out with qi that contained the brightness intent. But this time, the brightness intent didn't make the Shadow Corpse King reveal itself. Instead, there was a tss 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 sound in the air. In the next moment, a giant shadow enveloped Li Fuchen and the others like a net. He! Gu Jui yelled out while her body burst out with radiance that was several times more intense. In the face of the blazing radiance, the Shadow Corpse King's figure gradually turned faint and let out roars. The brightness power was extracted from the brightness law. It was purer and more horrific. It wasn't wrong to say that it was the materialization of the brightness law. It was much stronger than the qi that contained the brightness intent, and even the Shadow Corpse King wouldn't be able to withstand it. Incineration Sword. Li Fuchen brandished his sword and produced countless scarlet air bubbles. These air bubbles contained the heaven-class blazing sword intent. Bang 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 bang, when the air bubbles burst, the Shadow Corpse King was rapidly annihilated. This was the first monarch-class existence that the four of them eliminated after entering the latent shadow abyss. If it was a Berserk Corpse King, the four of them wouldn't be able to kill it even if they were exhausted to death. Subsequently, Li Fuchen and Gu Jui worked together to eliminate low-class Shadow Corpse Kings one after another. In fact, they even eliminated a mid-class Shadow Corpse King. In the face of Gu Jui's brightness divine ability and Li Fuchen's heaven-class blazing sword intent, even mid-class Shadow Corpse Kings would be injured. As for high-class Shadow Corpse Kings, they wouldn't appear so easily. Of course, even though the four of them knew that it wasn't easy to encounter a high-class Shadow Corpse King, the sense of urgency for survival still made them tense up at all times. Right now, their only thought was to find the exit. Not good, there is a spiritual awareness that scanned us earlier. On this day, Li Fuchen's expression changed as he said. Spiritual awareness? Could it be a primary sea realm monarch that came to explore? Lei Donghai and the others had a change in expression. Primary sea realm monarchs weren't like Berserk Corpse Kings or Shadow Corpse Kings. Berserk Corpse Kings were affected by illusion arts while Shadow Corpse Kings were restrained by the brightness intent. This was the crucial reason why they were able to survive until now. But once they encountered a primary sea realm monarch, they wouldn't have any natural advantage. Li Fuchen extended his spiritual awareness from 1 mile to a few dozen miles and found the owner of the spiritual awareness. It was a primary sea realm monarch with disheveled hair that looked like a savage. According to his qi presence, his cultivation was around the 6th level of primary sea realm. Ha, my luck is rather good. Hand over your storage bags and I will spare your lives. The wild beast monarch grinned and appeared in front of the four of them. We entered the latent shadow abyss by mistake and didn't obtain any high-grade spirit stones. Lei Donghai didn't think that the wild beast monarch would spare them if they handed over their storage bags. If he couldn't even see through this little trick, then he shouldn't be around anymore. Since you are able to survive until now, it means that you are rather capable. I don't wish to waste my breath with you. It doesn't matter if you obtained high-grade spirit stones or not, hand over your storage bags. While speaking, the wild beast monarch looked at Gu Jui without any restraints. Also, leave this woman behind. Senior Lei, when I execute my spiritual awareness attack, you will attack her immediately. Li Fuchen transmitted a message to Lei Donghai. Alright. Chapter 587. Senior Brother Lei, attack. Li Fuchen instantly released the avian king thorn and transmitted a message to Lei Donghai. Crackle. With a flash of lightning, Lei Donghai appeared on the right side of Wild Beast King and smashed his hammer towards him. The lion and tiger's roar resounded, accompanied by raging thunder and lightning. At the critical moment, Wild Beast King raised his left arm to block Lei Donghai's hammer. But Lei Donghai was a 7-star thunder hammer bone frame after all. The violent hammer still sent the wild beast monarch flying. Don't stop. Li Fuchen constantly released the avian king thorns. Boom boom boom, the giant hammer in Lei Donghai's hand even left afterimages. Bastard. Wild Beast King felt extremely aggrieved. As long as he had the time to blink the eye, he would be able to send Lei Donghai flying. But Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness attacks were too fast, and each time, Lei Donghai would be stunned for a breath of time. A breath of time was enough for Lei Donghai to execute his attacks. Don't give me any chance, or I'll make you wish you were dead. Wild Beast King roared in his heart. He was waiting for Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness to run out. 10 breaths. 20 breaths. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was so vigorous that it shocked the wild beast monarch. Even high-level monarchs wouldn't be able to execute spiritual awareness attacks continuously for 10 minutes, right? Puff. Finally, Wild Beast King lost his focus and was smashed by Lei Donghai until he spat out a mouthful of blood. It was like a vicious cycle. Wild Beast King's condition was getting worse and worse, and his injuries were getting worse and worse. No, I will die. Wild Beast King was afraid, and the thought of retreating appeared in his heart. But how would Li Fuchen let him off so easily? Wave after wave of spiritual consciousness attacks bombarded the true spirit of the Wild Beast King. I, the Wild Beast King, am defeated. I will leave immediately. Wild Beast King relied on his tenacious willpower to speak a complete sentence. Senior Lei, don't listen to him. Li Fuchen sneered. Putting aside the fact that Li Fuchen still retained most of his combat strength, even if his combat strength was greatly reduced, with Li Fuchen's 6th level primary Sea Realm cultivation, he would definitely have plenty of trump cards. Li Fuchen didn't wish to fail miserably. 2 cups of tea later. The Wild Beast King's injuries were quite serious, and the fear in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Don't force me. If you force me into a corner, I'll just die with you. Wild Beast King said in a threatening manner. Alright, I can stop my spiritual sense attack. I hope you will keep your word. Li Fuchen suddenly stopped his spiritual awareness attack, but immediately after, Li Fuchen executed the 1,000 illusion eyes. The Wild Beast King's eyes froze for a moment before a blank look appeared in his eyes. Thunder God's Hammer. Lei Donghai erupted with lightning hammer power, a lightning hammer shadow bombarded Wild Beast King's body. Bang! Wild Beast King was like a broken sack. His body was sent flying. At least 7 or 8 of his ribs were broken, and his internal organs were ruptured. You lied to me. The Wild Beast King bellowed. Li Fuchen said, I only said to stop the spiritual awareness attack, I didn't say to stop the illusion art attack. Li Fuchen knew clearly that if he attacked with illusion art at the start, it might not be effective. But when the enemy's true spirit was damaged and if he gave the enemy hope, the illusion art would be able to enter easily, even if the enemy was a 6th level monarch. Just as Li Fuchen was about to continue executing his spiritual awareness attack, his expression suddenly changed. Senior Lei, hurry up and leave. Lei Donghai didn't hesitate and shot towards Li Fuchen. Yuan Long and Gu Jui trusted Li Fuchen very much and quickly retreated. A few breaths after the 4 of them left, a giant shadow enveloped the Wild Beast King. The roar stopped abruptly after a few times. A few dozen miles away, Junior Li, was that a high-class Shadow Corpse King earlier? Lei Donghai asked. Li Fuchen nodded. SS. The trio took a deep cold breath. At the same time, they were silently mourning for the wild beast king. Let alone the fact that the wild beast king was already severely injured. Even if he wasn't injured, he would still be dead if he encountered a high-class shadow corpse king. After all, the wild beast king didn't have any methods to restrain the shadow corpses. As days elapsed, the four of them were still unable to find the exit. It was fortunate that their luck was rather good. Apart from the encounter with the wild beast king, they didn't encounter another high-class shadow corpse king. Unknowingly, the four of them arrived outside a canyon. On the previous floor of the latent shadow abyss, the four of them had also found the exit in the canyon. However, that exit was the entrance to this floor of the latent shadow abyss. Junior Li, is there an exit? Lei Donghai asked. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was constantly expanding and only stopped after a few hundred miles. With a complicated expression, Li Fuchen said, "There is indeed an exit." Really? Yuan Long revealed a delighted expression. He had suffered enough for the past few days. Lei Donghai had progressed to the primary sea realm and had become the #1 combat strength among them. Gu Zhi's brightness intent was able to restrain the shadow corpses. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was comparable with primary sea realm monarchs. He was the only one that was useless and it made him feel very pressured. Seeing that Li Fuchen had a strange expression, Gu Zhi asked, "Are there shadow corpses?" Li Fuchen nodded, "There are hundreds of shadow corpses in the canyon and plenty of shadow corpse kings. If we forcefully barge in, we will probably die with a 90% chance of survival. A single high-class shadow corpse king was enough to wipe them out." Li Fuchen didn't wish to take the risk. Since that is the case, it is better not to take the risk. Taking a deep breath, Lei Donghai said slowly. Just as the four of them were preparing to leave, Li Fuchen suddenly stopped. Not far away, a figure was walking over slowly. Gradually, the figure became clearer. It was a middle-aged man who was wearing white clothes and was barefooted. The middle-aged man had a fair face without any facial hair and his body was spotless, giving off a very clean feeling. Li Fuchen could obviously feel that this cleanliness wasn't just in terms of appearance, it was also in terms of aura. If Li Fuchen felt that the aura was clean, it meant that the middle-aged man's cultivation was extremely pure and was much purer than primary sea realm monarchs. Every ounce of power was the quintessence of the quintessence and didn't contain any impurities. Of course, there was nothing absolute in this world. Not having a trace of impurities was only for Li Fuchen. Perhaps when Li Fuchen reached the primary sea realm or beyond, he might be able to see some clues. Young fellows, you are very lucky. From what I know, this layer of the latent shadow abyss only has 2 exits. The other exit has an extremely vile environment and you will never be able to reach it. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "I wonder who this senior is." The four of them quickly cupped their fists and bowed with respect. Even if they were fools, they knew that this person was a truly influential figure. Cloud Emperor. When the voice echoed in everyone's ears, the Cloud Emperor was already in front of them. He reached out his right hand and gently pushed forward. In the next moment, a boundless sea of clouds appeared in the air. The sea of clouds was surging and there was an indescribable prowess that appeared out of nowhere. It felt as though it was going to destroy the world. Huff! The sea of clouds rushed into the canyon. Immediately after, the Cloud Emperor vanished and left behind a statement, "Young fellows, it is fate that we meet. Since we are fated, there is no harm in giving you a chance to live. I hope that we can meet again if we are fated." The shadow corpses have vanished. After letting out a forceful breath, Li Fuchen said in shock. A single palm strike had eliminated all the shadow corpses in the canyon. Only a Law Phase Realm Emperor would be able to do such a feat, no other half-emperor would be able to do it. There is always a way out. Lei Donghai and the others were shocked and excited. They were shocked that they could encounter a Law Phase Realm Emperor and excited that they could leave the latent shadow abyss. Chapter 588. The valley was empty and Li Fuqian and the others successfully arrived at the front of the black whirlpool. Without any hesitation, the four of them stepped into the black whirlpool. 1 month later, the four of them returned to the vicinity of the South Mountain City's Purple Mist Mountain. The four of them had great gains this time. Yuan Long and Gu Zhi each obtained 100 high-grade spirit stones. Lei Donghai used 18 high-grade spirit stones and still had 102 high-grade spirit stones left. He had also stepped into the primary sea realm. As for Li Fuqian, his gains were even greater as he obtained over 5,000 high-grade spirit stones and 1 peak-grade spirit stone. Even a law phase realm emperor might not be as wealthy as Li Fuqian. After all, a single peak-grade spirit stone was equivalent to a law phase realm emperor's entire wealth. Only those stronger emperors like the Red Moon Emperor would be able to suppress Li Fuqian in terms of wealth. Therefore, what the four of them needed to do now was to cultivate in seclusion and not continue adventuring. Something doesn't seem right. Lei Donghai was very sensitive to qi waves. In this aspect, without using his spiritual awareness, Li Fuqian was far inferior to Lei Donghai. Li Fuqian could also feel a trace of suppression and couldn't help but release his spiritual awareness. On the Emperor Sky continent, Li Fuqian's spiritual awareness could extend out to around 10,000 miles, but they were less than 10,000 miles away from the Purple Mist Mountain. After scanning with his spiritual awareness, Li Fuqian saw a battle, and it was a large-scale battle. The site of the battle was actually the Red Rainbow sect. Right now, the Red Rainbow sect was completely holed up in the Purple Mist Mountain's mountain protection array and was using the array to fight with the enemies. There were plenty of enemies and they were all primary sea realm monarchs. Li Fuqian took a rough glance and saw at least 1,000 monarchs. The Purple Mist Mountain only had over 200 monarchs in total. On the Red Rainbow sect's side, the strongest was the Red Rainbow Monarch. The Red Rainbow Monarch wielded the Heaven Rainbow Sword, and with every slash, there would be a Scarlet Rainbow Sword chi that was a few miles long that swept out. However, he had a total of 3 opponents. One of them had purple hair and purple armor, and his entire body was lingering with purple mist. With a wave of his hand, more purple mist surged out and turned into purple mist ferocious beasts that rushed at the Red Rainbow Monarch. One of them was around 70 years old and was an old woman. She was wielding a snake-headed crutch, and with a swing of the crutch, the snake-shaped chi forces found every opportunity to attack the Red Rainbow Monarch's flaws. One of them was wielding a large saber, and as the large saber danced, the horrific saber forces would split the heaven and earth and was extremely violent. These 3 individuals weren't any weaker than the Red Rainbow Monarch. When the 3 of them worked together, they were able to suppress the Red Rainbow Monarch. If it wasn't for the mountain protection array, the Red Rainbow Monarch might have already been defeated. 3 quasi-emperors? Li Fuqian had an unpleasant expression. The Red Rainbow Monarch was already a peak-class monarch, and after obtaining the Heaven Rainbow Sword, his strength wouldn't be weaker than a half-emperor. However, it was rather difficult for him to contest with 3 half-emperors by himself. Red Rainbow Monarch, as a member of the 7-Star Alliance, not only did you not contribute to the 7-Star Alliance, you even want to monopolize the Heaven Stones. Do you know what punishment you deserve? The purple-haired, purple-armored middle-aged man yelled out. Red Rainbow Monarch, hand over the Heaven Stones and the Heaven Rainbow Sword as an apology. The Alliance can let bygones be bygones. The old woman with the snake-headed crutch sneered. Red Rainbow Monarch, don't be blinded by greed. You have to hand over the Heaven Stones and the Heaven Rainbow Sword. That half-emperor saber-wielder's strength was superior to the purple-haired, middle-aged man and the old woman. The horrific saber forces had caused the Purple Mist Mountain's mountain protection array to tremble. The Red Rainbow Monarch said angrily, "What 7-Star Alliance? It is just a group of bandits. I, the Red Rainbow Monarch, was blind to join this alliance." The Red Moon Empire had plenty of dangerous places. One of them was called the Departed Soul Mining Area. The Departed Soul Mining Area was once a celestial stone mining area. It was unknown why the entire departed soul mining area was enveloped by a barrier in a single day. It was filled with powerful and horrific departed souls. Some of the departed souls even had the strength to kill Law Phase realm emperors. However, riches came with risks. Even though the departed spirit mining area was extremely dangerous, countless primary sea realm monarchs still ventured in to search for heaven stones. Not long ago, the Red Rainbow Monarch obtained the Heaven Rainbow Sword, and a few 7-star Alliance half-emperors explored the departed spirit mining area. The Red Rainbow Monarch was rather lucky and discovered a piece of high-grade Heaven Stone that was the size of a skull. According to the previous agreement, the Heaven Stone that he discovered alone belonged to him. However, a few half-emperors coveted the Red Rainbow Monarch's high-grade Heaven Stone and disregarded the agreement. They pursued the Red Rainbow Monarch all the way. After the Red Rainbow Monarch escaped back to the Purple Mist Mountain, these half-emperors summoned everyone in the 7-star Alliance to besiege the Red Rainbow sect. Slandering the 7-star Alliance, you deserve death. Kill. The old woman in her 70s spoke with an awe-inspiring tone. Sect Patriarch, the array can't last for much longer. It is better to retreat. The three-eyed saber monarch said to the Red Rainbow Monarch. The Red Rainbow Monarch had a complicated expression. If they were to retreat, it was unknown when they would be able to return to the Emperor's Sky Continent again. Furthermore, the Red Rainbow sect still had some monarchs and disciples that were stranded outside. If they were to retreat, these people would become rootless duckweeds. The three-eyed saber monarch knew what the Red Rainbow Monarch was thinking. Sect Patriarch, with this high-grade Heaven Stone, you will surely be able to create a Heaven-class cultivation technique. By then, you will be able to step into the Law Phase realm. As for the people that are stranded outside, they will surely conceal their identities after receiving the news. There shouldn't be any danger. If they didn't retreat, they would only die. If they retreated, they would still have a chance to stage a comeback. Retreat. The Red Rainbow Monarch was the patriarch of a sect after all and knew that the bigger picture was more important. Retreat. The three-eyed saber monarch yelled out. Quickly break the array. Seeing that the Red Rainbow sect was going to retreat from the Emperor's Sky Continent, the monarchs that were led by the three half-emperors were rather anxious. They didn't expect for the Red Rainbow Monarch to be willing to abandon the Emperor's Sky Continent. If they knew this would happen, they would have waited for the Alliance leader to return before attacking the Purple Mist Mountain. Of course, it was mainly because they didn't expect the Purple Mist Mountain's mountain protection array to be so tough. It was actually able to block over 1,000 monarchs for such a long time. A regular Class 7 high-tier array would only be able to block for a few breaths of time. The teleportation light lit up. Including the Red Rainbow Monarch, everyone left the Emperor's Sky Continent through the teleportation array. Boom! The mountain protection array collapsed and the three half-emperors rushed to the teleportation array first. The teleportation array was activated and the trio was wrapped in a dazzling radiance. But in the next moment, the radiance collapsed and the trio didn't teleport out. Damn it, they destroyed the teleportation array on the other side. The purple-haired man said with anger. Damn it. The half-emperor saber-wielder cleaved and split the Purple Mist Mountain into two. A few thousand miles away, Li Fuqian withdrew his spiritual awareness. From now on, the Red Rainbow sect will no longer exist in the Emperor's Sky Continent. It is best if we don't expose our identity as disciples of the Red Rainbow sect. Li Fuqian informed Lei Donghai and the others about the situation. Lei Donghai and the others remained silent for a moment. Lei Donghai said bitterly, the Emperor's Sky Continent is filled with experts. Our strength isn't enough. It is fortunate that we have a rather good harvest this time. Junior Li, it is better for us to find a safe place to cultivate and observe the situation before making a decision. That is the only way. Li Fuqian nodded. Yuan Long and Gu Jui also nodded in agreement. Chapter 589. Shou isn't back yet. In the South Sun City's County Protector residence, County Protector Lin Tianyang spoke in a deep voice while looking at a Primary Sea Realm monarch who was kneeling. This monarch was at the 8th level of Primary Sea Realm, but in front of the County Protector, he was like a trembling quail and didn't even dare to lift his head. County Governor, the County Lord has yet to return after entering the latent shadow abyss. Bastard! Lin Tianyang sent out a slap through the air, sending the other party tumbling away. County Governor, please calm down. After the man stabilized himself, he continued to crawl back to his original position. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tianyang said, "Take out the surveillance crystal. I want to see who went to the latent shadow abyss with Shou-er." In the Emperor's Sky Continent, every city had a Class 7 surveillance array, and the core of the surveillance array was a surveillance crystal. The surveillance crystal had the ability to record images. Usually, the images would be erased once a year. County Governor, the surveillance crystal has been brought over. The man took out a rainbow-colored crystal as thick as an arm. Lin Tianyang took the crystal and activated his true chi. In the next moment, a light screen appeared in the air, showing the scene of Nanyang City. There were buildings and people coming and going. The image was extremely clear. The scene quickly changed. Soon, the scene stopped at the scene before Lin Shou set off. Put these people on the wanted list in the Empire. If anyone can provide information about these people, reward them with 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. If anyone can capture any one of them, reward them with 5 million mid-grade spirit stones. If everyone is captured, reward them with 20 million mid-grade spirit stones. Lin Tianyang said in a low voice. Yes. In response, this person was shocked. Just providing information was rewarded with 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. A regular low-level Primary Sea Realm monarch's entire wealth would only be around 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. It wasn't hard to imagine the commotion that would be caused by the wanted poster. The wanted poster was first disseminated in the South Sun County. When the Primary Sea Realm monarchs from various cities saw the contents of the wanted poster, all of them were breathing heavily and their eyes were bloodshot. That was 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. He might not be able to earn that much even if he worked hard for his entire life. Furthermore, the reward for capturing one of them would be increased by 5 times, reaching 5 million mid-grade spiritual stones. With so many medium-grade spirit stones, his martial Dao path would undoubtedly be smoother. Nanshan City. Donghua Clan's main hall. Father, I know this person. He is called Li Fuchen and has a rather good relationship with the Qi clan's Qi Junjun. In the hall, Donghua Junjie and Donghua Shaonan were present. Most of the Donghua clan's Primary Sea Realm monarchs were also present. Then do you know where he is? At the head of the hall, the Donghua clan's patriarch, Donghua Zhan, asked hurriedly. He couldn't be blamed for being so meticulous. The Donghua clan's total wealth was only a few million mid-grade spirit stones. If he was able to capture Li Fuchen, the Donghua clan's strength would definitely be doubled. Furthermore, they would be able to obtain the attention of the county protector. It was simply a win-win situation. Donghua Junjie shook his head and said, I haven't seen him since I left the banquet held by the county prince. Donghua Zhan revealed a disappointed expression, and he instructed. From now onward, every single city in South Sun County must have 2 kings standing guard there, and every city in the counties nearby South Sun County must have a king. No matter what, he had to try his luck. Perhaps there would be some gains. As soon as he finished speaking, Donghua Zhan stood up and said to everyone, I'll make a trip to the county governor's estate in South Sun City. Since the Qi clan's Qi Junjun had a good relationship with Li Fuchen, it was definitely useful information. Qi clan's Grand Hall, Junjun, if anyone asks you in the future, just say that you and Li Fuchen are just ordinary friends. Also, if there is an opportunity, see if you can contact this child. The Qi clan's clan head, Qi Lingfeng, looked at Qi Junjun. Qi Junjun bit her lips and nodded. Yes. She could feel that the Qi clan was terrified and also very tempted. Once they discovered Li Fuchen's traces, the Qi clan would probably be the first to make a move. 5 million mid-grade spirit stones was a huge temptation to any second-rate monarch-class clan. Li Fuchen, you better hide as far as you can. Qi Junjun didn't know how Li Fuchen offended the county governor's estate, but she had a premonition that it was probably related to the county prince. When thinking that she was the one who recommended Li Fuchen to attend the banquet, she felt a little guilty. Blue Fur City, on an official road outside the eastern city, Li Fuchen and the others were walking towards the eastern city gate. Blue Fur City is close to the East River County and is very far from the Purple Mist Mountain. It shouldn't be a problem to settle down here. While sizing up the blue fir trees on both sides of the official road, Li Fuchen said. Lei Donghai nodded. There are plenty of conveniences to settle down in the city. Apart from some extremely precious resources, you can basically buy anything. 100 high-grade spirit stones would be sold for a few million mid-grade spirit stones in an auction. A few million mid-grade spirit stones was definitely a huge sum of wealth. Even regular P-class monarchs might not be able to produce such a sum. Soon enough, the four arrived at the eastern city gate and entered the city. Boss, don't you think this person looks like the martial artist on the wanted list? One of the city guards transmitted a message to the captain. Now that you mention it, he really does look like him. Don't alert the enemy and let them in. Immediately activate the alarm array and lock them inside the city. The captain gulped down his saliva and was very excited. Even though he knew that the great credit of discovering the wanted criminal wouldn't belong to him, no matter how unsightly the higher-ups were, they would still give him plenty of benefits and might even promote him. Once he missed such an opportunity, he might never encounter it again. It was unknown why, but Li Fuchen felt that the city guards were looking at him with a strange expression. They were looking at him with fiery eyes at first, but they all looked away at the same time as though they didn't dare to look at him. With doubts, Li Fuchen entered the city. Immediately, Li Fuchen released his spiritual awareness. On the outside, it was hard for his spiritual awareness to pass through the array. After all, there were too many arrays enveloping the Blue Fur City and they were all Class 7 arrays. There were layers of them and only Law Phase Realm Emperors would be able to see through them easily. Soon enough, Li Fuchen's attention landed on the public notice plaza that wasn't far away from the city gate. The public notice plaza was usually a place where announcements or wanted posters were posted. Right now, there were plenty of people gathered there and most of them were primary Sea Realm monarchs. On one of the walls, Li Fuchen saw his own portrait. This portrait was vivid and lifelike, even the aura was exactly the same. In an instant, Li Fuchen understood. Hurry up and leave the Blue Fur City. Li Fuchen's voice was instantly transmitted into the ears of Lei Donghai and the others. While speaking, Li Fuchen turned around and skimmed towards the city gate. Bang! Li Fuchen was bounced back. It was unknown when a layer of array barrier blocked the city gate. Li Fuchen, you are a wanted person by the county protector. Hurry up and surrender. The city guard captain was closing the city gate and when he saw Li Fuchen reacting, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. Li Fuchen had a gloomy expression as he must not allow the city gate to be closed. In the Emperor's Sky Continent, any city's city walls and city gates were the toughest places. There were plenty of reinforcement arrays and even a regular Law Phase Realm Emperor might not be able to break it in a single attack. At this moment, Li Fuchen immediately gave up on his spiritual awareness. His spiritual awareness might be able to see through the array, but it wasn't as effective as his soul spirit force. After releasing his soul spirit force, Li Fuchen saw dozens of red dots on the array barrier. Each red dot represented a flaw. Of course, if it was an extremely high-grade array, even if Li Fuchen could see the flaw, he wouldn't be able to blast it open. It was fortunate that this array was only a Class 7 low-tier array. After all, a city guard captain wouldn't be able to control such a high-grade array. Li Fuchen drew the red lotus sword and stabbed at one of the red dots. PFFF. The array barrier was penetrated and as Li Fuqian slashed down, a human-sized hole was instantly created. Swish 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 swish. Li Fuqian and the others entered the hole and immediately after, the array barrier was restored. Hurry up and close the city gates. The city guard captain was anxious and yelled out. Get lost. With a wave of Lei Donghai's hand, the soldiers that were closing the city gates were sent flying. All of them had broken bones and tendons as they vomited fresh blood. After exiting the city, Lei Donghai asked suspiciously, Junior Li, what happened? Li Fuqian said, previously, I teamed up with the county young lord and the others to head into the latent shadow abyss. We were separated and then I encountered all of you. If I didn't guess it wrongly, the county young lord is already dead or trapped in the latent shadow abyss. Right now, the county protector is issuing an arrest warrant for me. Lei Donghai said, since you didn't kill him, you should be able to explain it, right? Being wanted by the county protector was a serious matter. In the future, not only would Li Fuqian not be able to enter any city, but he would also be pursued endlessly. Yuan Long said, how do you explain it? As long as the county young lord doesn't return, Li Fuqian will be a suspect. Once he is captured, he will definitely be imprisoned. By then, he will beg for death. As for hoping that the county protector is a good person, you better stop dreaming. If he is a good person, he wouldn't indiscriminately issue an arrest warrant for Li Fuqian. In response, Lei Donghai went silent. Just as Yuan Long said, as long as the county young lord didn't return, there was no way to explain it. It was the same as Li Fuqian forcefully taking the blame. Li Fuqian said apologetically, apologies, I have implicated everyone. It was useless even if Li Fuqian didn't ask the trio to come out. Many people saw them together and would definitely treat them as his accomplices. Gu Jie said, we will share blessings and difficulties together. If we are to obtain benefits but aren't willing to bear the consequences, then what is the point of cultivating the martial Tao? Lei Donghai also said, Junior Gu is right. Junior Li, if you think highly of us, then don't say such things in the future. All right. Li Fuqian nodded. A large number of monarchs are in pursuit. Yuan Long turned around and saw a large number of primary Sea Realm monarchs rushing out of the city gates and chasing after the four of them. In response, the trio had a change in expression. With the speed of primary Sea Realm monarchs, it wouldn't take a long time to catch up to them. Thousand illusion eyes, oblivion. Li Fuqian blasted out his illusion art. Like dumplings falling into a pot, over a dozen low-level primary Sea Realm monarchs with weaker willpower swayed and fell from the sky. Only mid-level primary Sea Realm monarchs weren't affected. Chapter 590. Ha, this man is mine. Whoever dares to fight with me, I, the Scarlet Ghost King, will take his life. The fastest mid-level monarch said with a sinister expression. Scarlet Ghost Monarch, I, the Blood Saber Monarch, will usually give in to you. This time, I will not give in. The mid-level monarch with the blood saber on his back spoke with fervor. Once he captured Li Fuqian, he would be able to obtain 5 million mid-grade spirit stones. He might not be able to obtain so many mid-grade spirit stones even if he worked hard for his entire life. Crimson Ghost King, Bloody Blade King, Wind Shadow King, will take my leave first. As the two spoke, an afterimage instantly overtook the Crimson Ghost King and the Bloody Blade King. Wind Shadow King, you're courting death. Crimson Ghost King and Bloody Blade King attacked at the same time. The Wind Shadow Monarch had the 7-star Wind Spiritual Bone frame and was extremely fast. He was probably comparable with high-level primary Sea Realm monarchs. A ghostly claw and a blood-colored saber light flew toward the Wind Shadow King. Left with no choice, the Wind Shadow King could only dodge. As soon as he dodged, his speed slowed down. Seeing that the three of them were getting closer, Gu Jie suddenly said, Senior Brother Yuan, Senior Brother Lei, Junior Brother Li, I have a 10,000 miles teleportation talisman here. Come closer to me. 10,000-mile teleportation talisman. Lei Donghai's eyes lit up. The 10,000-mile teleportation talisman was a secret talisman, a one-time consumable item. However, in terms of preciousness, it was not inferior to a peak-rank Earth-grade secret treasure, close to a quasi-heaven-grade secret treasure. It was used in critical moments to escape. Even the Red Rainbow sect didn't have such a secret talisman. Gu Jui probably found it in some dangerous place. The three of them moved closer to Gu Jui. The next moment, Gu Jui took out a jade talisman and infused her vital energy into it. Buzz! A dazzling light burst out, and the four of them disappeared without a trace. Damn it, it's a teleportation talisman. The Wind Shadow King and the other two were dumbfounded. Even they didn't have teleportation talismans. Normally, only top-notch Class 7 Talisman Array Masters would be able to refine them. A top-notch Class 7 Talisman Array Master's status was comparable to a Law Phase Realm Emperor, and normal people wouldn't even be able to see one. As the name suggested, the 10,000-mile teleportation talisman could only teleport people within 10,000 miles, and it was random. On a stretch of land over 7,000 kilometers away from Blue Fur City, a pillar of light erupted, and four figures appeared. Without any hesitation, the four of them started to flee. This place wasn't far from the Blue Fur City and it was easy to encounter primary Sea Realm monarchs. After fleeing for a month, the four of them arrived at a mountain in East River County. After dealing with a Class 6 high-tier demonic beast, the four of them occupied the demonic beast's cave. Senior Yuan, Senior Gu, the two of you strive to break through to the primary sea realm as soon as possible. If you don't have enough high-grade spirit stones, I still have plenty here. Li Fuqian then said to Gu Jui, Senior Gu, your 10,000 miles teleportation talisman is rather valuable. Here are 100 high-grade spirit stones, don't reject it. Li Fuqian handed Gu Jui 100 high-grade spirit stones. Alright. Gu Jui thought about it and didn't reject it. Her foundation wasn't as good as Yuanlong's, so she might need more top-grade spirit stones to break through. Then, the four of them each found a spot in the cave, sat down cross-legged, and began to cultivate. After reaching the initial level of the 7th level of Battle Spirit Realm, Li Fuqian wasn't in a hurry to increase his cultivation. Food must be eaten bite by bite, and cultivation must be done step by step. In just a few months, he had broken through 3 realms consecutively. His pace was a little too fast. Let's create the 34th level of the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique first. Li Fuqian took out the mid-grade Heaven Stone and started to comprehend the law power on the Heaven Stone. As days elapsed, Yuan Long and Gu Jui's cultivation was getting closer to the limits of the Battle Spirit Realm. Lei Donghai had already stabilized his cultivation at the first level of Primary Sea Realm and was attempting to comprehend the bone frame pattern. His Thunder Hammer bone frame pattern was only comprehended to slightly more than 5 segments, and there was still more to comprehend. Unlike Li Fuqian, who had already comprehended the Blazing Flame bone frame pattern to the 6th segment, and there was no further path. Senior Brother Lei, here are some inferior grade Heaven Stones and 3 low-grade Heaven Stones. On this day, Li Fuqian took out some Heaven Stones and handed them to Lei Donghai. Heaven Stones? Lei Donghai's eyes lit up. The Emperor Sky Continent's martial artists were superior to the 7-color continent, and the Celestial Stones were one of the important reasons. In the 7-color continent, regular 7-star bone frames wouldn't be able to reach the Great Master rank. But the Emperor Sky Continent was rather ordinary. Time continued to pass. Boom! An intense blazing flame law was emitted and Li Fuqian's entire body was wrapped in a layer of scarlet flames. This red flame was so dense that it looked like a semi-liquid even though it was called a fire. 34th rank of the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique. Right now, Li Fuqian's strength was probably at the Heaven Class Master rank. Such a powerful chi wave. Lei Donghai looked in Li Fuqian's direction. Senior Brother Lei, why don't we have a spar? Li Fuqian walked out of the cavern. Sure. Lei Donghai also wanted to know what level Li Fuchen's strength was at. Outside the cavern, high up in the sky, Li Fuchen and Lei Donghai were standing in the air. Junior Li, be careful. Lei Donghai wielded the giant hammer and said. Senior brother Lei, make your move. Li Fuchen nodded. Even if he couldn't defeat Lei Donghai, he wouldn't be injured within a few moves. Receive my move. Lei Donghai was extremely fast. There was a flash of thunder light and he appeared on Li Fuchen's right side before attacking with his hammer. Cling! The red lotus sword flicked out and Li Fuchen's sword blocked the giant hammer. A scarlet thread appeared. Rumble! The two of them were sent flying. The difference was that Li Fuchen was sent flying for a few hundred meters while Lei Donghai was only sent flying for 100 meters. Such power! Lei Donghai was very surprised. He had basically used 70% or 80% of his strength for this hammer attack. Furthermore, he wasn't the same as when he had just broken through. His chi was already stabilized and his hammer art was at the next level. Receive another hammer attack from me. Lei Donghai brandished the giant hammer and smashed at Li Fuchen with countless giant hammer shadows. Boom 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 boom, Li Fuchen's defense was watertight and didn't give Lei Donghai any chance. Heaven-class master. Junior Li must be a heaven-class master. In the Red Moon Empire, he is definitely a 3-star general. Lei Donghai was extremely shocked. 3-star general was a strength that even 8-star bone frames would have a hard time reaching. In the entire Red Moon Empire, 3-star generals might not even be counted on 2 hands. Li Fuchen, who was in front of him, was one of them. Junior Li, be careful. Heavenly Thunderstorm. Lei Donghai executed his finishing move. It was the same finishing move, but when executed, it was at least 10% or 20% more exquisite than before. When the hammer was executed, countless thunderbolts surged and turned into a giant hammer. It was attacking at Li Fuchen with extreme speed. There were thunderbolt patterns flowing on the hammer and it gave off a feeling that it was indestructible and fast like a thunderbolt. Bang! Li Fuchen was sent flying over 1,000 meters. His body was covered with electric currents and he had suffered minor injuries. What a great move, Heavenly Thunderstorm. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with radiance. Senior Lei, receive my meteor fall too. The red lotus sword swung diagonally from the bottom to the top. A stream of light was launched at Lei Donghai with a speed that was far superior to Lei Donghai's previous move. In the face of such terrifying speed, Lei Donghai was surprised to realize that his senses seemed to be sluggish. The surrounding void was like a stream of water and it made him uncomfortable. What sword move is this? Lei Donghai roared out and forcefully broke free from this disadvantageous state. He then smashed his hammer at the stream of light. The entire place was filled with light and there were circles of blazing chi waves that were extending out. Lei Donghai, who was sent flying by the chi waves, looked down and it was unknown when there was a sword wound on his chest. The sword wound might be very shallow and it wasn't able to truly injure him, but it undoubtedly meant that this move had broken through his defense. Junior Li, Lei Donghai rarely admire people. Bai Qiuming and Chu Wu might be incredible, but it is because they have 8-star bone frames. You are able to rely on your 6-star bone frame to have such strength. Lei Donghai, will never be able to catch up to you in this lifetime. Lei Donghai praised. Li Fuchen said, Senior Lei is praising me too much. Right now, you are walking in front of me. This is just temporary. I believe that in a few years, you will also be able to step into the primary sea realm. By then, even 10 of me will not be a match for you. After creating the 34th rank of the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique, Li Fuchen turned his attention to the Joint Heaven Sword. The sword pattern on the second seal of the Joint Heaven Sword would be harder to comprehend at the later stages. Li Fuchen had already comprehended it to the 99% mark, but every subsequent progress would require him to exhaust countless spirit lights. He was certain that once the second seal of the Joint Heaven Sword was unlocked, the Joint Heaven Sword would definitely be a Heaven-class low-tier artifact sword. By then, he wouldn't only be able to grasp a Heaven-class low-tier sword pattern, he would also be able to learn a Heaven-class low-tier sword art. As such, he would be able to contest with primary Sea Realm monarchs. The current Li Fuchen might be able to defeat or even kill weaker low-level monarchs, but it was still a little forceful for him to encounter mid-level monarchs. If Li Fuchen encountered a low-level monarch like Lei Donghai, he wouldn't even be a match if he didn't use his spiritual awareness attack and illusion technique attack. 1 week later, Li Fuchen broke through again. It wasn't the Joint Heaven sword pattern that had a breakthrough, it was his body refinement that had a breakthrough. His body refinement had been stuck at the perfection level of reincarnation realm for a very long time. This time, it was natural for him to break through. It was mainly because he had accumulated enough, and with the help of the human body explanation Jade Scroll, he had opened up a door to a higher level. Roar! Li Fuchen circulated the dragon elephant power and a giant dragon spirit soared up. As compared to the giant elephant spirit, the giant dragon spirit wasn't just 2 times stronger. Li Fuchen had a feeling that his body refinement might only be at the initial level of battle spirit realm, but in terms of strength, he had already surpassed those sub-completion level battle spirit realm body refinement martial artists. Subsequently, Li Fuchen increased his body refinement while comprehending the Joint Heaven sword pattern. It was very easy to increase his body refinement. As long as Li Fuchen had body refinement elixirs, he would be able to progress quickly. As for the impurities, he just had to use the mortal calamity power to eliminate them. Prior to this, Li Fuchen had already prepared a large number of body refinement elixirs. There were Earth-class high-tier and Earth-class peak-tier body refinement elixirs. There were also a large number of Class 6 demonic beasts essence blood and some Class 7 low-tier demonic beasts essence blood. In just a short period of time, Li Fuchen's body refinement had reached the completion level of battle spirit realm. His body refinement strength had increased by leaps and bounds and was already at the pinnacle Great Master level. If I wish to continue to increase my body refinement strength, Earth-class high-tier body refinement arts are rather lacking. Chapter 591. After reaching the completion level of the battle spirit realm, Li Fuchen's body refinement might not be able to increase his strength by another level, but it was able to double Li Fuchen's defense. If Li Fuchen were to fight with Lei Donghai now, Lei Donghai wouldn't be able to injure Li Fuchen. Even a mid-level monarch might not be able to injure Li Fuchen within a short period of time. Junior brother Li, do you plan to continue dual cultivation? Lei Donghai's face was filled with shock. It was already extremely difficult for an ordinary person to walk one path, and there was almost no one who could walk 2 paths at the same time. Only when a certain path had reached its limit and it was extremely difficult to continue advancing would they choose to advance in another path. Shaking his head, Lei Donghai realized he couldn't understand Li Fuchen anymore. Li Fuchen had already broken his understanding of prodigies. It was not an exaggeration to call him a monster. I wonder who will be the ruler of the Emperor Sky Continent in 10 or 100 years. Lei Donghai had a trace of anticipation. He was looking forward to how much Li Fuchen would grow after a long period of time. 95%. 97%. 99%. Sword pattern was also a reflection of Sword Dao Law. Therefore, comprehending the Sword Dao Law within the Heaven Stone would allow Li Fuchen to comprehend the Joint Heaven sword pattern faster. 100%. When Li Fuchen comprehended the sword pattern on the second seal of the Joint Heaven sword to 100%, the sword spirit that was in a deep slumber woke up. He comprehended the second level of the sword pattern so quickly. Not bad, you are qualified to wield this sword. The sword spirit's voice echoed in Li Fuchen's mind. Senior sword spirit. Li Fuchen revealed a smile and said. The sword spirit said, since you've already comprehended the second layer of the sword markings, then I'll help you undo the second layer of the seal. Walala. The sound of chains breaking resounded, and in the next moment, a terrifying sword that could destroy heaven and earth shot into the sky. In front of this sword intent, Li Fuqian seemed to have come to a fragmented world. It seemed that in this world, there was nothing that could stop the joint heaven sword. Lei Donghai and the others who were in seclusion were suddenly awakened. They looked at Li Fuqian's cavern with bewilderment. This sword intent was too strong, so strong that they instinctively felt fear. The sword pierced through the mountains and shot straight into the sky. A crack instantly appeared in the sky. This crack was like a wound in the sky. In the vicinity of the mountain, 3 primary sea realm monarchs were flying. Damned beast! How cunning! It actually hid underground. The leader of the mid-level monarchs said gloomily. The 3 of them had chased after a rare class 7 low-tier demonic beast, thinking that they could make a small profit. Who would have thought that in the end, the cooked duck would fly away, and all their efforts would be in vain? Big brother, look! One of the low-level monarchs with a mustache pointed at the sky and suddenly said. I saw it. The mid-level monarch's eyes burst out with passion. Big brother, this must be the birth of a treasure. The other low-level monarch with short hair was in ecstasy. They could sense a trace of the aura of a treasured sword in this sword intent. The Emperor's sky continent was filled with experts and countless treasures. There were often emperors who perished due to various reasons. The treasures on their bodies naturally became ownerless. However, these treasures had their own intelligence and weren't willing to be left out. Every once in a while, they would emit a powerful aura and attract experts to fight for them. Without any hesitation, the trio flew towards the mountain with extreme speed. Wielding the joint heaven sword, Li Fuqian closed his eyes while a torrent of information surged into his mind. Soon enough, the information was reorganized and a set of words appeared in his mind. Absolute Heaven Sword Art, Heaven Class Low-Tier Sword Art. Takes the intent to exterminate heaven and earth. Performs the deed of exterminating heaven and earth. Once the sword is brandished, all laws will be broken. Once the sword is brandished, the sword Dao will be boundless. After reading the words, Li Fuqian revealed a delighted expression. As expected, after unlocking the second seal, the joint heaven sword turned into a heaven-class low-tier artifact sword. The sword art contained within was naturally a heaven-class low-tier sword art. Furthermore, Li Fuqian had a feeling that this heaven-class low-tier sword art, absolute heaven sword art, was probably the most terrifying heaven-class low-tier sword art. The sword intent was too horrific and actually had the feeling of slicing the void. What was the void? It was the outer layer of the great Tao. It couldn't be seen or felt and one could only vaguely know of its existence. Everything in the world was enveloped by the void. After letting out a turbid breath, Li Fuqian looked at Lei Donghai and the others. Just as he wanted to explain, his eyes suddenly turned sharp. Sky Ring Sword Armor. The joint heaven sword drew across the void and enveloped the 4 of them with a layer of sword intent. In the next moment, the mountain collapsed and 3 figures appeared in everyone's eyes. One was at the 2nd level of Primary Sea Realm, one was at the 3rd level of Primary Sea Realm, and one was at the 5th level of Primary Sea Realm. If it was in the past, Li Fuqian would only smile bitterly. It wasn't a problem to deal with a mid-level monarch, but it was a little forceful to deal with 3 monarchs. Apart from him and Lei Donghai who could resist for a moment, Yuan Long and Gu Jui wouldn't be able to resist at all. But now, Li Fuqian only had battle intent. With the joint heaven sword in hand, he didn't have anything to be afraid of. Kid, these 3 monarchs can be used as a sacrifice to the sword. The sword spirit said lazily. Senior sword spirit, just wait and see. Li Fuqian shot out and faced the 3 monarchs. Senior Lei, don't make a move. A voice echoed in Lei Donghai's ears. All right. Lei Donghai, who was about to make a move, stopped. Big brother, isn't this person the wanted criminal of the South Sun County? The monarch with the mustache recognized Li Fuqian. He really is. The fifth-level monarch grinned as though he had picked up a treasure. An artifact and 5 million mid-grade spirit stones. Could today be the lucky day for the three brothers? Were they going to use their entire life's luck on this day? Kid, hand over the sword in your hand and surrender obediently. The fifth-level monarch said in a cold voice. If the sword is here, the person is here. If you are capable, come and take it personally. Li Fuchen said. Courting death. The third-level monarch with the mustache drew his battle saber and cleaved at Li Fuchen. Die! Li Fuchen flashed and dodged the saber light before he brandished the joint heaven sword with lightning speed. Rip! A scarlet thread appeared in the sky. It felt as though it had sliced open the void and drew across the waist of the monarch with the mustache. Immediately after, the monarch with the mustache was split into two. Fresh blood sprayed out and stained the monarch at the side. Bastard, you killed my second brother. I want you dead. The fifth-level monarch revealed an expression of disbelief, which was quickly followed by fury. He raised his right hand high and grabbed abruptly. Boundless energy gathered in the sky and it was like a giant amber that enveloped Li Fuchen. With his fifth-level primary sea realm cultivation, he was able to control the nature power and it wasn't something that Lei Donghai could compare with. If it was any other seventh-level battle spirit realm martial artist, they would definitely be immobilized and wouldn't have any strength to retaliate. Chapter 592. Break. Li Fuchen didn't know how powerful a Heaven-class sword move was when complemented with a Heaven-class artifact sword, but he knew now. If the nature power that the fifth-level monarch controlled was a world, then Li Fuchen's joint heaven sword would be a sword that could destroy the world. A scarlet thread drew across the void and the amber-like world collapsed. Immediately after, the sword chi expanded into a dazzling red light and rushed at the monarch. How can the sword chi be so powerful? The fifth-level monarch raised his right hand like a shield to block the red light. His bone frame was the 7-star thick earth bone frame and his chi was as heavy as a mountain. With the sky-flipping palm that could be used for both offense and defense, even monarchs of the same realm might not be able to break through his defense. Kid, you killed my second brother. I want you dead. On the side, the short-haired monarch produced a barbed whip. With a swing of the whip, it was like a malevolent python that coiled around Li Fuchen. Clang 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 clang, there seemed to be an invisible barrier around Li Fuchen. When the barbed whip wrapped around Li Fuchen, there was an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing. Die! With a flash of the wind thunder wings, Li Fuchen appeared above the short-haired monarch and slashed down. No! The fifth-level monarch slammed his palm at Li Fuchen from a distance. TSS. The short-haired monarch followed in the footsteps of the bearded monarch. His body was split into two and he was dead. Immediately after, a palm print that was as heavy as a mountain pressed at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen didn't have time to brandish his sword and had no choice but to point at the palm print with his left index and middle fingers. Boom! Li Fuchen was sent flying while his chi blood was boiling. Without the joint heaven sword, Li Fuchen wasn't a match for a fifth-level monarch. But now that his body refinement was at the completion level of battle spirit realm, it was hard for the monarch to injure him. Damn it, Hun Shan, am going to tear you into pieces and take revenge for my second and third brothers. Hun Shan was about to go insane. His second and third brothers might not be his biological brothers, but they had gone through life and death together. He originally thought that today was their lucky day, but who would have expected that his second and third brothers would perish because of this? He wasn't able to stop Li Fuchen at all. There is no need for revenge, you can just accompany them in hell. Li Fuchen had always treated his friends with sincerity, but he treated his enemies with cruelty. Die for me. Hun Shan was in a frenzied state. The thick earth power burst out from his body and slammed at Li Fuchen with the thick earth great palm. The great earth palm was even more tyrannical than the heaven flipping palm. With a single palm strike, even the void seemed to be compressed, leaving no room for escape. Clang! A bright scarlet thread blocked the giant handprint. Between the two, there was an astonishing energy fluctuation. Rumble! The giant handprint and the scarlet crystal thread exploded at the same time, stirring up the air. Boom 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 boom, between the two of them, one was constantly sending out earthen giant palm imprints, while the other was constantly sending out scarlet crystal threads. The battle was incomparably intense. Lei Donghai held his breath as he stared at the threads that filled the sky and the gigantic palm imprints that blotted out the sky. He believed that if he was in Hun Shan's shoes, he would definitely not be a match for Hun Shan. Junior brother Li's strength? Yuan Long and Gu Jui opened their mouths wide and forgot to close them. In this world, was there such an incredible 7th-level battle spirit realm martial artist? Chi! One of Hun Shan's arms was cut off. Next was her thigh. Next was her head. Hun Shan's attack power might be similar to Li Fuchen, but in terms of spiritual awareness, Hun Shan was far inferior to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen had wasted so much time with Hun Shan because he wanted to test his strength. After keeping Hun Shan's storage bag, Li Fuchen let out a turbid breath. No wonder it is a heaven-class, low-tier artifact sword. It consumes too much qi. With my strength, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with mid-level monarchs. But if I encounter high-level monarchs, even if I can last for a period of time, I will be in the awkward situation of exhausting my qi. Junior Li, Lei Donghai and the others flew over. Junior Li, you can even kill mid-level monarchs now? Yuan Long quickly asked. Even a heaven-class master would only be able to kill regular low-level monarchs. Li Fuchen's artifact sword might not look simple, but Li Fuchen was only at the 7th level of battle spirit realm and there was still room for improvement in the future. Lei Donghai said, Junior Li is already able to create a heaven-class sword move and the 34th rank of the cultivation technique. Killing mid-level monarchs shouldn't be considered a problem. There might be battle spirit realm experts that were more formidable than Li Fuchen, but they must have cultivated heaven-class martial arts or even heaven-class cultivation techniques. They weren't like Li Fuchen who created his own heaven-class martial arts and cultivation techniques. Li Fuchen said, we shouldn't stay here for long. Let's change locations. The county protector was too powerful and people in the East River County could recognize him. Once he was surrounded by a large number of primary sea realm monarchs, it would be useless even if Li Fuchen's strength was doubled. This time, the 4 of them hid in one of the dangerous places in the East River County, the Thousands River Marsh. As for places with a lot of people, even if it was a village, the 4 of them couldn't go there. Regular martial artists might not have the strength to pursue them, but they could send a message. The Thousands River Marsh was said to be a convergence of thousands of rivers. The rivers were intricate and complicated. Even people who were familiar with the waterways would easily get lost. In the Thousands River Marsh, water beasts roamed freely. It was rumored that a demonic beast ruler was sleeping in a certain place in the Thousands River Marsh, but it was unknown if it was true. On a short mountain beside a river, Li Fuchen and the others temporarily settled down. Senior Yuan Long, Senior Gu, the 2 of you strive to break through to the primary sea realm as soon as possible to prevent any mishaps. Li Fuchen said to Yuan Long and Gu Jui. Among the 4 of them, Yuan Long and Gu Jui had the weakest strength. Once they encountered danger, Li Fuchen and Lei Donghai wouldn't be able to take care of them. Alright. Yuan Long and Gu Jui were actually very anxious. In the past, they were facing battle spirit realm opponents. Right now, they were facing primary sea realm monarchs. The 2 of them didn't even have the right to interfere and had to ask Lei Donghai and Li Fuchen to protect them. That's right, Senior Yuan Long, this human body description might be useful for you to break through to the primary sea realm. Li Fuchen took out a jade scroll from his storage bag and handed it to Yuan Long. Yuan Long received the jade scroll and took a look at the contents before saying with delight, it is indeed useful for me. I am truly foolish and should have collected this human body description earlier. Li Fuchen smiled and said, I only obtained it by chance. It is normal that Senior Yuan Long didn't think of it. Back then, if it wasn't for the sake of creating the 34th rank of the cultivation technique, Li Fuchen wouldn't have collected these things. With this human body description, I have a greater chance of progressing to the primary sea realm. Let's not talk about it first. I will go and research it. Yuan Long quickly went into seclusion. He was a body refinement martial artist and cultivated Qi blood and Qi power. The Qi in the high-grade spirit stone was of a very high grade and could be converted into Qi blood and Qi power. However, sharpening the axe wouldn't delay the work of cutting firewood. Studying the human body description that he just obtained would allow him to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Lei Donghai and the others went into seclusion. Li Fuchen found an empty space near the short mountain and started to practice his sword. The Absolute Heaven Sword Art was a complete Heaven class low-tier sword art. As compared to the incomplete Heaven class sword moves, the Absolute Heaven Sword Art was much stronger and the sword intent was more complete. With the Joint Heaven Sword, Li Fuchen's cultivation speed of the Absolute Heaven Sword Art was more than 2 times faster than when he created the Heaven class sword moves. In just 3 days, Li Fuchen cultivated the Absolute Heaven Sword Art to the completion stage. A week later, he had reached the Great Perfection realm. Half a month later, with the help of the mid-grade Heaven Stone, Li Fuchen pushed the Absolute Heaven Sword Art to the trance stage. Slash. Facing the river, Li Fuchen slashed. Crackle. Chapter 593. The Absolute Heaven Sword technique was awe-inspiring and overbearing. When the sword was unleashed, it gave people a feeling that it could exterminate the heavens and exterminate the earth. And its only sword move was called Absolute Heaven and Exterminate the Earth. This move was incomparably terrifying, far surpassing Merciless Edge and Meteor Fall. It wasn't that his power was much greater, but that his attacks had no blind spots. What was called an attack with no blind spots? It meant that no matter how you defended, this move would always hit you. Li Fuchen believed that even the Sky Ring sword armor wouldn't be able to defend against this move. Because this move already contained traces of void law. One had to know that there was a gap between everything. If a piece of dense steel was magnified 10,000 times or even 100,000 times, the gap would be terrifyingly large. Since the void was everywhere, the Heaven and Earth Extinguishing Sword technique was naturally everywhere as well. Of course, the Heaven and Earth Annihilation only contained traces of the laws of the void. It couldn't completely ignore the enemy's defenses. In short, if Li Fuchen had grasped the Heaven and Earth Extermination earlier, he might have been able to kill Hun Shan in a single sword. Who? Forcefully spitting out a breath of air, Li Fuchen's sword intent dissipated. The Absolute Heaven Sword technique is unbelievably strong, but according to the sword spirit, sword patterns are actually more important. Picking up a branch from the ground, Li Fuchen's qi turned into a sword pattern and engraved it on the branch. The next moment, the branch burst out with a fierce aura that could destroy the world. With a light wave, the branch on the opposite side of the river, which was already broken, was cut into a ravine. The pervasive sword intent was like a bone-scraping steel knife, destroying everything near the ravine. When one's attainment in sword runes reaches a certain level, it's actually so terrifying. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with delight. A sword inscription master had always been a support. However, when a sword inscription master grasped a Heaven-class sword pattern, his strength would reach an extremely terrifying level. It would be equivalent to grasping a simple Heaven-class sword move. Bang! As Li Fuchen withdrew his qi, the branch crumbled into powder and disappeared with the wind. The higher the grade of the sword pattern, the higher the grade of materials needed to support it. Not to mention a tree branch, even an ordinary earth-grade peak-tier sword probably wouldn't be able to support it for too long. 1 month later, Yuan Long broke through and his body refinement had reached the initial level of primary sea realm. Body refinement cultivation was different from true Qi cultivation. There were no 9 levels, and there were only 4 levels: initial stage, advanced stage, and perfection stage. After reaching the initial level of primary Sea realm, Yuan Long was almost at his limit. He was only cultivating an Earth-class mid-tier body refinement technique and could only cultivate to the initial level of primary Sea realm. Li Fuqian was cultivating the Earth-class high-tier body refinement technique, Dragon Elephant Body Forging Chapter. It was almost at the completion level of primary Sea realm. Yuan Long, whose body refinement was at the initial level of primary Sea realm, was slightly stronger than Lei Donghai in close combat. It was mainly because the body refinement technique was too tyrannical. This was only an Earth-class mid-tier body refinement technique. If Yuan Long could obtain an Earth-class high-tier body refinement technique, his strength would greatly surpass Lei Donghai. Of course, Lei Donghai was no match for him in close combat, but if they were to truly fight, it was hard to say who was stronger and who was weaker. 1.5 months later, Gu Jui also broke through. With the brightness bone frame, her speed was extremely fast after the breakthrough. When she flew, she was just like a ray of light and was much faster than Yuan Long and Lei Donghai. This was because Gu Jui didn't cultivate a brightness cultivation technique. If she cultivated a brightness cultivation technique, Yuan Long and Gu Jui wouldn't even be able to see Gu Jui's shadow, let alone fight with her. Just like Lei Donghai, after Yuan Long and Gu Jui broke through to the primary Sea realm, Li Fuqian gave them a large number of subpar-grade heaven stones and a few pieces of low-grade heaven stones. The subpar-grade heaven stones might not be useful to primary Sea realm monarchs, but the trio had just broken through and it was the time to consolidate their law foundation. The subpar-grade heaven stones could help them perfect their law foundation. After the law foundation was consolidated, it wouldn't be too late to use the low-grade heaven stones to increase the law foundation. Of course, it was actually better to use the low-grade heaven stones to consolidate and perfect the law foundation. A single low-grade heaven stone was equivalent to a few dozen subpar-grade heaven stones or even more. After all, the lower the grade of the heaven stone, the lower the level of the law power. There were times when quantity was useless. However, Li Fuqian didn't have a lot of low-grade heaven stones. Now that he was wanted and couldn't enter any city, it was natural that he couldn't go to the stone gambling den to gamble. Every low-grade heaven stone that he used was one less. Yuan Long and Gu Jui had breakthroughs, but Li Fuqian didn't slack off either. He used the high-grade spirit stones to increase his body refinement to the perfection level of the battle spirit realm. His body refinement strength was already comparable to monarch-class masters. High-grade spirit stones are indeed high-grade spirit stones. They can be converted into Qi blood and Qi power, but the consumption is rather high. In order to increase his body refinement from the completion level of the battle spirit realm to the perfection level, Li Fuqian had used up dozens of high-grade spirit stones. Such consumption was more than 10 times more than cultivating Qi. Of course, it was mainly because Li Fuqian was cultivating an Earth-class high-tier body refinement technique. If it was an Earth-class mid-tier body refinement technique, he would probably need around 20 high-grade spirit stones. Despite the case, the demand for resources for the body refinement was still astounding to Li Fuqian. He was only at the battle spirit realm. Once he reached the primary Sea realm, how many high-grade spirit stones would he need to increase his body refinement? In comparison, it seems like it is more worthwhile to use elixirs to increase my cultivation. As for the impurities in the elixirs, I will just use the mortal calamity power to eliminate them. Li Fuqian said to himself. He only had a total of over 5,000 high-grade spirit stones and he had to conserve them. There were plenty of demonic beasts in the 10,000 river swamp, but most of them were class 6 demonic beasts. After the 4 of them stayed in this place for a long time, they still encountered a class 7 low-tier demonic king. A class 7 low-tier demonic king was something that 3 to 5 low-level primary Sea realm monarchs might not be able to contest with. For a long time, martial artists were able to contest with demonic beasts and demons and even had the absolute advantage because their cultivation techniques and martial arts could keep up. But after reaching the demonic king level, in order to contest with the demonic beasts, the requirements for cultivation techniques and martial arts would be even higher. In fact, since ancient times, the emergence of cultivation techniques and martial arts were always related to demonic beasts and demons. In order to contest with demonic beasts and demons, human experts had exhausted their wisdom and created horrific cultivation techniques and martial arts. It could be said that the stronger the demonic beasts and demons were, the stronger the cultivation techniques and martial arts that appeared in human history. If humans weren't powerful enough, they wouldn't be able to dominate the continents. Only the sea wasn't under the control of humans. This Class 7 low-tier demonic king was a blood crystal electric eel. It could release blood-colored lightning and the power was much stronger than Lei Donghai's thunder hammer. Furthermore, the destructive range was extremely large. Within a radius of a few miles, the blood-colored lightning would envelop the area like a blood-colored ball of lightning. Lei Donghai and the others fought for a long time but weren't able to eliminate the blood crystal electric eel. At the crucial moment, Li Fuqian used the heaven and earth extermination to slice the blood crystal electric eel into dozens of pieces. Lei Donghai and the others looked at each other with dismay. This blood crystal electric eel wasn't any easier to deal with than Hun Shan, but it couldn't even withstand a single slash from Li Fuqian. During this period of time, how much did Li Fuqian's strength improve? After being stimulated, the trio continued to go into seclusion. They didn't have the ability to create heaven-class martial arts or cultivation techniques, but they could continue to comprehend the bone frame pattern and strive to push the power of their divine ability to a higher level. It is time to study the peak-grade spirit stone. Li Fuqian took out a dazzling spirit stone that had a chi presence like a black hole from his wrist guard's spatial zone. They are both spirit stones, but the difference between a peak-grade spirit stone and a high-grade spirit stone is like gold and mud. A high-grade spirit stone was already precious, but a peak-grade spirit stone was a few million times more precious. It was incomparable. Li Fuqian held the peak-grade spirit stone and attempted to absorb the spirit chi within. Just like riding a rocket, Li Fuqian's cultivation instantly climbed from the initial stage of the 7th level of battle spirit realm to the middle stage, then to the late stage and then to the peak stage. Boom! Li Fuqian broke through from the 7th level of battle spirit realm to the 8th level of battle spirit realm. Middle stage of 8th level of battle spirit realm. Late stage. Peak stage. 9th level of battle spirit realm. When Li Fuqian stopped absorbing the spirit chi, his cultivation was already stabilized at the extremity of the 9th level of battle spirit realm. At this moment, he didn't feel any discomfort. Be it the purity of his chi or his mental state, they were all very stable. Such a terrifying peak-grade spirit stone. Li Fuqian was shocked. The spirit chi within the peak-grade spirit stone was of an unimaginable grade. It was countless times purer than Li Fuqian's own chi. A trace of spirit chi could be converted into a large amount of chi. Furthermore, the peak-grade spirit stone contained heaven and earth law, allowing Li Fuqian's mental state to be very full. The most terrifying thing was that after advancing by 2 levels, the spirit chi within the peak-grade spirit stone didn't have any changes. Li Fuqian's spiritual awareness was extremely sharp and he should be able to sense if the spirit chi within the spirit stone decreased by a little. If he couldn't sense it, it meant that there was too much spirit chi within the peak-grade spirit stone. It was just like a bowl of water in a large river, who would be able to see it? Li Fuqian didn't dare to allow his chi cultivation to continue breaking through, at least not now. Chapter 594. As compared to the dragon elephant power, the peak-grade spirit stone's spirit chi was also of a higher grade. A trace of peak-grade spirit chi was easily converted into a large amount of dragon elephant power. Boom! After an unknown period of time, Li Fuqian progressed. That's right, Li Fuchen's body refinement had progressed to the primary sea realm. Crack crack crack, within Li Fuchen's body, there were countless subtle explosions. This was the rapid transformation of the body and the sound of the impurities collapsing. Impurities would always exist. At the battle spirit realm, the parts that weren't considered essences but weren't considered impurities had all turned into impurities at this moment. The cultivation of the martial Tao was a process of eliminating the impurities. The so-called extremity might not exist. As the impurities in the body were collapsing, Li Fuchen's body became extremely compact. This kind of compact wasn't just the body's structure, it was also the vitality and strength that were compact. But at the same time, Li Fuchen felt that it was too compact. It felt as though he was wearing an extremely tight shirt and it was uncomfortable. Li Fuchen understood that his body had reached the limit of endurance. A few months ago, he was still at the perfection level of reincarnation realm. Right now, he was already at the initial level of primary sea realm. In just a short period of time, his body had metamorphosed too quickly. It was so fast that his body didn't even have time to adapt. Buzz! Clenching his fist, Li Fuchen punched at the void. It was unknown if it was an illusion, but Li Fuchen felt that the void in front of his fist had formed an arc. It felt as though the fist had distorted the void. Such violent power! Li Fuchen's eyes burst out with radiance as the giant dragon spirit rose up. The giant dragon spirit didn't roar, but the void within a few miles was compressed into a solid state by the spirit. Such a suppression method was much stronger than Hun Shan's control of the nature power. Li Fuchen had a feeling that if he was willing, regular low-level monarchs would find it hard to move when enveloped by his chi spirit. The body refinement Tao was based on power. Li Fuchen's chi spirit contained extremely powerful power law. In terms of restraint, it was obviously superior to the chi Tao. After withdrawing the chi spirit, Li Fuchen sized up the peak-grade spirit stone in his hand. If Li Fuchen's chi cultivation had progressed from the 7th level of battle spirit realm to the extremity of the 9th level of battle spirit realm, he would need around 20 high-grade spirit stones worth of spirit chi. In order to progress his body refinement from the perfection level of battle spirit realm to the initial level of primary sea realm, Li Fuchen had used up a few hundred high-grade spirit stones spirit chi. It sounded exaggerated, but the spiritual chi in the top-grade spirit stone was only a little less. It was estimated that it was equivalent to a jar of water losing a spoonful of water. And it was one of those little spoons that babies use. Now that Li Fuchen's body refinement was at the primary sea realm, it didn't just allow his body refinement strength to be comparable with chi cultivation strength. Most importantly, Li Fuchen's pure body defense allowed him to resist an all-out attack from a regular low-level monarch. If Li Fuchen only used the red lotus sword to execute the flowing merciless edge, he would only be able to leave a wound on his body and wouldn't be able to penetrate deeper. With such a powerful defense, Li Fuchen had the confidence to face any mid-level monarchs. Right now, only high-level monarchs could pose a threat to him. As for Li Fuchen's chi cultivation strength, it didn't increase by much. Li Fuchen's chi cultivation took up too little of a proportion of his chi cultivation. The joint heaven sword and the heaven class sword art took up the majority of his chi cultivation. Therefore, when Li Fuchen's cultivation increased by 2 levels, his chi cultivation was only increased by 10%. But with a stronger chi cultivation, Li Fuchen was able to wield the joint heaven sword for a longer period of time. Additionally, by activating the wind thunder wings, Li Fuchen would be able to move faster and last longer. The myriad river pool was a dangerous place after all. Since it was a dangerous place, there would naturally be people who came to explore. On this day, Li Fuchen would release his spiritual awareness every 2 hours as he tried his best to avoid being discovered by the explorers. A few thousand miles away, a large group of monarchs appeared in the sky above the myriad river pool. The leader of the monarchs was actually at the 8th level of primary sea realm. The Myriad River Pool was one of the top dangerous places in the East River County and even the Cloud Province. It was rich in resources and produced water path herbs. There was once someone who discovered multiple stalks of heaven-class herbs in the depths of the Myriad River pool. There was even a heaven-class mid-tier Myriad River herb. As such, there were plenty of monarchs that came to explore. Every once in a while, there would be a group of monarchs that would come. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was extremely powerful and was comparable with half-emperors. But Li Fuchen's cultivation wasn't at the primary sea realm and there were still some differences in the details. As such, the leader of the 8th level monarchs immediately sensed a spiritual awareness sweeping over them. When his spiritual awareness extended to the extremity, he didn't notice anyone. He frowned and understood that the owner of this spiritual awareness had a cultivation level that was higher than him. It was probably a top-notch primary sea realm monarch. Everyone, be careful. His spirit tensed up as he reminded everyone. A few thousand miles away, Li Fuchen said to Lei Donghai and the others, a large group of monarchs is coming. Let's go. While speaking, he felt rather helpless. The Emperor's sky continent might be massive, but there were plenty of monarchs too. It was truly difficult to find a safe place to stay. Soon enough, Li Fuchen and the others left. Along the way, Lei Donghai said, Junior Li, why don't we leave the Red Moon Empire and head to other places? The Emperor's sky continent had a total of 7 major Emperor-class factions and the Red Moon Empire was just one of them. At the north of the Red Moon Empire was the Celestial Eye cult. The Celestial Eye cult patriarch, the Celestial Eye Great Emperor was an all-powerful individual. It was said that he had all sorts of methods to track his enemies. Even if the enemies fled to the ends of the world, it would still be useless. In the west was the Soul Sky Empire. The Soul Sky Empire's ruler, the Soul Emperor, was the #1 expert of the Emperor's sky continent. His spiritual awareness attack was said to be able to destroy regular Law Phase Realm Emperor's true spirits. Even the Red Moon Emperor and other great Emperor-class figures were apprehensive and didn't dare to make an enemy out of the Soul Sky Empire. It isn't impossible. Li Fuchen was also considering this problem. For the following cultivation, they would definitely need to use all sorts of resources. In the Red Moon Empire, they couldn't even show themselves. Disguising might be able to avoid being recognized, but a simple disguise would only be able to deceive regular martial artists and not primary sea realm monarchs. Circulating the Qi blood to change one's appearance and figure might be able to deceive primary sea realm monarchs, but such a disguise wouldn't last long. Once a battle broke out, the Qi blood wouldn't be able to be controlled and would revert back to their original appearance and figure. Of course, most importantly, Li Fuchen didn't wish to disguise for the rest of his life. The martial Dao had to be courageous and diligent while the mental state had to be clear. The sword Dao had to overcome all obstacles and be fearless. What was the point of disguising while roaming the world? In the end, it would probably affect one's mental state and turn one into a timid person, forever unable to ascend to the pinnacle. This wasn't the life that Li Fuchen wanted, neither was it the life that Lei Donghai and the others wanted. Right now, they didn't have any attachments in the Red Moon Empire. Heading to another place was definitely the best choice. Chapter 595. After a discussion, the 4 of them decided to head to the Soul Sky Empire. They didn't go to the Celestial Eye cult because they had plenty of tracking secret techniques. If they offended one of the upper echelons and got tracked by the tracking secret techniques, they would be in trouble. The Soul Sky Empire was 4 counties away from the East River County. With their speed, if they didn't use teleportation arrays, they would need at least half a year to arrive. Along the way, the 4 of them intentionally avoided cities and went to places that were desolate. Even though the 4 of them were very careful, they were still discovered by others. The 4 of them had underestimated the power of 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. With the South Sun County as the center, even commoners had seen the wanted posters. It couldn't be helped as the news would spread like wildfire. In the face of a sky-high reward, commoners wouldn't be able to resist looking at the wanted posters. Furthermore, with the county protector's orders, let alone the cities, even the towns and villages had wanted posters. It was hard not to see them. 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones was something even primary sea realm monarchs would go crazy for, let alone commoners with low cultivation. Once they obtained 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones, they would be able to purchase a luxurious courtyard and plenty of shops in a major city. The remaining mid-grade spirit stones would be enough for them to develop a major clan and wouldn't lack spirit stones for several lifetimes or even 10 lifetimes. After all, the lower the cultivation, the lower the demand for spirit stones. A reincarnation realm expert would probably only use a few dozen mid-grade spirit stones in their lifetime. It could be said that living in a city was a commoner's greatest wish. Only in a city, there would be the best resources and the best environment. At the same time, killing was forbidden in the city, making it very safe for them to live in the city. Along the way, the four of them would more or less encounter some commoners with low cultivation. But the four of them weren't bloodthirsty individuals and they couldn't possibly kill anyone to keep their mouths shut. The one who discovered the four of them was a reincarnation realm expert. He was harvesting herbs in the wilderness and saw Li Fuchen and the others from afar. The four of them might have disguised themselves, but there were 3 males and 1 female. Furthermore, their chi presence was extremely similar to the chi presence on the wanted posters, therefore, they were still exposed. After obtaining the information, a large group of primary sea realm monarchs chased after them from the nearest city. Clear Peace County was the closest county to the Soul Sky Empire. Kill. With Li Fuchen as the spearhead, the four of them charged at the 5 primary sea realm monarchs. Unknowingly, a giant encirclement net appeared. Li Fuchen and the others were like fish in the net and could be caught at any moment. Wielding the joint heaven sword, Li Fuchen slashed and severed 3 primary sea realm monarchs into 2. The remaining 2 monarchs had also suffered severe injuries. Under Lei Donghai and the other 2's attacks, the 2 of them didn't even have time to rejoice before they were instantly killed. This is already the 3rd batch. Lei Donghai's expression was ugly. Li Fuchen said, "If the 4 of us stand together, it will be too conspicuous and will attract suspicion easily. We have to reach the Soul Sky Empire before the encirclement is completed." On the surface, there weren't any teleportation arrays between the Soul Sky Empire and the Red Moon Empire. Hence, the 4 of them could only be considered truly safe after entering the Soul Sky Empire. A few hours later, the 4 encountered another group of primary sea realm monarchs. This group of monarchs only had 3 individuals, but one of them was actually a 7th-level monarch. This made Lei Donghai and the other 2's expressions turn gloomy. The trio knew Li Fuchen's strength inside out. If Li Fuchen encountered a mid-level monarch, he was completely confident he could kill them. He just needed to spend a little more time. But if he encountered a high-level monarch, it would be very difficult to kill them. It was nearly impossible. Ha, don't think that you can hide from my Blue Star Monarch's discerning eyes just because you changed your appearance. Are the 4 of you going to surrender or resist with all your might? The Blue Star Monarch looked at Li Fuchen and the others calmly. The Blue Star Monarch was a 7th-level monarch and had the 7-star star bone frame. It allowed his strength to be much stronger than regular 7th-level monarchs. Even if he encountered a 9th-level monarch, he would still be able to contest. The 3 of you will deal with the other 2 mid-level monarchs. I will use my spiritual awareness attack and illusion art attack to assist you. Leave the Blue Star Monarch to me. If Li Fuchen's body refinement hadn't reached the primary sea realm, he wouldn't be a match for the Blue Star Monarch. But now, Li Fuchen believed that he was still able to contest. Go. Not wishing to waste any time, Li Fuchen immediately charged at the Blue Star Monarch. The Blue Star Monarch revealed a mocking expression and said to the other 2 beside him, "I will leave the other 3 to the 2 of you. It shouldn't be a problem, right? Blue Star Monarch doesn't have to worry. The 3 of them are only at the 1st level of primary sea realm. I alone can deal with them." One of the aquiline-nosed men said nonchalantly. "Don't be careless. After leaving a statement, the Blue Star Monarch produced a blue hook in his hand. With a flash, he charged at Li Fuchen. Clang! The blue hook clashed with the joint heaven sword and Li Fuchen was sent flying. 7-star special bone frame. Li Fuchen's expression changed. In the previous few massacres, Li Fuchen might not have encountered any 7th-level monarchs, but he did encounter a 6th-level monarch. If it was a regular 7th-level monarch, no matter how strong they wouldn't be much stronger than a 6th-level monarch. But the Blue Star Monarch's strength wasn't just a little stronger than a 6th-level monarch, it was at least 2 times stronger. Only a 7-star special bone frame could explain the Blue Star Monarch's strength. After all, the special bone frame didn't just have powerful divine abilities, it also enhanced the Qi cultivation strength. Li Fuchen was shocked, but the Blue Star Monarch was even more shocked. His attack was so tyrannical, but it actually didn't severely injure Li Fuchen. Heaven-class artifact sword, primary Sea Realm body refinement. The Blue Star Monarch wasn't a fool to be able to cultivate to this level. In an instant, he knew why Li Fuchen was able to withstand his attack without getting injured. In his opinion, Li Fuchen was definitely a person with astounding talent. In terms of Qi cultivation strength, Li Fuchen was at least a 3-star general. With the Heaven-class artifact sword and primary Sea Realm body refinement, it was indeed possible for Li Fuchen to withstand his attack. While sizing up the joint heaven sword in Li Fuchen's hand, the Blue Star Monarch's heart was burning with passion. This time, he wouldn't just be able to obtain 5 million mid-grade spirit stones, he would also be able to obtain a Heaven-class artifact sword. He had to grasp this opportunity. After knowing that Li Fuchen wouldn't be injured easily, the Blue Star Monarch didn't hold back anymore and executed the Blue Star hook art with his full strength. Swish 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 swish, the world was filled with flickering blue hook shadows. These hook shadows were vicious and tyrannical. When some of the hook shadows landed on the ground, they would crystallize and explode. Flowing merciless edge. When facing the Blue Star Monarch who was going all out, Li Fuchen endured and didn't execute the absolute heaven sword art. Instead, he used the flowing merciless edge to deal with the enemy. The absolute heaven sword art would only be effective at the crucial moment and now wasn't the time. Bang 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 bang, the blue hook shadow exploded around Li Fuchen and blasted Li Fuchen away. If Li Fuchen didn't cultivate an Earth-class high-tier body refinement technique but an Earth-class mid-tier body refinement technique, he would already be severely injured and on the verge of death. On the other side, Lei Donghai and the others were attacking the aquiline-nosed man and the bald middle-aged man. Just as both sides were about to burst out their attacks, 2 spiritual awareness attacks suddenly bore into the minds of the aquiline-nosed man and the bald middle-aged man. After reaching the extremity of the 9th level of Battle Spirit Realm, Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness attacks were much stronger than before. As for how much stronger, Li Fuchen didn't know. After all, along the way, no one was qualified enough for him to execute his spiritual awareness attacks. The aquiline-nosed man and the bald middle-aged man yelled miserably. The qi that they had just condensed had instantly dispersed and even their qi protection had become unstable. Thunder Divine Hammer. Arhat True Body. Sword of Brightness. Lei Donghai and the others knew that they couldn't afford to lose this opportunity and blasted at the duo with their full strength. The duo was sent flying like burlap sacks while vomiting fresh blood. Damn it, they have spiritual awareness talents among them. The bald middle-aged man roared. Spiritual awareness talents were the most fearsome type of martial artist and were comparable with illusion technique martial artists. When encountering such people, one couldn't use their cultivation to judge the opponent's strength. Die! Lei Donghai and the others chased after them and attacked frenziedly. Blue Star Monarch, save us! The aquiline-nosed man was extremely aggrieved and fearful. Right now, he might have 100% of his strength, but he couldn't even utilize 10% of it. How was he going to fight? The Blue Star Monarch frowned and berated, hurry up and stop. Otherwise, once I capture this child, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Lei Donghai and the others didn't bother about him. What a joke, who was the Blue Star Monarch? If he wanted them to stop, they would stop. Seeing that Lei Donghai and the others were ignoring him, the Blue Star Monarch was infuriated. Good, very good. Since you are so stubborn, you will suffer later. As he spoke, he didn't bother about the aquiline-nosed man and the bald middle-aged man. To him, Li Fuchen was the most important. If he could capture Li Fuchen, he would be able to save a lot of time in his life. 1,000 hooks cut. The Blue Star Monarch executed his finishing move as he wasn't afraid that Li Fuchen would die. With Li Fuchen's strength, this finishing move would at most severely injure Li Fuchen. In fact, the Blue Star Monarch had overestimated himself. During the 6 months from the East River County to the Clear Peace County, Li Fuchen might have spent most of the time traveling, but the remaining time was used to create the 35th rank of the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique. Hard work paid off. Half a month ago, Li Fuchen created the 35th rank of the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique. Furthermore, this time, the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique wasn't just a pure Fire Dao cultivation technique, it was fused with Li Fuchen's Sword Dao comprehension. It wasn't exaggerating to say that the current Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique was already considered a Fire Dao cultivation technique and was much stronger than a pure Fire Dao cultivation technique. Had it not been for the Blue Star Monarch's 7-star special bone frame, Li Fuchen might not be a match for his opponent, but he wouldn't be completely suppressed. After being sent flying again, Li Fuchen still wasn't injured. However, his qi blood was slightly boiling. At this moment, the bald middle-aged man had already been beaten to death by Lei Donghai and the others. Only the aquiline-nosed man was left struggling at death's door. Bastard, stars kill. The Blue Star Monarch was enraged. The star's power burst out and a starlight cross slash was blasted at Li Fuchen. PFFF. Chapter 596. Ah! Right at this moment, the hook-nosed man also let out a blood-curdling scream as he was killed by Lei Donghai and the other two. It's time. Li Fuchen launched a spiritual awareness attack at the Blue Star Monarch. Blue Star Monarch's body swayed. Before this, he had already executed his spiritual awareness defense secret technique, but when facing Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness attack, he still felt his mind rumbling. On the surface of his true spirit, there was a crack on the layer of armor. Although his real spirit was incomparably strong, his attainments in spiritual sense defense secret techniques were not very high. Moreover, anyone who had something that didn't belong to them in their mind would feel uncomfortable. One spiritual consciousness attack after another bombarded the Blue Star Monarch, causing the Blue Star Monarch's mind to be in a mess. Of course, the Blue Star Monarch was a 7-star star bone frame and was also at the 7th level of primary sea realm. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness attack wasn't able to make him lose his combat strength. Forcefully concentrating, the Blue Star Monarch's blue hook turned into countless hook shadows that enveloped Li Fuchen. He didn't expect this move to injure Li Fuchen, he only hoped to interrupt Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness attack. But he was disappointed. Even in combat, Li Fuchen was able to launch precise spiritual awareness attacks and wasn't affected at all. After dozens of spiritual consciousness attacks, the Blue Star Monarch's spiritual consciousness defense layer had long been shattered, and he was completely relying on his true spirit to withstand the attacks. 1,000 illusion eyes, oblivion. Feeling that it was about time, Li Fuchen released an illusion art attack. The Blue Star Monarch, who was already a little confused, fell into a brief illusion. Exterminate the heavens and exterminate the earth. A shocking sword intent rushed into the sky as Li Fuchen slashed at the Blue Star Monarch. Stimulated by the sword intent, the Blue Star King woke up and hurriedly waved his blue hook to block. Kacha kacha, with the Blue Star Monarch as the center, the void seemed to be dislocated and shattered. In the next moment, streams of blood bloomed on the Blue Star Monarch's body. The Blue Star Monarch's attack was naturally stronger than Li Fuqian, but his moves were far inferior to Li Fuqian in terms of exquisiteness. When facing Li Fuqian's absolute heaven sword art, the Blue Star hook art wasn't able to defend perfectly and there would always be sword chi seeping in. Damn it, what kind of sword art is this? The Blue Star Monarch was slightly flustered. As of now, Li Fuqian still didn't have the strength to kill him. That sword move earlier had only caused him to suffer some light injuries. But as time passed, the consequences would be unpredictable. As expected of a special bone frame. The true spirit is much stronger than I imagined. Li Fuqian had devoured a demonic beast ruler's demonic beast spirit's essence. As his cultivation was rapidly increasing, his spiritual awareness attack already contained a trace of emperor intent. Therefore, his spiritual awareness attack was much stronger than any primary sea realm monarch. If one strike wasn't enough, then he would use 2 strikes. If 2 strikes weren't enough, then he would use 3 strikes. More and more sword wounds appeared on Blue Star Monarch's body, and he started to panic. Right at this moment, Li Fuqian's expression suddenly changed as he transmitted a message to Lei Donghai and the others. There are primary sea realm monarchs rushing over from the south and east. All of you head towards the west. Primary sea realm monarchs were very sensitive to chi waves. Even if they were tens of thousands of miles away, they would be able to clearly sense the waves here. This was the Emperor's Sky Continent. If it was the 7-color continent, they would be able to sense it even if they were a few 100,000 miles away. Junior brother Li, what about you? Lei Donghai asked. Don't bother about me. I think it is time to split up. We will meet again at the Seoul Sky Empire's Dragon River Seats Gaze native city. The Seoul Sky Empire's seats were equivalent to the Red Moon Empire's counties. However, the Seoul Sky Empire had 72 seats and it was much more than the Red Moon Empire's 48 counties. Senior Lei, we won't be able to help Junior brother Li even if we stay behind. We will only distract Junior brother Li. Gu Juyi was very calm as she said to Lei Donghai. Alright. Lei Donghai nodded and flashed before flying towards the west. Yuan Long and Gu Juyi followed closely behind. Seeing Lei Donghai and the others leaving, the Blue Star Monarch knew what was going on. If I didn't guess it wrongly, there should be primary sea realm monarchs rushing over. Kid, surrender now and you will still have a chance. Otherwise, when most of the primary sea realm monarchs rush over, you will suffer. He was very unwilling. If he captured Li Fuqian now, the 5 million mid-grade spirit stones would belong to him alone. If there were too many people, it wouldn't be easy to obtain the 5 million mid-grade spirit stones. The final result might be distribution based on contribution. Therefore, he could only hope that Li Fuqian would give up resisting. Even though the possibility was very slim. Dream on. Heaven and Earth Extermination. After executing the illusion art, Li Fuqian immediately executed the absolute heaven sword art. The wind thunder wings flashed on his back as he flew out in a frenzy. Trying to escape. It isn't that easy. Blood burst out from the Blue Star Monarch's body as he gritted his teeth and chased relentlessly. With his speed, catching up to Li Fuqian was just a matter of a few breaths. But just as he increased his speed, a spiritual awareness attack entered his mind, followed by an illusion art attack. Li Fuqian's spiritual awareness was extremely powerful and could already use his spiritual awareness as a medium to release illusion art attacks. Damn it! If the Blue Star Monarch couldn't increase his speed, he naturally couldn't catch up to Li Fuqian. But he wasn't a fool either. He instantly executed the unique ability of primary sea realm monarchs, control of nature power. With his cultivation at the 7th level of primary sea realm, his full control of nature power was much more terrifying than Hun Shan. From all directions, heaven and earth chi were surging at the Blue Star Monarch like a tsunami. Li Fuqian, who was traveling at extreme speed, felt like a fish swimming against the current. Even after using 10 times the strength, he still wasn't able to travel as fast as usual. Haha, that person is Li Fuqian. Capture him and we shall split the bounty equally. Finally, the monarchs from the south arrived and there were 9 of them. Immediately after, there were 6 monarchs from the east too. Due to the battle, Li Fuqian's appearance and body had already recovered to his original appearance, therefore, he was easily recognized. Li Fuqian's heart sank to the bottom and he simply stopped fleeing. He turned around with a calm expression. Not going to flee anymore. The Blue Star Monarch sneered. That's true. Even if you flee now, you won't be able to escape. 16 monarchs. Among them, there was 1 7th-level monarch, 5 mid-level monarchs, and 10 low-level monarchs. This force was enough to kill a formidable high-level monarch. After taking a glance, Li Fuqian said indifferently, "Flee? Why do you have to flee? I think you are the ones who should flee. Stubborn bastard. Don't waste your breath on him. Capture him now to prevent any undue troubles." A mid-level monarch with a fiery temper instantly attacked Li Fuqian. Li Fuqian revealed a grim smile and thought to himself, I wonder how powerful is my calamity. A large number of high-grade spirit stones were taken out by Li Fuqian and floated in the surroundings. Immediately after, the high-grade spirit stones shattered and surged into the body like a tide. Boom! Without any bottleneck, Li Fuqian broke through. A horrific chi presence erupted like a volcano and rushed into the sky. Just the chi presence was enough to neutralize the mid-level monarch's attack. Huff huff huff, the sky turned dark and huge fireballs descended from the sky. The fireballs didn't look big, but the fire Dao laws contained within were shocking. They had a premonition that if they were hit by the fireballs, they would at least be severely injured. This is the fire calamity. He is going to transcend the calamity to progress to the primary sea realm. Someone yelled out. He actually dares to progress to the primary sea realm in front of us. He truly doesn't know how to spell the word death. There were also people who were disdainful and felt that the fireballs were just for show. Blaze! A fireball landed on a low-level monarch. Even though the monarch tried to resist, it was still useless. He was immediately severely injured and his body was fuming with flames while his 7 orifices were spewing fire. Save me! The monarch yelled out miserably. SSS, everyone took a deep cold breath. What kind of fire calamity was this? Why was it so powerful? Watch me extinguish this fireball. A 6th-level monarch brandished his weapon and cleaved apart a fireball. But before he could rejoice, a sword chi appeared out of nowhere and swept across his body. PFFFTSS, one of the monarch's legs was sliced off and blood splattered. Such a horrific sword calamity. Even the Blue Star Monarch was apprehensive. In fact, Li Fuqian could have already progressed to the primary sea realm after the calamity, but he didn't wish to break through so early. He wanted to deduce the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique to the 36th rank before breaking through. By then, it would be perfect and his potential would be maximized. But nothing was perfect in this world. Right now, he had no choice but to break through. If he didn't, he would die. Chapter 597. Boom boom boom, half of the fireballs and sword chi were flying at Li Fuqian, but the other half were blasting at everyone else. The tribulation couldn't be witnessed by the side, otherwise, the Heaven Dao would treat everyone equally. Furthermore, the stronger the strength, the stronger the tribulation. The Blue Star Monarch's fire and sword calamity was much stronger than Li Fuqian's. After all, the Blue Star Monarch didn't rely on external items and was already very strong. Li Fuqian had to rely on the Joint Heaven Sword to contest with the Blue Star Monarch. The Heaven Dao wouldn't consider the Joint Heaven Sword as a part of Li Fuqian's strength. The tribulation targeted cultivation and law comprehension. Li Fuqian had pushed the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique to the 35th rank, therefore, his cultivation level was similar to everyone else, but his cultivation strength was much stronger. Apart from that, Li Fuqian had also grasped the heaven-class sword intent, and his law comprehension wasn't comparable to most of the primary sea realm monarchs. Therefore, the fire calamity and sword calamity were terrifying. The first wave of fire calamity was able to severely injure low-level monarchs, while the second wave of sword calamity was able to severely injure a 6th-level monarch, although the 6th-level monarch was careless. There were continuous miserable screams as the monarchs were blasted and slain. The rest of the monarchs retreated frantically and wanted to retreat from the range of the tribulation. However, the tribulation wasn't something that could be avoided. Once one was locked on by the tribulation, there would be no rest until death, unless Li Fuqian completed the tribulation. Li Fuqian didn't bother about these people. With the tribulation around, these people wouldn't be able to protect themselves, and it was impossible for them to disturb him. Wielding the joint heaven sword, Li Fuqian cleaved apart the fireballs and the sword chi. Third wave, fourth wave, fifth wave, sixth wave. After 6 waves of heaven calamity, out of the 16 primary sea realm monarchs, only the blue star monarch was still struggling. The rest were either incinerated by the fireball or killed by the sword chi. After destroying and devouring the 6 waves of tribulation chi, Li Fuqian's chi prowess was at an extreme level. The chi in his body was being compressed again and again before existing in a different form. This form of chi wasn't just simple chi, it was more like extraordinary power or special power that contained laws. As such, it was able to exist in Li Fuqian's body unscathed. Otherwise, even if Li Fuqian's body toughness was extremely tough, he would still explode from the endless chi. Damn it, how powerful is his tribulation? Blue Star Monarch's body was riddled with wounds. If the Blue Star Monarch was able to easily resist the first 3 waves of tribulation, the 4th wave was already quite taxing for him. For the 5th wave, he had to give it his all. For the 6th wave, even if he gave it his all, he was still battered and injured quite badly. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the next 3 waves of heavenly tribulation would be. When breaking through to the primary sea realm, there were 9 waves of tribulation. The 7th wave of the heavenly tribulation came. This time, it was no longer a fireball or a sword chi, but a flaming sword chi. The blazing flame sword chi was like a sword of world destruction as it slashed at Li Fuqian and the Blue Star Monarch. Boom! Li Fuqian brandished his sword and scattered the 3 blazing flame sword chi. His body immediately emitted a suction force to absorb the scattered blazing flame sword chi. As for the Blue Star Monarch, he was sent flying by the slash, flames rising from the wound on his body. These flames contained powerful fire sword Dao laws and were difficult to extinguish. This is the primary sea realm. Li Fuqian might not have transcended all 9 waves of tribulation, but he could already feel the intent of dominating all beings in the world. This intent could only be grasped by primary sea realm monarchs because the monarch's chi was fused with the technique intent. It was just like extraordinary power or special power, it was a part of the manifestation of laws. Of course, it wasn't as ridiculous as extraordinary power or special power for now. As his chi gradually transformed, Li Fuqian had an easier time resisting the tribulation. It was simply the opposite of the Blue Star Monarch. Of course, the joint heaven sword in Li Fuqian's hand was very useful. After the 7th wave of tribulation ended, the 8th wave was about to arrive. This is the end of my life. The Blue Star Monarch was hysterical as he used the blue hook to receive the blazing flame sword chi. Bang! The blazing flame sword chi exploded and countless sparks enveloped the Blue Star Monarch. There was a miserable scream as the sparks blasted holes on the Blue Star Monarch's body. It was as though the sparks had dripped onto meat. Before the 8th wave of tribulation ended, the Blue Star Monarch had perished completely and became a departed spirit of the tribulation. Li Fuqian didn't bother about the Blue Star Monarch's life and death. He wielded the joint heaven sword and dispersed the final blazing flame sword chi. The sky was getting darker. In the pitch-black sky, a sword tip emerged. This sword tip wasn't fiery red anymore, it had many colors. Li Fuqian's eyes contracted. He could feel many types of laws from this sword tip. There were blazing flame Tao laws, sword Tao laws, wind Tao laws, and void Tao laws. When the 4 types of laws were fused together, it allowed the sword tip to emit a power that was terrifying and filled with destructive chi presence. Swish! The sword tip shot out and it was a battle sword instead of sword chi. Li Fuqian rushed into the sky and executed the heaven and earth extermination. Clang! Clang clang! Clang clang clang, a man and a sword constantly clashed. Li Fuqian might be sent flying each time, but with the support of his tough physique, Li Fuqian wasn't injured. Gradually, the battle sword's power was getting weaker. Li Fuqian was sent flying at the start, but he was now able to contest with the battle sword. After a while, Li Fuqian was already able to suppress the battle sword. Shatter! When the sword was executed, the spatial zone in front was like a shattered mirror that enveloped the battle sword. Bang! The battle sword exploded and dispersed into extremely pure chi laws that fused into Li Fuqian's body. At this moment, Li Fuqian's chi presence had climbed to the extremity. He was like the ruler of heaven and earth that was looking down on all life. Huff! Li Fuqian withdrew his chi presence after releasing it and returned to normal. Li Fuqian looked down at his palm and clenched it lightly. Rumble! There was a sound that sounded like a tide. A massive amount of fire Dao Qi gathered from all directions. The prowess wasn't inferior to the Blue Star Monarch. As for why Li Fuqian could only control fire Dao Qi and not wind Dao Qi, sword Dao Qi, or void Qi, it was because Li Fuqian's divine flame red rainbow technique only contained fire Dao Law and sword Dao Law. It wasn't possible to control the power of nature with just the willpower. At least, Li Fuqian hadn't reached that stage yet. Sword Dao Qi wasn't a power of nature, it was something acquired. Li Fuqian was only able to create sword Dao Qi and wasn't able to produce sword Dao Qi out of nowhere. The fire Dao Qi in the radius of a few hundred miles gathered into a Qi sphere that was a few miles in size. The Qi sphere had an extremely high temperature and extreme pressure. Some of the fine dust particles were immediately extinguished. I cannot compress it anymore. A few miles was already the limit. If it was any smaller, Li Fuqian wouldn't be able to control it. But at this moment, Li Fuqian had an idea. When the Qi sphere was compressed to an extremely small state, would he be able to throw it out to kill the enemy? It might be possible. When Li Fuqian released his palm, the Qi sphere that was a few miles in size instantly crumbled. A massive amount of fire Dao Qi burst out and turned the radius of a few dozen miles into ruins. The power only weakened after reaching a few dozen miles. Li Fuqian's heavenly tribulation and his control of the fire Dao Qi created a huge commotion. A large number of primary sea realm monarchs were rushing over. The first group that rushed over was a group of over 20 members. This group didn't have so many members at the start and they only gathered together when they were rushing over. After seeing Li Fuqian, this group of monarchs were overjoyed. They might have over 20 members, but after splitting 5 million mid-grade spirit stones evenly, each of them would have 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones and it wasn't a small sum. Kill! Under the lead of the 7th level monarch, the monarchs charged at Li Fuqian. Heaven and earth extermination. Li Fuqian strolled in the air and unsheathed the joint heaven sword before brandishing it. Crackle! The spatial zone seemed to have ruptured and all the monarchs froze. In the next moment, everyone, including the 7th level monarch, had been split into pieces. The heaven and earth extermination contained the void Dao laws. Even though the range was huge, each point was the strongest point and each point could ignore defenses to a certain extent. It didn't matter how many monarchs there were, unless the numbers were multiplied by a few times. After keeping the storage bag, Li Fuqian rushed towards the west. Along the way, Li Fuqian encountered several groups of monarchs, but no one was able to block a single sword from Li Fuqian. A single sword was certain death. Now that his chi cultivation had reached the primary sea realm, Li Fuqian's strength had increased tremendously. He was like a monster that was at the pinnacle of strength in all aspects. Be it law comprehension or spiritual awareness, they were at the limits of primary sea realm or even beyond. The joint heaven sword in his hand was a heaven-class artifact sword. Even the weakest cultivation wasn't comparable to regular first-level monarchs. After pushing the divine flame red rainbow technique to the 35th rank and fusing the sword Dao Law, his cultivation strength was at least at the 3rd or 4th level of primary sea realm. Red Soul City, the closest city to the Soul Sky Empire in the Clear Peace County. In the wilderness that was 10,000 miles away from the Red Soul City, Li Fuqian was obstructed by a group of monarchs again. You are truly incredible to be able to escape to this place. But it ends here. The leader of the monarchs was wearing armor and had a terrifying chi presence. Li Fuqian sized up the monarch and judging from the chi presence, the monarch was at the 8th level of primary sea realm and was 1 level higher than the blue star monarch. Extinction Saber Monarch, why are you wasting your breath on him? I, Dongui Shan, am willing to capture him for you. One of the 5th level monarchs at the side spoke. Dongui Shan was one of the top monarchs of the South Mountain City's Dongua clan. His strength was even stronger than clan head Dongui Zhan. The Extinction Saber Monarch that he mentioned was one of the top 10 monarchs under the South Sun County Protector, Lin Tianyang. He didn't follow the Extinction Saber Monarch to obtain the reward of 5 million gold coins. He merely wanted to contribute to the county protector and let Lin Tianyang remember the existence of the Dongua clan. Alright. Remember, don't kill him. The Extinction Saber Monarch nodded. He still didn't know Li Fuqian's strength and thought that Dongui Shan was enough to capture Li Fuqian. Idiot. Li Fuqian took an indifferent glance at Dongui Shan. Uneducated kid. Watch how I, Dongui Shan, humiliate you. Dongui Shan clenched his fists and clasped them together abruptly. In the next moment, boundless heaven and earth chi surged over from all directions and was trying to seal Li Fuqian. I don't have the time to waste on you, so die. Li Fuqian drew the joint heaven sword and brandished it. The surging heaven and earth chi lost its gravity and collapsed. In an instant, apart from the Extinction Saber Monarch, all the other monarchs had shattered. Impossible. Chapter 598. Blood spurted out of the Extinction Saber Sovereign's body. Disbelief and shock filled his face. He, the Extinction Saber Monarch, had lived for over 200 years and had seen all sorts of prodigies, but he had never seen a first-level monarch that could instantly kill so many monarchs. Even if a 3-star general progressed to the primary sea realm, they wouldn't be able to achieve this. The larger the range of a sword move, the weaker the lethality. It was impossible for a sword move to be as powerful as Li Fuqian. Invincible blade, 100-splitting slash. As one of the top 10 monarchs under the county protector Lin Tianyang, the Extinction Saber Monarch's strength wasn't something a regular 8th-level monarch could compare with. He might not have cultivated a heaven-class martial art, but after so many years, he had created a quasi-heaven-class saber move. Once the saber move was executed, a bundle of saber light appeared in the air. The saber light exploded and enveloped Li Fuqian like a storm. What a powerful blade technique! Li Fuqian's eyes flashed with astonishment. From the aura intensity, the Extinction Saber Monarch was slightly inferior to the Blue Star Monarch. After all, the Blue Star Monarch was a 7-star special bone frame, but in terms of strength, the Blue Star Monarch would never be able to catch up to the Extinction Saber Monarch. Not daring to be careless, Li Fuqian brandished his sword and used the Heaven and Earth Extermination Sword move to seal his opponent's saber move. Kacha Kacha. No matter how the Extinction Saber Monarch attacked, his saber move wasn't able to break Li Fuqian's sword move. Absolute Sky and Earth was the most perfect offensive move. At the same time, it was also the most perfect defensive move. After all, it contained a trace of the Void Law. But it was rather impossible for Li Fuqian to defeat the Extinction Saber Monarch with just sword moves. Having grasped a quasi-heaven-class saber move, the Extinction Saber Monarch was not just a little stronger than the Blue Star Monarch. His previous injuries were due to his carelessness and being caught off guard. However, Li Fuqian didn't just have the heaven and earth extermination, he also had the spiritual awareness attack. A spiritual sense attack shot out, and the Extinction Saber Sovereign's body instantly stiffened. Although it was only for an instant, it was enough. Sparks flew from the armor on his body, and the Extinction Saber Monarch spat out a mouthful of blood. The Absolute Saber Sovereign's sword chi seemed to have been blocked by the armor. However, a small portion of the sword chi still managed to seep in under the influence of the laws of the void, destroying the Absolute Saber Sovereign's life force. It should be a quasi-heaven tier armor. If it wasn't for the quasi-heaven grade armor, it wouldn't be able to defend against most of the sword chi. Ordinary Earth grade high-tier Earth grade armor would definitely be destroyed in front of the heaven-destroying sword chi. Previously, Li Fuqian had already verified it multiple times. You can't kill me. I'm the county governor's man. If you kill me, no one in the world can save you. The Extinction Saber Sovereign did not want to die, he was even afraid of death. After over 200 years of cultivation, he finally reached the 8th level of Primary Sea Realm and was just a step away from the 9th level of Primary Sea Realm. He might be very far away from the Law Phase Realm, but as long as there was a fated opportunity, he might be able to progress. By then, the Emperor's Sky Continent would be his to roam. He could even leave the Emperor's Sky Continent and head to other continents to search for fated opportunities. He yearned for the kind of high and mighty life where he could do whatever he wanted. The prerequisite was that he had to continue living. Only by staying alive would there be a chance. Otherwise, everything would be empty. Hence, the Extinction Saber Sovereign was very afraid of death, extremely afraid. You want to live? Li Fuqian said indifferently. Of course, as long as you don't kill me, I can persuade the prefectural governor to give up on your arrest warrant. The Extinction Saber Sovereign said in a trembling voice as if he saw a glimmer of hope. How was it possible to persuade the county governor to give up on the wanted order? Not only did he not dare to persuade the county governor, he was also unable to do so. Even if he could persuade the county governor, he would not do so. As long as he could escape with his life today, there would be a day where he would take revenge for today's humiliation. Revealing a mocking smile, Li Fuqian executed the 1,000 illusion eyes and enveloped the Extinction Saber Sovereign with an illusion chi presence. PFFF. With a swing of the joint heaven sword, a massive head flew high into the sky. Even in death, the Extinction Saber Sovereign didn't dare to believe that he was dead. Even in death, he didn't understand why Li Fuqian gave him hope and then sent him to hell. I am so hateful. I curse you to never reach the pinnacle and to be pursued by others forever, dying without a burial ground. Gritting his teeth, the Extinction Saber Sovereign roared hysterically. After a single breath, the Extinction Saber Sovereign's voice abruptly stopped. Your willpower isn't firm enough. I wonder how you cultivated to the 8th level of Primary Sea Realm. Li Fuqian shook his head and reached out to suck the Extinction Saber Sovereign's storage bag over. Li Fuqian gave the Extinction Saber Sovereign hope so that the Extinction Saber Sovereign would relax, allowing his 1,000 illusion eyes to be effective. But the Extinction Saber Sovereign seemed to be too afraid of death and had sunk deep into the illusion, allowing the sword chi to sever the Extinction Saber Sovereign's head with ease. 2 days later, Li Fuqian left the Red Moon Empire's territory and arrived at the Soul Sky Empire. At this moment, the news of the monarchs failing to pursue Li Fuqian had spread out. For a moment, there was a huge commotion. After a rough count, the number of monarchs that died in the hands of Li Fuqian was close to 100. Even first-rate monarch-class clans would only have 100 to 200 monarchs. Li Fuqian was equivalent to eliminating half a first-rate monarch-class clan or 2 or 3 second-rate monarch-class clans. Such combat strength had caused many of the monarchs that didn't encounter Li Fuqian to tremble with fear. At the same time, they were silently rejoicing that they didn't encounter Li Fuqian, otherwise, they would have already died under Li Fuqian's sword. South Sun City's county protector residence, the county protector Lin Tianyang had a gloomy expression. Emir Li Fuqian was actually able to create such a huge commotion, and it was something he didn't expect. However, he didn't believe that Li Fuqian had the strength to eliminate high-level monarchs. There must be someone helping him. The Extinction Saber Sovereign's strength wasn't ordinary, and even Lin Tianyang wouldn't have an easy time to eliminate the Extinction Saber Sovereign. Furthermore, the Extinction Saber Sovereign had plenty of monarchs with him. When thinking about the Extinction Saber Sovereign's death, Lin Tianyang felt a heartache. It was too difficult to nurture a high-level monarch. In the entire South Sun County, there were more than 2,000 monarchs, but there were less than 50 high-level monarchs. With each death, there would be one less monarch. As the county protector, there were plenty of things that required people to do for him. The gap left behind by a high-level monarch wasn't something that could be filled by regular people. Of course, Lin Tianyang was actually more concerned about his reputation. Li Fuqian was slapping his face ruthlessly, and he couldn't take it lying down. Damn Li Fuqian, unless you never return to the Red Moon Empire. If Li Fuqian appeared in the Clear Peace County, he must be heading to the Soul Sky Empire. Lin Tianyang wasn't a fool. County Protector, actually, even if he is heading to the Soul Sky Empire, we can still capture him. The County Protector Residence's housekeeper said carefully. Lin Tianyang glared at the housekeeper and asked, "What methods do you have?" His son, Lin Shou, was missing, his right-hand man was killed, and with the issue of his reputation, Lin Tianyang was very eager to capture Li Fuqian. The housekeeper said, "County Protector, we can invite the Clan of Darkness to help us capture Li Fuqian." Clan of Darkness. Lin Tianyang's eyes lit up. The Clan of Darkness was the most mysterious and terrifying dark faction in the Emperor Sky continent. It was rumored that the leader of the Clan of Darkness wasn't inferior to the Red Moon Emperor and other great emperors. He was the ruler of the darkness. But it is rather expensive to invite the experts of the Clan of Darkness. The housekeeper said with concern. It doesn't matter. I am willing to pay even if it costs 10 or 20 million mid-grade spirit stones. As the county protector, his mid-grade spirit stones were counted in the hundreds of millions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have issued a bounty for Li Fuqian. In an inn in a small town in the Soul Sky Empire, Li Fuqian was taking inventory of his spoils of war. No wonder they are primary Sea Realm monarchs. 85 monarchs have brought me a total of 15 million mid-grade spirit stones. If I include the valuable items, I will have a total of at least 30 million mid-grade spirit stones. Primary Sea Realm monarchs were too wealthy. Even low-level monarchs with lesser wealth would have at least a few tens of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones. Mid-level monarchs would have 100,000 to a few 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Especially the Blue Star Monarch and the Extinction Saber Monarch, they actually had more than 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. The Blue Star Monarch had 1.2 million mid-grade spirit stones, while the Extinction Saber Monarch had 1.5 million mid-grade spirit stones. Li Fuqian was speechless when recalling how he had worked so hard to exchange for mid-grade spirit stones with heaven stones and was still scammed. I have finally arrived at the Soul Sky Empire. I wonder how Senior Lei and the others are doing. Chapter 599. After his chi cultivation reached the primary sea realm, Li Fuqian had yet to sense his own body's condition. Firstly, it was his spiritual awareness. Previously, Li Fuqian's spiritual awareness could only extend out over 10,000 miles, but now, it could extend out to 50,000 miles. It was almost 3 times. Regular monarch's spiritual awareness could only extend out to less than 1,000 miles in the Emperor Sky continent. Elite monarch's spiritual awareness could extend out to a few thousand miles. There were a few elite monarchs with stronger true spirits that could extend out to 10,000 miles. There were also some elite monarchs with superior spirit soul aptitude that could extend out to 20,000 or 30,000 miles. Spiritual awareness was something that had a greater disparity when the cultivation realm was higher. There was a huge disparity between 6-star bone frames and 7-star bone frames, 7-star extraordinary bone frames and 7-star special bone frames. There was also a huge disparity between 7-star special bone frames and 8-star bone frames. Take Lei Donghai and the others for example. Their spiritual awareness could extend out to over 2,000 miles and were much stronger than regular monarchs. In fact, at the battle spirit realm, the disparity wasn't that great. But at the primary sea realm, the difference in spiritual awareness base would cause the disparity to widen until it couldn't be bridged. If Li Fuqian didn't devour a monarch's true spirit essence and a demonic beast ruler's demonic beast spirit essence, his current spiritual awareness range would definitely be at the pinnacle. It was at least 10,000 miles. My spiritual awareness can extend out to 50,000 miles. Even among the law phase realm emperors, I shouldn't be considered weak, right? After letting out a breath, Li Fuqian withdrew his spiritual awareness. Apart from his spiritual awareness, Li Fuqian's perception had also increased significantly. His perception was already insane, but now, it was definitely on the next level and had reached a whole new level. This could be clearly felt from comprehending the power of laws within the mid-grade heaven stone. It isn't bad to progress to the primary sea realm in advance. At least, I can create the 36th rank of the divine flame red rainbow technique. Li Fuqian said to himself. After making a short stop in the town, Li Fuqian set off before the next day and headed for the Dragon River Seatsuke's native city. Apart from the difference in geographical location, the Soul Sky Empire and the Red Moon Empire were similar in other aspects. However, Li Fuqian noticed that the Soul Sky Empire had a popular type of soul elixir. This soul elixir was divided into 4 grades: low grade, mid grade, high grade, and special grade. The effect of the soul elixir was very simple. It was to stimulate the soul and temporarily increase one's perception. Li Fuqian consumed a low-grade soul elixir and realized that it was indeed effective on the spirit soul. As for whether it could increase his perception, Li Fuqian couldn't feel it. It might be because his perception was too high and the low-grade soul elixir was ineffective. While Li Fuqian was making haste, the South Sun County's county protector, Lin Tianyang, contacted the members of the Clan of Darkness. In the main hall of the county governor manor, a black-robed man stood in the middle of the hall, and the prefectural governor Lin Tianyang was seated at the head of the table. 30 million mid-grade spirit stones, no bargaining. The black-robed man's voice was very ethereal. 30 million medium spiritual stones? How was this possible? Even capturing a quasi-emperor wouldn't require so many medial-grade spirit stones. Lin Tianyang's expression changed, and he could not help but shout. He could accept 10 or 20 million, but 30 million was unacceptable to him. Most importantly, he felt that it wasn't worth it. According to the information from the Clan of Darkness, he is worth this price. I believe you have also noticed that when he first appeared in South Sun City, he was only at the 5th level of Battle Spirit Realm. Right now, he is already at the 1st level of Primary Sea Realm. There are too many uncertainties in such an elite prodigy. Of course, if it is an assassination, it wouldn't require so many mid-grade spirit stones. It would only require 15 million mid-grade spirit stones. Assassination was much easier than capturing him. Lin Tianyang frowned in response. Indeed, Li Fuqian's cultivation progress was too fast and it seemed like he didn't need to accumulate any time. If Li Fuqian wasn't mistaken, Li Fuqian should have obtained some artifact, allowing him to increase his cultivation rapidly. Of course, Li Fuqian was definitely an elite prodigy and wasn't inferior to any 3-star general. But 30 million mid-grade spirit stones was too high. As for killing Li Fuqian, Lin Tianyang didn't even consider it. Spending 15 million mid-grade spirit stones to kill a person wasn't worth it. After all, his spirit stones didn't grow on trees. Alright, 30 million it is. But you have to guarantee that you will capture him and bring him back. After pondering for a moment, Lin Tianyang made up his mind. The black-robed man shook his head. No one can guarantee such things. I can only say that the Clan of Darkness has the highest success rate. Furthermore, your 30 million mid-grade spirit stones won't be spent in vain. According to the Clan of Darkness rules, if you spend 30 million mid-grade spirit stones, you will be able to become a 3-star VIP of the Clan of Darkness. You can take a look at the various treatments for different VIP. The black-robed man tossed a small booklet to Lin Tianyang. Lin Tianyang opened it and took a glance while his expression was uncertain. The VIP treatment of the Clan of Darkness was indeed very attractive. Apart from discounts, there were other services like intelligence services and anti-assassination services. I hope that the Clan of Darkness is worthy of the price of 30 million mid-grade spirit stones. Lin Tianyang let out a turbid breath and said slowly. 30 million mid-grade spirit stones might be painful, but with his methods, it wasn't a difficult task to earn it back. Otherwise, wouldn't he be a county protector for nothing? Body refinement had a body's endurance limit, qi cultivation also had a dantian's capacity and meridian's endurance limit. Due to the rapid increase in qi cultivation, the dantian wasn't nourished enough. With the divine flame red rainbow technique reaching the 35th rank, Li Fuchen's qi was much more than primary sea realm monarchs of the same realm. It caused Li Fuchen's dantian to be already saturated and was even overloaded. It was temporarily impossible for him to continue increasing his cultivation. Along the way, Li Fuchen constantly purified his qi to reduce the pressure on his dantian. At the same time, Li Fuchen also started to create Earth-class peak-tier body refinement arts. For qi cultivation arts, Li Fuchen had already created plenty of heaven-class sword moves and even cultivated the heaven-class low-tier sword art, absolute heaven sword art. He was almost at the limit. After all, if he advanced another step, it would be a heaven-class mid-tier martial art. Heaven-class martial arts, each tier was like heaven and earth. Heaven-class mid-tier martial arts were something that even Law Phase Realm Emperors desired. Regular Law Phase Realm Emperors would normally cultivate heaven-class low-tier cultivation techniques and martial arts. Only peak-class Law Phase Realm Emperors would have heaven-class mid-tier martial arts or even heaven-class mid-tier cultivation techniques. As for whether they were created by themselves or passed down by their predecessors, it was up to each individual. It was said that great emperors like the Red Moon Emperor had comprehended heaven-class high-tier martial arts. A simple move of his would have the power to destroy the world. With Li Fuchen's cultivation and perception, creating Earth-class peak-tier body refinement arts wasn't as difficult as imagined. In less than half a month, Li Fuchen created 2 Earth-class peak-tier body refinement moves. They were the Dragon God Claw, which used the 9 Dragon's Claw as the foundation. The Wind Thunder Shock, which used the Wind Cloud Tyrant body as the foundation. The Dragon God Claw was able to condense a golden dragon claw spirit to forcefully tear apart the enemy's defense and body. This move only had one kind of power law, and that was the ripping law. The Wind Thunder Shock was the strengthened version of the Wind Cloud Tyrant body's Wind Thunder Shock. It contained extreme vibration law, and due to the powerful vibration law, it could even trigger thunderbolts in the void to deal multiple damage to the enemy. Chapter 600. A few days later, Li Fuchen arrived at a city. This city was called the Cold Thunder City. Just like the Red Moon Empire's cities, the Cold Thunder City also had a stone gambling den. Li Fuchen subconsciously entered the stone gambling den and wanted to try his luck to see if he could find a high-grade heaven stone. Mid-grade heaven stones were already very helpful to him. High-grade heaven stones would definitely allow his law comprehension to reach an unprecedented height. Before progressing to the 10th floor, Li Fuchen would only be able to reach the 9th floor of the stone gambling den. Right now, Li Fuchen was already a primary sea realm monarch and could reach the 10th floor without any obstructions. So many monarchs. Li Fuqian took a glance and noticed that there were over 30 monarchs on the 10th floor. There was even a high-level monarch. Li Fuqian's arrival had attracted the attention of over 30 monarchs. When they saw that Li Fuqian was a young man, they were all surprised. They were certain that Li Fuqian wasn't old. From his qi presence, he wasn't more than 50 years old or even younger. Monarchs below the age of 50 were considered elite prodigies in any place. I didn't expect for a prodigy monarch to appear in the cold Thunder City. I wonder which faction is he from? Everyone took a glance before withdrawing their eyes. Prodigy monarchs might be rare, but it was only rare in the cold Thunder City. In the entire Soul Sky Empire, there were plenty of prodigy monarchs. Some of the most elite prodigy monarchs had progressed to the primary sea realm at the age of 30. Such intense qi blood wave. A monarch with short brows might have withdrawn his eyes, but he was still observing Li Fuqian in the dark. Silently, he took out a long crystal with a scale from his storage bag. Inside the long crystal, the red color was constantly extending. Qi blood wave of 239. Hee, if I capture him and offer him to the Blood Emperor, I will surely receive a great reward. The Blood Emperor's requirement was a body refinement martial artist with a qi blood wave of 100 and above. It was obvious that this prodigy monarch had exceeded the requirements by quite a bit. Li Fuqian realized that the 10th floor had more heaven stones, but there weren't many mid-grade heaven stones. After looking through all the heaven stone ores, there were only 4 mid-grade heaven stones. After spending 40,000 mid-grade spirit stones, Li Fuqian purchased 24 pieces of heaven stone ores. Among them, there were 4 mid-grade heaven stones and 20 low-grade heaven stones. Furthermore, these low-grade heaven stones were at least the size of a skull. Li Fuqian couldn't be bothered to purchase those that were too small. Leaving the stone gambling den, Li Fuqian continued his journey. With my 6th level primary sea realm cultivation and the blood sift net bestowed by the Blood Emperor, capturing him shouldn't be a problem. The short-browed king quickly chased after him. In the wilderness thousands of miles away from cold Thunder City. Who is it? Li Fuqian turned around. Little friend, I am the Blood Beam King. I wish to be friends with you. The Blood Beam Monarch was holding onto a blood-colored metal sphere as he approached Li Fuqian silently. Make friends? Li Fuqian sized up his opponent. That's right. I, the Blood Beam Monarch, admire a genius king like you very much. The Blood Beam Monarch had a smile on his face like the spring breeze, but he was rather nervous in his heart. These prodigy monarchs were all formidable and couldn't be viewed with common sense. He might not be afraid of Li Fuqian, but in order to capture Li Fuqian alive, he had to be within 100 meters of Li Fuqian. Otherwise, his blood sift net wouldn't be able to trap Li Fuqian. When you're outside, you should make more friends. Li Fuqian nodded and looked as though he was enjoying it. The Blood Beam Monarch sneered in his heart. These prodigy monarchs were all used to being arrogant and loved to be flattered, even if they pretended to be amiable and approachable. 200 meters. 150 meters. 100 meters. This was the moment. The Blood Beam Monarch's eyes burst out with radiance and was about to cast the blood sift net. I already know that you don't have good intentions. Li Fuqian's spiritual awareness attack struck on the Blood Beam Monarch and instantly interrupted the Blood Beam Monarch's movement. Immediately after, Li Fuqian's right hand opened up into a claw and clawed. Dragon God Claw. The golden dragon claw spirit was like a giant dragon's claw and clawed on the Blood Beam Monarch's body ruthlessly. PFFF-TSS. The chi protection was torn apart and the Blood Beam Monarch's artifact armor had a few deep marks while his entire body was smashed into the ground. Die! Li Fuqian clawed on the ground a few times and turned the Blood Beam Monarch into a bloody mess. Little friend is too much of a bully. Why did you suddenly attack me? The Blood Beam Monarch was appalled and used his final strength to yell out. You are still so stubborn when you are about to die. Li Fuqian's golden giant dragon spirit rose and clawed again. Boom! The ground was clawed and there were a few ravines. The blood beam monarch who was in the ravine had already been smashed into a pile of blood and was dead. Li Fuqian reached out and sucked the blood beam monarch's blood sift net and storage bag over. As for the blood beam monarch's artifact armor, it was at least a 2-star Earth-class peak-tier artifact armor, but it had already been crippled by Li Fuqian. Repairing it would require plenty of mid-grade spirit stones and Li Fuqian couldn't be bothered to keep it. When the blood sift net was in his hand, Li Fuqian's expression changed. This blood sift net had an absolute suppression effect on qi blood. Just by holding it in his hand, Li Fuqian could feel that the qi blood in his palm was rather sluggish. Once he used it, he would probably be able to capture a body refinement monarch with ease. It should be a body refinement cardinal artifact. Li Fuqian could imagine the consequences if he was caught by the net. He might be on the path of dual cultivation and wouldn't lose his combat strength if his qi blood was suppressed. However, qi blood was actually the foundation of a human and it was the body itself. When qi blood was suppressed, the qi strength would be greatly reduced and it was hard to say how much qi blood would be left. After opening up the blood beam monarch storage bag, Li Fuqian found over 300,000 mid-grade spirit stones inside. Apart from that, there was also a blood-colored token. The front of the blood-colored token had the word, blood, and the back was a picture of a skull. When Li Fuqian extended his spiritual awareness into it, he found a communication array inside. It was a communication token. There were low-grade communication tokens and high-grade communication tokens. The East Unicorn continent had low-grade communication tokens too, but the communication distance was very short. Furthermore, most of them could only be sent by crushing the communication token. Li Fuqian reckoned that the blood-colored token in his hand should be a mid-grade or high-grade communication token. Because the communication array inside was very complicated, it was at least a Class 6 communication array. After thinking about it, Li Fuqian didn't throw away the blood-colored token. He felt that the blood beam monarch wasn't targeting him just to rob him. After all, the blood beam monarch didn't know how much wealth he had. After keeping the blood-colored token, Li Fuqian continued on his journey. It didn't matter what scheme the blood beam monarch had. If he died, everything would vanish like smoke. Over a month later, Li Fuqian arrived at the Dragon River Seat's Gaze native city. Senior Gu, I have arrived at the Gaze native city. I will wait for you at the Pine Tree Inn. Li Fuqian also had a communication token, so did Lei Donghai and the others. However, the 4 of them had low-grade communication tokens and wouldn't be able to send a message far. After all, the communication token was a strategic item and only low-grade communication tokens were circulated in the outside world. But as compared to the East Unicorn Continent's communication tokens, the Emperor Sky Continent's communication tokens had the ability to send messages and weren't one-time consumables. Half a day later, the black-robed Gu Jui arrived at the Pine Tree Inn. Inside a private room, Senior Gu, where is Senior Lei and the others? Li Fuqian's heart thumped when he didn't see Lei Donghai and Yuan Long. Gu Jui said bitterly, Senior Yuan Long was captured. Senior Lei and I split up and escaped. I am the only one who successfully arrived at the Gaze native city. Gu Jui told Li Fuqian about the situation along the way. After listening, Li Fuqian went silent. Yuan Long wasn't captured in the Red Moon Empire, he was captured in the Soul Sky Empire. The other party was a 5th-level primary sea realm monarch and he immediately produced a blood net to capture Yuan Long. Li Fuqian took out the blood sift net from his storage bag and said to Gu Jui, Senior Gu, did the other party use this kind of net? That's right. When Gu Jui saw the blood sift net, she immediately recognized it and asked curiously, Junior Li, why do you have it too? Li Fuqian told Gu Jui everything that happened along the way. Chapter 601. Li Fuqian didn't know what these people's objective was. He only knew that he had to find Lei Donghai and rescue Yuan Long. This was his responsibility. However, Finding Lei Donghai was relatively easy, but rescuing Yuan Long was not so easy. He needed to think about it at length. After all, he didn't even know who the other party was, what faction they belonged to, or where they were. After spending some mid-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchen purchased a courtyard in the Gei's native city. Gu Zhi's strength was too weak and Li Fuchen planned for her to stay here and wait for Lei Donghai. Lei Donghai would be the one to gather information and find clues. After asking around, Li Fuchen found out that 2 body refinement monarchs had gone missing in the Gei's native city for the past 10 years. There were even more body refinement monarchs that had gone missing in the entire Dragon River seat. There were a total of 12 missing. One had to know that the ratio of body refinement martial artists to true Qi martial artists was low to begin with. There might not even be one body refinement martial artist out of 100 kings. 12 body refinement martial artists had gone missing in 10 years. It would be hard not to attract attention. There must be a dark organization behind this that is capturing body refinement kings. Li Fuchen frowned. Body refinement martial artists had always had the title of human-shaped great medicine, and in terms of body essence alone, body refinement kings were not inferior to mid-tier heaven-class herbs, just that they contained slightly less rule power. Since ancient times, the reason why there were so few body refinement martial artists was because of resources, and this was the second reason. After all, once one cultivated to a certain realm, they would be targeted by others. Who would dare to walk the path of body refinement? If no one walked the path of body refinement, the number of true experts naturally wouldn't increase. If there weren't many experts, the number of inheritances would naturally be pitifully small. Not to mention anything else, it could be seen from the scarcity of body refining techniques and martial arts. Inside the room in the courtyard, a long crystal appeared in Li Fuchen's hand. The scale displayed on the long crystal was 239. If he had not known why he had been targeted before, now he knew. This group of people had vitality crystals that could determine the strength of vitality fluctuations. No matter how well you hid, you would not be able to hide in front of these vitality crystals. Looks like I have to seal up my chi and blood. Back in the 7-color continent's Southern Forest Martial Institution, he had once been locked by the Vice Dean. However, with his current body refinement realm, the Vice Dean's energy lock was ineffective. He had to learn a more profound energy lock. Of course, he could also create it himself. Next, Li Fuchen started to create the Qi power lock. He didn't intend to become someone else's prey. After all, no matter how strong he was, there would come a day when he would fail miserably and capsize in an easy task. Energy lock should be a type of secret technique. Its function was to lock chi, blood, and energy, making it impossible to circulate. Since it could not circulate, it naturally could not leak out. In fact, Li Fuchen could also conceal his chi blood and chi power by relying on his spirit soul talent. But the spirit soul talent could only be used occasionally. It was impossible to conceal his chi blood and chi power for a long period of time. According to the structure of the Vice Dean's Qi power lock, Li Fuchen innovated. After half a month, Li Fuchen finally created a 6-star Qi power lock. However, the 6-star Qi power lock was still unable to seal his primary Sea realm Qi blood and Qi. He had to use the 7-star Qi power lock. My vitality has dropped to 168. Taking out the Qi blood crystal, Li Fuchen saw that the Qi blood scale was now 168. Thinking about it, Li Fuchen continued to immerse himself in perfecting the Qi power lock. No matter what, he had to get his Qi wave below 100. He had a hunch that the key to the problem was whether it was above or below 100. Beginner 6-star. Intermediate 6-star. High 6-star. Strictly speaking, secret techniques weren't differentiated by levels, only by stars. But since Li Fuchen created his own secret technique, he had the final say. When the Qi power lock was at the 6-star high tier, Li Fuchen's vitality had finally dropped to 98. At this moment, it wasn't so easy to continue improving the Qi power lock. Only Li Fuchen was able to create a 6-star high-tier Qi power lock based on a 5-star Qi power lock in just half a month. If it was a peak-class monarch, it was impossible. Buzz! There was a vibrating sound from the storage bag. Li Fuchen opened the storage bag and noticed that the blood-colored token was vibrating. Pouring in qi. All nearby blood slaves, heed my command. Quickly head to the beheading waterfall town's soul break forest. There is a sub-completion level body refinement monarch here. A deep and hoarse voice echoed. Blood slave. Sub-completion level body refinement monarch? Li Fuchen was startled. The Blood Beam Monarch was a 6th level monarch and was actually a blood slave. Furthermore, the person who spoke had a higher status than the blood slave and it was unknown who that person was. As for sub-completion level body refinement monarchs, regular mid-level monarchs wouldn't be able to deal with them. Generally speaking, to be able to increase the body refinement to the sub-completion level of primary C realm, the body refinement technique would definitely be Earth-class high-tier. It also meant that this person's body refinement strength was most likely superior to Li Fuchen's body refinement strength. If the person had also grasped an Earth-class peak-tier body refinement art, killing regular mid-level monarchs would be as easy as slaughtering chickens. He could even kill regular high-level monarchs. Go. Or not go? Li Fuchen raised his brows. Go, I must go. If I don't go, I won't be able to find any clues. Li Fuchen took a deep breath and prepared to head to the beheading waterfall town's soul break forest. The beheading waterfall town was located in the Dragon River Seat's continuous thread city. It was a large town with a population of over 1 million. The Soul Break Forest was a famous dangerous place in the vicinity of the beheading waterfall town. It was rumored that many monarchs went missing in the Soul Break Forest. Late at night, there were shadows in the Soul Break Forest. On a large tree, there were 3 shadows standing there. The leader's shadow had a strange qi presence and had a trace of illusion. There was a subtle sound as another shadow stood on the tree. Where is your token? The leader's shadow asked the new shadow. The new shadow took out the token and shook it. There was a flash of blood light. The leader's shadow nodded and didn't say anything else. Li Fuchen was silently rejoicing that he had a way to refine the blood-colored token. Otherwise, he would have been exposed. It turned out that the blood-colored token could be used without refining it. However, Li Fuchen noticed a refinement restriction in the deepest part of the blood-colored token. This refinement restriction was extremely brilliant. Li Fuchen reckoned that apart from himself, not even peak-class monarchs would be able to refine it. Previously, Li Fuchen wasn't sure, but now, he was extremely certain that this dark faction definitely had the shadow of a Law Phase Realm Emperor. Otherwise, a refinement restriction wouldn't be so brilliant. After all, restrictions and arrays were different. Restrictions had an extremely high requirement for cultivation level. The stronger the cultivation level, the stronger the restriction. Without having to worry about his identity being exposed, Li Fuchen had the chance to observe the trio. Among the trio, the shadow leader had the highest cultivation and was at the 7th level of primary C realm. Furthermore, Li Fuchen could feel traces of dangerous qi intent from the shadow leader. His strength was probably superior to the Extinction Saber Monarch and he probably had plenty of methods. As for the other 2 shadows, one was at the 6th level of primary C realm and the other was at the 5th level of primary C realm. Their qi presence was much stronger than regular mid-level monarchs and wasn't inferior to the Blood Beam Monarch. Chapter 602. When it was late at night and no one else came, the shadow leader said, "There is a total of 5 of us. The other blood slave is watching him. Report your recent situation to me." The 6th level shadow shook his head and said, "In recent years, the great medicines are getting more cautious. It isn't easy to find them. 1 year ago, we discovered a great medicine that is suspected to be using the qi power lock to lower the qi blood waves. It is a pity that the great medicine escaped. The shadow leader turned to look at the 5th level primary sea realm shadow. The shadow grinned and said, Lord Blood Slave, over a month ago, we captured a nascent great medicine and it has been taken away by the medicine collection team. I reckon that it won't take long before the medicine collection team delivers it to Lord Blood Emperor. That's right. The shadow leader nodded. As a blood slave, his status was 1 level higher than a blood slave. The blood slave's harvest was also his harvest and he wouldn't be lacking in rewards. Over a month ago. Nascent great medicine. Blood Emperor. Li Fuchen suspected that the shadow leader was referring to Lei Donghai. Great medicines should be the organization's term and it meant body refinement monarchs. Nascent great medicines were naturally body refinement monarchs at the initial stage. What made Li Fuchen frown was that this dark organization was indeed backed by a law phase realm emperor. He didn't think that the Blood Emperor was a half-emperor, as half-emperors weren't able to make so many people so loyal to him. It seems like I have to consider this carefully. Li Fuchen might want to rescue Senior Yuan Long, but he knew clearly how difficult it was to rescue Senior Yuan Long from a law phase realm emperor. Let alone the fact that he was only at the 1st level of primary sea realm. Even if he was at the mid-levels of primary sea realm, it was impossible. Unless he was at the high levels of primary sea realm and the Blood Emperor was a weaker law phase realm emperor, there would be a trace of hope. What about you? Finally, the shadow leader looked at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen said, It has been a few years since I opened the shop. The shadow leader sized up Li Fuchen with a puzzled expression. Why are you only at the 1st level of primary sea realm? In response, the other 2 shadows stared at Li Fuchen and the atmosphere instantly turned icy cold. The Blood Emperor's blood slaves were all at least at the 4th level of primary sea realm without exception. Li Fuchen said calmly, I suffered some injuries. I was originally at the 6th level of primary sea realm. While speaking, Li Fuchen circulated the divine flame red rainbow technique and burst out with a powerful chi presence. From the intensity of the chi presence, it wasn't weaker than regular 4th level monarchs. I see. The 3 of them did not suspect anything. Firstly, Li Fuchen's chi presence wasn't something a 1st level monarch should have. Secondly, they were very confident in the blood-colored token. The restriction in the depths of the blood-colored token had been personally placed by the Blood Emperor. Even a quasi-emperor would not be able to refine it. In other words, if Li Fuchen was able to refine the restriction in the depths of the token, he wouldn't need to fear them and wouldn't need to explain anything to them. Therefore, the 3 of them instantly dispelled their doubts. At dawn, the blood-red token in the leader's hand vibrated. He infused his Jinqi with it. Lord Blood Slave, the target has come out from the east gate of the town. Keeping the token, the leader waved his hand and said, Let's go. As he spoke, he was already like a giant bat, disappearing into the darkness of the night that had yet to completely disappear. Lying in ambush a few thousand miles away from the east of the town, the 4 of them were motionless like rocks. The darkness of the night gradually dispersed and there was a patch of white light on the horizon. Li Fuchen's eyes landed on the trio. The leader was wearing a black mask, while the other 2 were wearing white masks. Of course, Li Fuchen was also wearing a white mask. This white mask was found in the Blood Beam Monarch storage bag. Li Fuchen guessed that it was used by the blood slaves to meet each other. After all, no one wished to reveal their appearance. If there was a spy among them, wouldn't they be easily recognized? After 10 minutes, Li Fuchen's expression changed slightly. His spiritual awareness was fanned out and he sensed that someone was coming. After concentrating his spiritual awareness, Li Fuchen saw the person. It was a very handsome and elegant youth. If it wasn't for his sword-like brows and straight nose, Li Fuchen would suspect that he was a woman in disguise. This person was very young and from the body's chi presence, he seemed to be younger than Li Fuchen. The chi blood wave from his body was indeed very intense. If Li Fuchen was 239 chi blood wave, this person's chi blood wave would at least be around 1000. He should be cultivating an Earth-class high-tier body refinement technique. Li Fuchen said to himself. If the black-masked man knew that Li Fuchen had released his spiritual awareness, he would probably have the intention to kill Li Fuchen. After all, once the spiritual awareness was released, the enemy would definitely know that he was being ambushed. Of course, this was the effect that Li Fuchen wanted. He didn't really plan to ambush the enemy. Friend, you are being ambushed. The enemy has 3 individuals. 1 7th level primary sea realm, 1 6th level primary sea realm, and 1 5th level primary sea realm. Including the person following behind you, there are a total of 4 individuals. Li Fuchen used his spiritual awareness as a medium to transmit his voice into the enemy's ears. The handsome youth frowned slightly but didn't say anything. Li Fuchen continued to transmit his voice, "Be careful of the enemy's blood sift net. This net can suppress chi blood." After speaking, Li Fuchen didn't say anything else. He believed that the enemy would make the right choice. 500 miles. 100 miles. 10 miles. 3 miles. Do it. The black-masked man instantly scuttled out while the blood-colored metal ball in his hand was like a blood-colored lightning that was blasted at the handsome youth. At almost the same moment, the 2 white-masked men had also shot out the blood-colored metal ball in their hands. A few miles behind the handsome youth, there was also a blood-colored metal ball that flew over. For a moment, there were blood-colored metal balls in all directions, except for Li Fuchen's blood-colored metal ball. The black-masked man looked at Li Fuchen with astonishment. When he saw Li Fuchen's action, his eyes couldn't help but burst out with bone-chilling intent. It wasn't that Li Fuchen didn't use the blood sift net, but he changed the target to one of the white-masked men. Due to the closer distance, the handsome youth didn't make any movements. On Li Fuchen's side, the blood-colored metal ball had already turned into a blood net and had enveloped the 5th-level primary sea realm white-masked man. The blood net tightened and wrapped the white-masked man into a blood ball, immobilizing him. I am waiting for you. Seeing that there were blood-colored metal balls in all directions, the handsome youth's sword-like brows raised. With a flash, he dodged with ease. Black snake palm. With a palm strike, a black chi power that was like a black snake had tunneled into the body of one of the white-masked men at a speed that was hard to be seen by the naked eye. Bang! A blood mist exploded and the white-masked man was instantly blasted into pieces. Not good, this is Earth-class peak-tier chi power. The black-masked man had an extremely unpleasant expression. Earth-class peak-tier chi power could only be cultivated with an Earth-class peak-tier body refinement technique. If one cultivated an Earth-class peak-tier body refinement technique to the subcompletion level of primary sea realm, such strength wouldn't be inferior to peak-class monarchs and half-emperors. Flee. The black-masked man didn't hesitate and immediately turned to flee. Behind the handsome youth, the white-masked man had also started to flee. Stay behind. Li Fuchen obstructed the black-masked man. Courting death. The black-masked man's murderous aura burst out. If it wasn't for Li Fuchen, the blood sift net might have trapped him. With 4 layers of the blood sift net stacked together, so what if the black-masked man had Earth-class peak-tier chi power? A black fork appeared in the black-masked man's hand as he thrust the fork at Li Fuchen. SSSSSS. The fork transformed in the air and turned into a water serpent. The water serpent's scales were lifelike and emitted a chi presence that could destroy all living things. Heaven-class martial art. Li Fuchen was certain that the black-masked man's move was definitely a heaven-class martial art. The black-masked man might not be at the trance stage and was much inferior to Li Fuchen, but when the black-masked man executed it with his 7th-level primary sea realm cultivation, it was simply devastating and massacring. Li Fuchen was glad that he didn't expose himself earlier, otherwise, he wouldn't be a match for the black-masked man. Li Fuchen didn't receive this move forcefully and released a spiritual awareness attack before dodging with a flash. Spiritual awareness attack. The black-masked man glared at Li Fuchen and was preparing to continue fleeing. I said to let you stay behind. When the sword was brandished, the spatial zone was like a shattered mirror. The black-masked man was frozen for an instant and blood splattered from the black-masked man's body. Die! The black-masked man was enraged and brandished the black fork in his hand in a frenzy. A water serpent that was 10 times bigger than before lunged at Li Fuchen. I can't dodge. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness might have sensed it in advance, but his body's speed wasn't able to keep up. Behind Li Fuchen, the charming youth had dealt with the remaining white-masked man and rushed over in time. With a slap of his right hand, a large black snake scuttled out and tangled with the water serpent. Bang boom! The water serpent was like tofu as it was minced into nothingness by the black snake. The slightly dimmed black snake continued to lunge at the black-masked man. Break! The black-masked man stabbed the black snake with his fork. PFFF. After vomiting a mouthful of fresh blood, the black-masked man was sent flying. The charming youth was too powerful. He didn't just cultivate an Earth-class peak-tier body refinement technique, he also cultivated an Earth-class peak-tier body refinement art. With the combination of the two, he was comparable with a half-emperor, and the black-masked man wasn't someone the black-masked man could contest with. Go! After sending the black-masked man flying with a palm strike, the charming youth shook his left hand and chased after the black-masked man with a silver rope. After doing everything, the charming youth turned around and asked Li Fuchen coldly, "Who are you? What is your relationship with this group of people?" Li Fuchen said, "My friend has been captured by them. I only managed to sneak in a few hours ago." The black-masked man was very powerful, and even if Li Fuchen didn't warn him, the blood-sift net wouldn't be able to trap him. Your friend has been captured. Then how did you sneak in? From what I know, the blood-sift union is very strict and it isn't that easy to sneak in. The charming youth asked. Li Fuchen said, "Just because it is hard doesn't mean it is impossible." You said this organization is called the Blood-Sift Union? Do you know any information about the Blood-Sift Union? Chapter 603. From the young man, Li Fuchen found out that the Blood-Sift Union was a secret organization that only appeared in the recent decade. Once they appeared, they caused countless bloodbaths. During this period of time, there were plenty of Law Phase realm emperors who worked together to eliminate the Blood-Sift Union. But they didn't succeed. Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen took off his white mask and introduced himself. Shen Guanyu. The charming young man sized up Li Fuchen and realized that Li Fuchen was as young as him. The charming young man started to believe Li Fuchen. Immediately after, the duo started to interrogate the black-masked and white-masked men. The black-masked man was rather straightforward as he consumed poison to commit suicide. The poison was hidden in the gaps of his teeth. The white-masked man didn't have such a high resolution as the black-masked man. After all, who would want to die if they could live? Li Fuchen took off the white-masked man's white mask. Under the mask was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. He had a pair of eyes that were filled with vicious qi. Have you seen this person before? Li Fuchen's qi burst out and drew out Yuan Long's appearance. I have. The middle-aged man replied honestly. Tell us everything you know. Shen Guanyu said. The middle-aged man shook his head. Swear to spare my life. Shen Guanyu sneered, you don't have the qualifications to bargain with us. Then kill me. The middle-aged man said straightforwardly. Li Fuchen nodded. We can spare your life, but the things you say must be valuable. If not, we will still kill you. Just like that, Li Fuchen and Shen Guanyu swore that as long as the things the middle-aged man said were valuable, they would spare his life. Seeing the situation, the middle-aged man let out a breath of relief and started to tell them everything he knew. The Blood-Sift Union has 1 president and 4 vice-presidents. The Blood Emperor is one of the vice-presidents. The 5 presidents are all Law Phase realm emperors. Among them, the president is the most mysterious. It is rumored that he is a high-level emperor. The Blood Sift Union had previously encountered several crises and was resolved by him. Apart from the 5 presidents, the Blood Sift Union also has 18 team leaders and 72 deacons, all of whom are quasi-emperors. The 5 presidents each have their own plans. Lord Blood Emperor's plan is to search for and capture body refinement kings and absorb their vital energy and blood essence to increase his own cultivation. In the past few decades, he has already advanced 2 realms and his position is faintly showing signs of surpassing the other vice presidents. Before the middle-aged man could finish his sentence, Li Fuqian said, "You said that the Blood Emperor requires the qi blood essence of body refinement monarchs to cultivate?" "Yes, but Lord Blood Emperor won't drain the body refinement king's blood essence all at once. Instead, he will extract it every once in a while. Most of the time, he will extract the blood essence to concoct elixirs. The Blood Emperor elixir that Lord Blood Emperor concocts is a heaven-level low-tier elixir. The next tier is the quasi-heaven level elixir, Blood King elixir. I was fortunate enough to be bestowed with a Blood King elixir. The bottleneck that I had been stuck in for many years was instantly broken and I advanced by 1 realm. But because of that, our bodies were imprinted by Blood Emperor's qi and blood. We can't betray him anymore. Otherwise, if we go against our oath, our qi and blood will flow in the opposite direction and we will explode to death. Of course, I only took 1 Blood King elixir. What a ruthless control method. Shang Guanyu frowned. No wonder the Blood Sift net hasn't been destroyed after so many years. Its control method is too ruthless. She believes that the middle-aged man with a flat nose definitely doesn't know much. He probably doesn't know the core information at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't just take 1 Blood King pill. He would be ordered to take 2 Blood King pills to deepen the qi and blood imprint. Where is the Blood Emperor staying? Where is the headquarters of the Blood Sift Union? Shang Guanyu might have guessed that the middle-aged man didn't know much, but he still had to ask. The middle-aged man with a flat nose shook his head. Only the president knows about the headquarters of the Blood Sift Union. Not even the group leader knows. As for the residence of the Blood Emperor, all the blood slaves know about it. But the blood slaves will never betray the Blood Emperor. The members of the medicine collection team are also blood slaves. Li Fuqian asked. The middle-aged man with a flat nose nodded. Yes, the medicine collection team belongs to the Blood Emperor. The group leader and vice-group leader are all blood slaves. How do I contact the medicine collection team? Li Fuqian asked again. Just adjust the communication array in the token and you will be able to contact. Before the middle-aged man could finish his sentence, his body suddenly turned red. Bang! There was an explosion of blood mist and the middle-aged man was blasted into smithereens. Shang Guanyu waved his hand to blow away the blood mist and said, "It seems like even if one only consumes 1 Blood King pill, as long as the information is exposed too deeply, one will also die from the qi and blood explosion. It is fortunate that I have some gains." Even though the middle-aged man was already dead, Li Fuqian still obtained a piece of useful information. It turned out that the communication array in the blood-colored token could be adjusted. Right now, he could only transmit messages to the nearby blood slaves. But after some adjustments, he should be able to transmit messages to the blood slaves and the medicine collection team. Li Fuqian felt that it wasn't possible to transmit messages to the Blood Emperor. Did you refine it? Refine a piece of blood slave token? How did you refine it? Shang Guanyu had 3 tokens. One was the black-masked man's blood slave token, the other 2 were the white-masked man's blood slave tokens. He was the one who killed all 3 of them. In fact, he still had another blood slave token, but he wasn't able to refine it. In her opinion, since Li Fuqian was able to sneak in, he must have a way to refine the token. Li Fuqian didn't deny it and said, "Perhaps my spiritual awareness is much stronger than others. Then can you help me refine this blood slave token?" I can agree to a request that is within my capabilities. Shang Guanyu said. Li Fuchen said, I can help you refine the blood slave token. As for the request, forget it. The enemy of an enemy might not be a friend, but they could work hard to become friends. Since Shang Guanyu's target was also the blood sift union, Li Fuchen felt that they could work together. Furthermore, if Shang Guanyu wasn't around, a single blood slave would be enough for Li Fuchen. After receiving the token, Li Fuchen extended his spiritual awareness inside. The blood slave token was of a higher grade than the blood slave token, therefore, it was naturally harder to refine. Withdrawing his spiritual awareness, Li Fuchen said, let's find a place to stay first. I am afraid I will need 3 to 4 days to refine this blood slave token. Sure. Shang Guanyu nodded. It was within his expectations that the blood slave token was hard to refine. After all, he spent half a month and didn't even refine the blood slave token, let alone the blood slave token. After finding an inn in Beheading Waterfall Town, the duo stayed in. From Shang Guanyu, Li Fuchen found out that Shang Guanyu was seeking revenge for a friend and was investigating the blood sift union. But Li Fuchen felt that things weren't so simple. 3 days later, Li Fuchen refined the blood slave token. But the instant the blood slave token was refined successfully, Li Fuchen cursed silently. Using his spiritual awareness, he could see an invisible blood light rushing into the sky and into the clouds. At the same moment, Li Fuchen's body had an additional trace of something that didn't belong to him and it was extremely obscure. I was careless. Li Fuchen had a grave expression. Chapter 604. After placing the blood servant token on the side, Li Fuchen released his spiritual awareness and started to scan his body. After the first scan, Li Fuchen didn't discover anything. Frowning, Li Fuchen released his spirit soul power and started to scan for the second time. During the second scan, Li Fuchen noticed something strange. His chi blood wasn't circulating at all, but at his chest, the chi blood was circulating in a very obscure way. If it wasn't for his spirit soul power, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to sense this obscure way of circulation. Li Fuchen lifted up the clothes in front of his chest and took a closer look. It was unknown when a blood skull mark appeared on his chest. This is a mark. Li Fuchen had a very unpleasant expression. When a mark was left on the body, it was the same as a flame in the darkness. It was hard to not attract attention. Taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen circulated the dragon elephant power and wanted to disperse the circulating chi blood. PFFF. After the chi blood was dispersed, the blood skull mark vanished. But in the next moment, the blood skull mark appeared on Li Fuchen's left arm. Continuing to disperse the chi blood, the blood skull mark appeared on Li Fuchen's back again. From start to finish, Li Fuchen didn't know what method was used to automatically circulate a portion of his chi blood. Furthermore, it was done in an obscure and free manner. Li Fuchen had a feeling that this mark wouldn't vanish unless his chi blood dried up. Could it be the legendary incantation mark? Li Fuchen's expression was getting increasingly unpleasant. If the blood skull mark wasn't vanishing, Li Fuchen's expression was already unpleasant. But the blood skull mark was constantly consuming chi blood, which made Li Fuchen's heart sink. The consumption of chi blood wasn't considered much now, but who knew what would happen in the future? Li Fuchen explained to Shang Guanyu. Shang Guanyu spoke in a deep and apologetic voice, this is indeed an incantation mark. An incantation mark is a kind of law. Unless the incantation mark is extremely proficient or the incantation mark is of a high cultivation realm, it is impossible to remove the incantation mark. Of course, there is another possibility, the incantation mark can be removed by the person who placed the incantation mark. But to get the Blood Emperor to remove the incantation mark, it is much harder than the first two possibilities. How do I learn the incantation mark? Li Fuchen had already calmed down. With his astonishing perception, as long as he was given the foundation of incantations, he believed that he would be able to walk his own path on the path of incantations. Shen Guanyu shook his head and said, the cursed Tao is thousands of times rarer than the body-tempering Tao. Without an inheritance, it is impossible to learn it. What does the higher realm refer to? Cultivation or law realm? Li Fuchen continued to ask. Shen Guanyu said, to be precise, it's the realm of rules. As the saying goes, all things are interlinked. The curse seal itself is also a kind of rule, so it's possible to use other rules to dispel it. However, the prerequisite is that the realm of rules has reached an extremely high level, even higher than the curse seal of the person who cast the curse seal. In other words, if my sword intent is strong enough, I can sever the curse power on my body. That's right. Shen Guanyu nodded. I see. I understand now. Li Fuchen let out a breath of relief. If his law realm had reached an extremely high level of attainment, he would still have some confidence. If low-tier heaven-class sword intent didn't work, then he would use mid-tier heaven-class sword intent. If mid-tier heaven-class sword intent didn't work, then he would use high-tier heaven-class sword intent. It was at least easier than reaching the law phase realm. Furthermore, the Blood Emperor was also a law phase realm emperor. Even if his cultivation reached the law phase realm, he might not be able to dispel the curse seal. He would only be able to suppress the curse seal. Apologies, I didn't think that the Blood Emperor is also proficient in the curse seal Dao. Shen Guanyu said apologetically. Li Fuchen said, I was too careless. Since things have come to this, there is no need to be conflicted. The problem now is that I have already become a torch in the darkness. Countless blood sift union experts will come to pursue me. Let's split up here. It was already impossible to rescue Yuan Long, at least not for the time being. Li Fuchen only hoped that Yuan Long could hold on for a period of time. Once Li Fuchen had a trace of confidence, he would come and rescue Yuan Long. Shen Guanyu said unhappily, what kind of person do you think I am? Because of me, you are inflicted with the curse seal. Therefore, I have the responsibility to protect your safety. Li Fuchen said, your strength should be at the half-emperor level. But what if the person that comes is stronger than you? What if it is a peak-class half-emperor or a combat emperor? Below the law phase realm, apart from a half-emperor, there was an even stronger combat emperor. A combat emperor might not be at the law phase realm, but their combat strength was comparable with law phase realm emperors. Therefore, they were called combat emperors. Shen Guanyu said, it is one matter if I can protect you, it is another matter if I have the responsibility to protect you. Furthermore, I might have a way to remove the curse seal in advance. You have a way. Li Fuchen took a glance at Shen Guanyu. If you don't have anything else, follow me to the Sky Light Residence. There is a senior there that is proficient in curse seals. Shen Guanyu said. All right. Li Fuchen thought for a moment and nodded. He had to remove the curse seal no matter what. If he could remove it earlier, it would naturally be for the best. The duo immediately packed up and headed for the Sky Light Residence. Along the way, Li Fuchen found out that Shen Guanyu's cultivation technique was called the Black Jade Bone Shine Technique. It was an Earth-class peak-tier body refinement technique. When cultivated to the extremity, it would allow the user to reach the initial level of Law Phase Realm. In the past, Li Fuchen had always been proud of cultivating the Earth-class high-tier body refinement technique, Dragon Elephant Body Forging Chapter. As compared to Shen Guanyu's Black Jade Bone Shine technique, it was definitely inferior. Shen Guanyu's cultivation technique could be cultivated to the initial level of Law Phase Realm, while Li Fuchen's Dragon Elephant Body Forging Chapter could only be cultivated to the completion level of Primary Sea Realm. As for Shen Guanyu's body refinement technique, Black Snake Palm, it was also at the Earth-class peak tier and had its own system. As compared to Shen Guanyu's Earth-class peak-tier body refinement technique, it was much stronger. However, Shen Guanyu's Black Snake Palm had yet to reach the trance stage and was inferior to Li Fuchen. The body refinement Dao has an extremely high requirement for resources. Furthermore, body refinement aptitude is very important. I can see that you have some body refinement cultivation, it is best not to delve too deeply into it. Shen Guanyu reminded Li Fuchen as he didn't notice that half of Li Fuchen's body refinement was already sealed by the Qi Power Seal. Li Fuchen didn't wish to conceal it from Shen Guanyu and said, "Actually, my body refinement is already at the primary Sea realm. But I am worried that the Blood Sift Union will discover it, therefore, I used the Qi Power Seal to seal my Qi blood and Qi power." Your body refinement and Qi cultivation are both at the primary Sea realm? Shen Guanyu was shocked. He already knew that Li Fuchen was only slightly over 30 years old. What kind of aptitude was required to increase his body refinement and Qi cultivation to the primary Sea realm when he was just over 30 years old? At least, Shen Guanyu had never heard of anyone that could achieve this at the age of 30. What is your bone frame? Shen Guanyu asked. Her bone frame was the black jade bone frame that was comparable with the Arhat bone frame. Li Fuchen said, "Blazing flame bone frame." Blazing flame bone frame? Shen Guanyu frowned as he couldn't understand Li Fuchen. Perhaps, Li Fuchen had a secret physique. Chapter 605. In the boundless brown wilderness, two figures were traveling rapidly like streams of light. Li Fuchen realized that every 2 hours or so, the blood skull incantation on his body would suddenly light up. Once it lit up, the Qi blood consumption would increase by 100 times. At the same time, an obscure wave would be transmitted. With the previous experience, every time the blood skull incantation lit up, Li Fuchen would activate his spirit soul ability to conceal the incantation wave. He might not be able to completely conceal it, but it was better than nothing. This wilderness was at least a few tens of thousands of miles and it was the largest wilderness in the Dragon River Seat. Along the way, the duo saw plenty of people fighting. Just as they were about to exit the wilderness, Li Fuchen said, "We are surrounded. Break out from this direction." Li Fuchen suddenly changed directions and said to Shen Guanyu. Shen Guanyu didn't doubt Li Fuchen. During the past few days, he had already witnessed the power of Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness. It wasn't exaggerating to say that even half-emperors weren't as powerful as Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness. After traveling for a few hundred miles, Li Fuchen changed directions again. If one looked down from the sky, they would see that the duo was surrounded by black shadows. Every time Li Fuchen chose a direction, it would be a gap between the black shadows. But as the encirclement got smaller, the gaps got smaller too. There are only 3 individuals in this direction and one of them is at the 8th level of primary Sea realm. Li Fuchen said. "Leave it to me." Shen Guanyu revealed a confident expression. Soon enough, both sides encountered each other. On the opposite side was a black-masked individual and 2 white-masked individuals. Without any nonsense, once both sides encountered each other, they immediately started a fight. Black Snake Palm. Shen Guanyu's black snake palm was very tyrannical. With 2 palm strikes, 2 black snake Qi powers burrowed into the white-masked individuals' bodies with extreme speed. Bang bang. There were 2 bursts of blood mist. Earth-class Peak-tier Qi power. The black-masked individuals were appalled as they retreated frantically. Heaven and earth extermination. Li Fuchen's sword locked onto the opponent's void. A sword art that contained the void Tao laws was too incredible. Even if it couldn't injure the opponent, it could immobilize them for a split second. This split second gave Shen Guanyu an opportunity. Black Snake Drill. Shen Guanyu lifted his right hand and spun it. A black snake Qi power that was 10 times larger burst out. The spatial zone seemed to be unstable as it was distorted by the black snake Qi power. No. The speed of the black snake's Qi force was too fast. It was as if it had teleported. The black-masked man had no time to dodge. He could only raise his saber and slash at the black snake's Qi force. At most, he could only use 30 to 40% of his strength. Bang! The long saber twisted and collapsed. The black-masked man spat out a mouthful of blood as countless bloody holes appeared on his body. After Shangguanyu's black snake drill exploded, it turned into countless small black snakes that attacked the black-masked man. If it was in the past, Shangguanyu would definitely use the king binding rope to bind the other party. Now, she only wanted to break out of the encirclement and use the black snake palm to tear the other party apart. Go! Shangguanyu's body was covered in a black halo and his speed was even faster than Li Fuchen. Not long after the two left, a group of masked men appeared. This person is extremely strong. He is at least a medial-grade quasi-emperor. Humph. Even a medial-grade quasi-emperor can forget about escaping. In the next few days, the two of them did not encounter any enemies. It seemed that the next encirclement would take some time. Shangguanyu said, as long as we reach the Dragon River Seat County City, we will be able to use the teleportation array to teleport to the Sky Light Seat County City. The construction of the teleportation array required spatial crystals and the amount of spatial crystals would determine the number of teleportation arrays. Otherwise, with the wealth of the Red Moon Emperor and the Soul Emperor, it wouldn't be difficult for them to construct a teleportation array in every city. After all, the other materials used to construct the teleportation array might be precious, but they were only precious for monarchs. The two of them were traveling at extreme speed, but they would occasionally stop to rest. Traveling at full speed would consume a lot of qi and qi power. They had to maintain their condition to deal with sudden situations. When they were halfway to the Dragon River Seat County City, the two of them were intercepted again. This time, there were a total of 5 individuals intercepting them. There were 3 high-level primary C realm experts and 2 mid-level primary C realm experts. Furthermore, these 2 mid-level primary C realm experts were at the 6th level of primary C realm and not the 5th or 4th level. A great battle instantly erupted. Shangguanyu relied on his valiant strength to fight 1 against 3. His opponents were the 3 high-level primary C realm experts. As for Li Fuchen, he had to face 2 6th-level primary C realm monarchs alone. These 2 individuals had incredible strength and weren't regular 6th-level primary C realm monarchs. From their attacks, Li Fuchen was certain that they had also cultivated a heaven-class martial art. However, their proficiency wasn't high enough and they weren't able to utilize the quintessence of the heaven-class martial art. After executing 2 consecutive spiritual awareness attacks, Li Fuchen took advantage of the moment when the 2 monarchs froze to envelop them with his sword move, Heaven and Earth Extermination. PFFF. Apart from the areas that were protected by the artifact armor, the rest of the bodies had been slashed apart, including their heads. What? One of the high-level primary C realm monarchs who was in battle with Shangguanyu widened his eyes and couldn't believe his eyes. The Blood Sift Union's mid-level monarchs might be inferior to high-level monarchs. Mid-level monarchs would normally cultivate heaven-class martial arts for a short period of time and wouldn't have high proficiency. High-level monarchs would have cultivated heaven-class martial arts for a long period of time and would be able to utilize the quintessence of heaven-class martial arts. Their strength would basically be comparable to low-class half-emperors. However, heaven-class martial arts were still heaven-class martial arts. As long as one had a certain level of proficiency, they would be able to burst out with powerful strength. It wasn't exaggerating to say that the Blood Sift Union's mid-level monarchs were comparable with high-level monarchs in the outside world. Li Fuchen was just a low-level monarch and he was actually able to kill 2 of them in a short period of time. If he didn't witness it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it. Shangguanyu's strength was formidable and according to his strength, he should be around the level of a mid-class half-emperor. With his incredible defense, even a mid-class half-emperor wouldn't be able to injure him. But this time, the 3 high-level monarchs weren't ordinary people. The strongest one was probably already at the level of a high-class half-emperor. As for the other 2, one was a low-class half-emperor and the other was a mid-class half-emperor. This was Shangguanyu. If it was any other monarch with strength similar to Shangguanyu and didn't cultivate the body refinement Dao, they would already be dead. Brother Shangguan, you should kill the weakest one first. Li Fuchen transmitted a message to Shangguan. Alright. Shangguan knew that Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness attack was incredible, but he had never witnessed it. Not good. The black-masked man with the strength of a low-class half-emperor suddenly felt his head shaking and his body froze for a short moment. It was extremely short, and if Shangguan Yu was a low-class half-emperor, he wouldn't be able to threaten the black-masked man. But Shangguan Yu was a mid-class half-emperor and a body refinement monarch. Once the black snake palm was executed, the black snake chi power had destroyed the black-masked man's body. Damn it! Chapter 606. Li Fuchen wasn't a match for a mid-class half-emperor. Even his spiritual awareness attack and illusion art attack wouldn't be effective. Shangguan Yu naturally knew about this, so he immediately unleashed his aura. Shangguan Yu's spirit was very strange. It didn't seem like the spirit that came with cultivation techniques or martial arts, but rather the spirit that came with it. This kind of chi spirit didn't have a shape, but it was extremely solid. Li Fuchen believed that even if his giant dragon spirit was several times stronger, it wouldn't be as powerful as Shangguan Yu's chi spirit. The aura enveloped that mid-level quasi-emperor, making it difficult for him to move. Bloodline spirit, who exactly are you? The high-ranked quasi-emperor, the black-masked man, could not help feeling shocked. The body refinement bone frame could allow a person to possess innate strength. On the other hand, the body-refining bloodline could give one an innate aura. Those who possessed both could be said to be rare geniuses in the world of body refinement. However, in the next moment, the black-masked man with the power of a high-level emperor-to-be revealed a fiery expression. If he offered this person to the Blood Emperor, the Blood Emperor would definitely help him break through to the Transcendence realm. Others might not know, but he was very clear that the Blood Emperor absorbing the blood essence for cultivation was only the surface. Absorbing the spirituality within the blood essence was the true purpose. Of course, both methods required blood essence. For a person who possessed both the body refinement bone frame and the body refinement bloodline, it was hard to imagine how powerful the spirituality of the blood essence would be. From the blood arch, Jiang Yi vaguely knew that only a saint's ancestor would be able to pass down the bloodline. In other words, it was very likely that Shangguan Yu's ancestor was a great sage. The high-rank quasi-emperor black-masked man shouted and brandished his sword. Layers of sword light swept toward Shangguan Yu like a storm. Shangguan Yu used his left hand to block the storm of sword light, while his right hand formed a saber and slashed at the black-masked man with the strength of a mid-level quasi-emperor. Puchi. That black-masked man with the strength of a mid-level quasi-emperor did not even have time to scream before he was directly split in half. Even his armor was torn apart. Shangguan Yu grunted and was sent flying by the high-rank quasi-emperor black-masked man. Blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth. Hit. A blood-red iron ball appeared in the black-masked man's hand. He threw it, and a huge blood net enveloped Shangguan Yu. At the same time, a force field similar to aura spread out. A quasi-heaven grade secret treasure. The blood sift net thrown by the black-masked man was a quasi-heaven grade artifact, a level higher than the blood sift nets of the other masked men. If it was just an ordinary blood sift net, Shangguan Yu could have easily dodged it. However, not only was this blood sift net bigger, it also contained a force field. It was already too late for Shangguan Yu to dodge. Exterminate the heavens and exterminate the earth. At the crucial moment, Li Fuchen slashed at the blood sift net and bought some time for Shangguan Yu. This tiny bit of time was enough for Shangguan Yu to avoid the blood sift net. Hateful brat. The black-masked man was furious and slashed at Li Fuchen. This slash might be a casual slash, but when executed with his 9th-level primary sea realm cultivation, the sword chi contained a sense of annihilation. Even the air was tainted by the sword chi and was filled with murderous intent. Sky Ring Sword Armor. Li Fuchen brandished the joint heaven sword and a layer of sword screen blocked in front of the sword chi. Crackle. The sword screen was torn apart and Li Fuchen was sent flying while vomiting blood. Fortunately, his life wasn't in danger. He truly lives up to being a high-ranked quasi-emperor. Li Fuchen took the opportunity to widen the distance and continuously blasted his spiritual awareness attacks on the Black Masked Man's mind. The Black Masked Man's expression changed. He had already erected his spiritual awareness defense, but Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness attacks were still tearing his spiritual awareness defense and shaking his true spirit, making it hard for him to concentrate fully in the battle. Black Snake Drill. Shen Guanyu executed a palm strike and the black snake chi power was like a violent dragon that swept at the Black Masked Man. The Black Masked Man didn't dare to be careless and had no choice but to temporarily give up on killing Li Fuchen and continued to fight with Shen Guanyu. After all, Shen Guanyu was a body refinement monarch, but the Black Masked Man wasn't. If he was careless and got hit, it wouldn't be as simple as a light injury. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness extended over 10,000 miles and when he saw that the surroundings were filled with masked men, he quickly transmitted a message to Shen Guanyu. End the battle quickly, I will create an opportunity for you. While speaking, the spiritual awareness attacks were even more frenzied and there were also illusion art attacks. The Black Masked Man was in agony. Shen Guanyu's spiritual awareness attacks and illusion art attacks might not be able to pose a true threat to him, but they were able to divert a lot of his attention, making it hard for him to concentrate and fight with Shen Guanyu. It felt like his hands and feet were tied. I just need to persevere a little longer. The Black Masked Man could only comfort himself. Meteor Fall. Right at this moment, a dazzling stream of light was shot at the Black Masked Man. Meteor Fall contained extreme speed and power, while extreme speed and power could affect the void. Therefore, Meteor Fall might not contain the Void Dao laws, but it had the same effect as the Void Dao laws and could cause the void to stagnate. Or to put it in a deeper way, Meteor Fall had the effect of affecting the flow of time. Time was paramount and there were many paths that led to time. Speed and power were definitely one of the paths. Li Fuchen's Meteor Fall was already at the trance stage. In terms of individual power, it was superior to the heaven and earth extermination. In terms of the sure kill attribute, it wasn't inferior to the heaven and earth extermination and it was hard for enemies to dodge. PFFF. The Black Masked Man's chi protection was broken and a bloody hole appeared on his body. The bloody hole wasn't fatal, but it caused the Black Masked Man's chi intent to leak and he wasn't able to gather his chi. 5 forms Emperor Fist. Shamposaurus Kill. Shen Guanyu's chi power was flowing out in a frenzy and gathered on his right fist. Visible to the naked eye, a Shamposaurus shadow appeared around Shen Guanyu's body. The Shamposaurus shadow had an ancient chi presence and it felt as though it walked out from the desolate ancient times. It was emitting an intense murderous aura and a destructive aura. Heaven Class Body Refinement Fist Art. At the crucial moment, Shen Guanyu executed the Heaven Class Body Refinement Fist Art. The chi power required to execute the Heaven Class Body Refinement Fist Art was too abundant. Even Shen Guanyu could only execute it twice within a short period of time. After executing it for the second time, he would only be left with 10% of his chi power. This was also the reason why he only executed it now. After all, if he couldn't severely injure the enemy, he would be in a crisis of lacking chi power. It is about time. Li Fuchen didn't expect Shen Guanyu to cultivate a Heaven-class Body Refinement Fist Art. Li Fuchen didn't know how powerful a Heaven-class Body Refinement Fist Art was. But he knew that among Heaven-class martial arts of the same tier, Body Refinement martial arts were much stronger than Chi cultivation martial arts. Since Shen Guanyu cultivated a Heaven-class Body Refinement Fist Art, the Black Masked Man was basically doomed. Boom! The void shook as the Shamposaurus shadow smashed on the Black Masked Man. Immediately after, the Black Masked Man's body burst out with blood. He looked like a wooden bucket that was filled with blood that was collapsing. Heaven and Earth Extermination. Striking while the iron was hot, Li Fuqian executed the heaven and earth extermination. The heaven and earth extermination contained the void Tao laws and didn't have much conflict with the Shampasaurus kill. The sword chi followed the gap and sliced the black-masked man's body. I am unwilling. As the black-masked man let out a miserable scream, his body was split into pieces. Let's go. After keeping the black-masked man's storage bag, the duo left in a hurry. Even the vice group leader has been killed. Could he be a P-class half-emperor? The few black-masked men that rushed over spoke with deep voices. The Blood Sift Union had a total of 18 groups and each group leader was a P-class half-emperor. The vice group leader was a high-class half-emperor. In their opinion, even a P-class half-emperor might not be able to kill a high-class half-emperor within a short period of time. After much effort, the duo finally arrived at the Dragon River Seat's Dragon River City. After spending a few 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, the duo teleported to the Sky Light Seat's Sky Light City. After exiting the Sky Light City, they headed east. After traveling for over 20,000 miles, Li Fuqian saw a tall mountain. This mountain wasn't majestic, but it was very precipitous. It was like an unsheathed sharp sword that was pointing straight at the sky. This mountain is called the Incantation Mountain and it is one of the few mystical mountains in the Emperor's Sky Continent. It naturally contains the profound laws and the one that resides on the Incantation Mountain is a senior of mine. He is called the Incantation Martial Emperor and he is extremely proficient in the Incantation Tao. If even he cannot remove the incantation on your body, then no one in the Emperor's Sky Continent can help you remove the incantation. Shang Guanyu said. Li Fuqian raised his brows. He knew about mystical mountains and they were existences that were superior to famed mountains. In the entire Emperor's Sky Continent, there were only a few dozen of them and they were all controlled by Emperor-class factions or Law Phase Realm Emperors. Li Fuqian didn't expect for Shang Guanyu Sr. to be a Law Phase Realm Emperor. In fact, Li Fuqian already suspected that Shang Guanyu had a powerful background. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to cultivate an Earth-class peak-tier body refinement technique and even a Heaven-class body refinement art. Incantation Martial Emperor. Could he use incantations to kill enemies? Li Fuqian was curious about the Incantation Martial Emperor. Shang Guanyu continued, the Incantation Martial Emperor might only be a low-level emperor, but on the Incantation Mountain, even a great emperor wouldn't be able to kill him. This mountain has already become his cardinal artifact and can greatly enhance the power of his incantations. Soon enough, the duo arrived at the foot of the Incantation Mountain. Open sesame. Shang Guanyu said. Creak. In the next moment, a door appeared in the air above the Incantation Mountain. Through the door, Li Fuqian could see the scenery on the Incantation Mountain. Come, let's enter. Shang Guanyu led Li Fuqian into the door. Once the duo entered, the door closed. Before Li Fuqian could ask, Shang Guanyu said, the incantation array set up by the Incantation Martial Emperor is able to recognize my spirit soul presence. Therefore, only when I say open sesame can we enter. It is useless for others to say it. Li Fuqian nodded. A regular array was already incredible, but it was obvious that the incantation array was even more incredible and unfathomable. On the way up the mountain, Li Fuqian saw plenty of abnormal life forms. There were grass people, stone people, and wind origin energy life forms. Even the fallen leaves could grow 2 legs and bounce around. Chapter 607. When they were about to reach the top of the mountain, dozens of rocks on the side of the mountain path automatically assembled into a stone man. The stone man said, Little you, why are you looking for me? Little you? Li Fuqian looked at Shang Guanyu. If the other party was a woman disguised as a man, it was impossible for him, who had a top-notch spiritual sense, not to be able to see through it. The key was that he couldn't even see a trace of it. Shang Guanyu said angrily, Uncle Fan, didn't I tell you not to expose my identity? The stone man laughed and said, I forgot. Shangguan was helpless as his figure and appearance changed. In the next moment, a valiant and formidable-looking woman with distinct facial features appeared in front of Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen, I didn't mean to hide it from you. Don't mind it. Now let me reintroduce myself. My name is Shangguan. Shangguan said. Li Fuchen laughed bitterly, it doesn't matter. In addition to a palace at the top of the mountain, there was also a pavilion. In the pavilion, a middle-aged man was drinking tea. Come here. The middle-aged man said. Hearing this, Shangguan and Li Fuchen arrived at the pavilion. Li Fuchen looked over and saw that the incantation martial emperor was much more ordinary than he imagined. If it wasn't for the illusory chi presence that was unique to the incantation Dao, he would look no different from an ordinary person. Sit down. The incantation martial emperor smiled. The two of them sat down. On the stone table, the teapot grew 2 legs and 2 small arms to pour tea for Li Fuchen and Shangguan. The incantation martial emperor looked at Li Fuchen and frowned while speaking to Shangguan. Last Xiao Yu, your friend is cursed. You want me to help him remove the curse? Curse? Li Fuchen and Shangguan looked at the incantation martial emperor with surprise. The incantation martial emperor said, curses are the most dangerous amongst the Tao of incantation seals, and it's also the most difficult to cultivate. I'm slightly confident in dispelling ordinary incantation seals, but I'm not even 10% confident in dispelling a curse. Of course, I have to first see what sort of curse you've been afflicted with. While speaking, an ancient incantation appeared on the incantation martial emperor's forehead. The incantation released a unique chi presence and enveloped Li Fuchen. After a breath, the incantation martial emperor said, it's a type of blood curse. Did you guys offend the blood emperor? The incantation martial emperor had an unpleasant expression. Shangguan was too bold and actually dared to find trouble with the blood sift union. Back then, he had also suppressed the blood sift union with other law phase realm emperors, but they weren't able to do anything. The Blood Sift Union's vice leader, Blood Emperor's combat strength wasn't particularly strong, but his blood curse was truly incredible. Back then, a low-level emperor was struck by the Blood Emperor's blood curse and spent a few dozen years to slowly wear down the power of the blood curse. Shangguan was unconvinced. The Blood Sift Association is hunting down body refinement monarchs everywhere. Are you not going to do anything about it? The incantation martial emperor said, it isn't that we don't care, but it isn't the right time yet. In the Emperor's Sky continent, apart from the 7 elite emperor-class factions, there are only a few that can pose a threat to the Blood Sift Union. Do you think that a Darkness Emperor-class organization can be eliminated so easily? After speaking, the incantation martial emperor looked at Li Fuchen and said, I still want to study this blood curse. During this period of time, you shall stay here. Studying curses would also be of some help to him in improving his cultivation. Li Fuchen said, the members of the Blood Sift Union can sense the curse on my body. They probably won't let this matter rest. The incantation martial emperor couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, this is the incantation mountain. Let alone the Blood Sift Union, even great emperors wouldn't be able to do anything to me for a short period of time. The incantation martial emperor still had this bit of confidence. Then I shall disturb Senior. Li Fuchen let out a breath of relief. He had been living in fear for the past few days and it was good to have a safe place to stay temporarily. This was a massive underground palace and below the underground palace was a large prison. The prison imprisoned a large number of body refinement monarchs. There were initial level, sub-completion level, completion level, and even a few at the perfection level. In one of the rooms, Yuan Long's limbs were shackled by 4 chains that extended from the back wall. The chains were very special and after being shackled, the body didn't have any strength. Blood Emperor, you despicable and shameless fellow. I, the Bone Emperor, trusted you in vain and treated you as a partner. You actually plotted against me and made me unable to see the light of day. I curse you to die a horrible death and let 10,000 demons devour your heart. Below the prison, there was a horrifying roar that even the array couldn't isolate. Yuan Long sighed silently. After being imprisoned for a few days, he gradually found out that there was another prison below the prison. This prison was only imprisoning one person, and it was a Law Phase Realm Emperor. Even a Law Phase Realm Emperor was imprisoned here. Yuan Long was in despair and knew that if nothing unexpected happened, he would die in this prison for the rest of his life. Li Fuqian. In Yuan Long's mind, Li Fuqian's image appeared involuntarily. Every time he thought of Li Fuqian, Yuan Long would have a trace of hope in his despair. If he could see the light of day again, Li Fuqian must have saved him. Yuan Long didn't know why he was so confident in Li Fuqian, but he felt that Li Fuqian was different from everyone else. Above the prison, in the palace hall, the Blood Emperor, who was wearing a blood-colored mask, was quietly listening to his subordinates' report. Two individuals. The one who was inflicted with the Skull Blood Curse is only a low-level monarch. The Blood Emperor's eyes flashed with doubt. The Skull Blood Curse that he set up in the Blood Servant token was used to plot against combat emperors and even Law Phase Realm Emperors. He didn't expect for a low-level monarch to refine the restriction and trigger the Skull Blood Curse. This world is indeed not simple. There are many capable individuals. This person should be the legendary Soul Personage, just like the Soul Emperor. As a Law Phase Realm Emperor, the Blood Emperor knew a lot about the Law Phase Realm Emperors of the Emperor Sky Continent, especially the number 1 Emperor, the Soul Emperor. The Soul Emperor was an innate soul personage and his spirit soul was exceptionally powerful. The true spirit and spiritual awareness that he produced were also very powerful. It was rumored that the Soul Emperor had enslaved a demonic beast overlord. As demonic beast overlords weren't able to move freely in the Emperor Sky Continent, no one could be sure. However, someone once saw the Soul Emperor commanding a demonic beast overlord to fight for him on the Boundless Sea. Interesting. A soul personage is worthy for me to make a move personally. The Blood Emperor was extremely interested in Li Fuqian. Where is he now? The Blood Emperor asked. Below, the black-masked man said, Lord Blood Emperor, that person is currently at the Incantation Mountain. Incantation Mountain. The Blood Emperor's face turned dark. The Incantation Martial Emperor wasn't easy to deal with. The Incantation Martial Emperor might only be a low-level emperor, but in the Blood Emperor's opinion, the Incantation Martial Emperor was even harder to deal with than mid-level emperors. The latter were indeed stronger, but sometimes, victory or defeat wasn't determined by combat strength. Especially for the Blood Emperor who cultivated the Incantation Tao. Furthermore, on the Incantation Mountain, the Incantation Martial Emperor definitely had the strength of a peak-class emperor and was just inferior to a great emperor. The Blood Emperor would only be asking to be humiliated if he went over. Forget it, let's wait a little longer. The Incantation Martial Emperor isn't able to neutralize my Skull Blood Curse. Once the Skull Blood Curse has corroded him deeply, I will subtly influence him to leave the mountain. The Blood Emperor's eyes flashed with a dangerous glint as he waved his hand to dismiss the black-masked man. While staying at the Incantation Mountain, Li Fuqian didn't idle around and started to create the 36th rank of the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique. The Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique that he created might not be as mystical as a heaven-class low-tier cultivation technique that could allow a martial artist to progress to the Law Phase realm. But with every rank he created, he would be one step closer to a heaven-class low-tier cultivation technique. Of course, his current Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique wasn't inferior to a heaven-class low-tier cultivation technique in terms of power. After all, he had fused in the Sword Dao Law. Therefore, it wasn't as mystical. At the 36th rank of the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique, Li Fuqian was pondering on how to fuse in more Sword Dao Law. He was striving to make the Blazing Flame Law and Sword Dao Law equal. Otherwise, it wouldn't be considered a true Blazing Flame Sword Dao cultivation technique. You are inflicted with the Blood Emperor's Skull Blood Curse. This blood curse will constantly grow, and the further it progresses, the higher the requirement for Qi blood. until your entire body's chi blood is sucked dry, turning you into a skeleton. That is how the skull blood curse got its name. On this day, the incantation martial emperor said to Li Fuqian. Li Fuqian's expression changed. This skull blood curse was indeed very hard to deal with. It was only at the initial stage and his primary sea realm chi blood was still able to withstand it. Once it reached the later stage, he probably wouldn't even be able to withstand for a day. Senior, do you have any methods to suppress it? Li Fuqian didn't mention about removing it. If the skull blood curse was so easy to remove, it wouldn't be a curse. The incantation martial emperor said, after researching for the past few days, I have indeed found a method to suppress the skull blood curse. But it can only be suppressed for a moment. As time passes, the skull blood curse will grow to a certain extent and break out of the suppression. While speaking, the incantation martial emperor formed a seal with both hands and muttered an incantation before slamming his palm on Li Fuqian's back. Chapter 608. The incantation foundation was much harder to comprehend than Li Fuqian imagined. The path of martial arts started from the shallow to the profound, and only in the later stages would one gradually touch upon the rules. As for the Tao of curse seals, one had to comprehend the laws right from the start and comprehend the connection between all things. If one were to say that martial arts was about mastery, then the path of seals was about mastery and mastery. If martial arts were said to be able to stir the power of heaven and earth. On the other hand, the Tao of curse seals connected with the power of heaven and earth and transformed the power of heaven and earth into their own. It could be said that the requirements to enter the path of incantation seals were extremely high. Those who did not have enough aptitude would not be able to do so. After one day, Li Fuqian had already read through the incantation foundation a few times, but he only understood 10% or 20% of the meaning, let alone grasping it. Li Fuqian wasn't in a hurry and began to delve deeper. The Tao of incantation connects one's heart to the heart of heaven and earth, seizes the essence of the sun and moon, roams the void with one's true spirit, observes the development of all things, observes the origin of all things, observes the reincarnation of all things, the cycle of karma, and the reverse of karma to form the incantation. The incantation foundation was extremely obscure, but it was fortunate that Li Fuqian's perception was extraordinary. Do I need the true soul to leave my body first? Putting down the incantation foundation, Li Fuqian thought to himself. The incantation martial emperor's incantation foundation might not be complete. However, for the other party to advance to the transcendence realm, he definitely had his own unique insights. Emptying his mind, Li Fuqian attempted to separate his true spirit from the soul sea. On the second night, Li Fuqian's true spirit leaped out and flew out of his body. What a wonderful feeling! Looking at his own body below, Li Fuqian was calm with a trace of novelty. The true spirit passed through the building and flew into the sky. High up in the sky, the violent winds were howling, causing Li Fuqian's true spirit to sway. But soon enough, Li Fuqian stabilized his true spirit and started to familiarize himself. The violent winds in the world weren't even considered a breeze to Li Fuqian, it was actually rather comfortable. His true spirit has left his body so quickly. Surprise flashed across the incantation martial emperor's face. It was extremely difficult for the true spirit to leave the body. Under normal circumstances, only when the body died would the true spirit leave the body. Back then, it took him nearly a year to do so. Of course, when he started cultivating the incantation Tao at the battle spirit realm, his true spirit wasn't as powerful as Li Fuqian. The feeling of observing all things in the world through spiritual awareness and observing all things in the world through the true spirit was completely different. Spiritual awareness could only observe the surface, but the real spirit could observe the essence of things. In this aspect, soul force was very similar to a true spirit. Wind, so it's the flow of air caused by the change in temperature. Although I've grasped a portion of the wind Tao laws, I don't have a deep understanding of wind itself and its origin. The wind Tao laws only target wind. Looks like all things are indeed connected. If anyone wants to comprehend the Wind Tao laws to the extreme and comprehend them to a level comparable to the Heavenly Tao, then they must be like the Heavenly Tao and be inclusive of all Taos. Li Fuchen's thoughts were like a wild horse that was out of control, with countless thoughts flashing through at every moment. The true spirit observed the origin and development of the wind. His true spirit fused with the plants and sensed the mysteries of their growth. His true spirit searched for some obscure essence qi and loopholes in the laws of heaven and earth. Gradually, Li Fuchen's heart had more comprehensions. When combined with the incantation foundation, Li Fuchen's heart had opened up a door to the incantation Tao. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Wind spell. Li Fuchen formed a seal with both hands and yelled out. In the next moment, violent gales filled the air and wreaked havoc everywhere. Li Fuchen obviously didn't use the Wind Tao law, but the wind was produced just like that. Furthermore, the range was extremely huge and it constantly contained all the wind in the world. Cloud spell. White clouds gathered in the sky and covered the sunlight. Rain spell. The white clouds instantly turned black while rain poured down from the sky. Thunder spell. Crackle boom. A large number of thunderbolts struck down violently and it was extremely imposing. Such a terrifying innate talent. The incantation martial emperor looked through the void and was shocked to see this scene. These were only basic incantation arts and he could do it with a single thought without the need to form seals. But for a person who had only cultivated for a week to be able to do this, it was extremely terrifying. It wouldn't be exaggerating to say that Li Fuchen was a prodigy. Do I have to make an exception and accept him as a personal disciple? The incantation martial emperor had this thought. The incantation Tao was too difficult and if he could teach an incredible disciple, it would be helpful for his future. Perhaps, this disciple of his might surpass him in the near future and might even guide him instead. As for his reputation, the incantation martial emperor didn't care at all. He yearned for the pinnacle of the incantation Tao and not the so-called reputation. Let me observe first. Some people might be able to reach the entry stage quickly but might not be able to progress as quickly. After all, to cultivate the incantation Tao, apart from innate talent, the mind was also required. 1 month later, Li Fuchen had more or less comprehended the incantation foundation. As for the basic incantations recorded in the incantation foundation, he had learned all of them. He might not have reached the trance stage, but he was already rather proficient. Inside the pavilion, the incantation martial emperor lamented, "You are the most talented person I have ever seen. But in order to become my personal disciple, just having innate talent isn't enough. You must be wholehearted. Are you willing to give up the sword Tao and focus on cultivating my incantation Tao? With my guidance, I can guarantee that your incantation Tao will surpass the sword Tao very quickly. There won't be any losses and in future battles, you will be able to catch the enemy off guard." After speaking, the incantation martial emperor looked at Li Fuchen with anticipation. To be honest, he didn't think highly of a multitasking person. If Li Fuchen gave up the sword Tao, the incantation martial emperor was willing to guide Li Fuchen wholeheartedly. If Li Fuchen gave up the sword Tao, the incantation martial emperor would only use 10% to guide Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen said, "I have to disappoint Senior. Fuchen doesn't wish to give up the sword Tao." Li Fuchen had always believed that the sword Tao was the strongest. This was the determination that a swordsman must have. As for the body refinement Tao and the incantation Tao, Li Fuchen only treated them as support. It is a pity. The incantation martial emperor shook his head. If one wasn't sincere, it would be hard to reach the pinnacle of the incantation Tao. Li Fuchen might surpass the incantation martial emperor in the future, but it was impossible for Li Fuchen to reach the pinnacle. This is the incantation foundation that I have organized. The content is more in-depth than the incantation foundation. You can study it again. No matter what, the incantation martial emperor had already treated Li Fuchen as a right-in disciple. The incantation foundation might only be the foundation among the incantations, but high-class incantations were all developed using the incantation foundation. For example, the low-class incantation, Wind Summon Rain incantation, was based on the Wind and Rain incantation. The Five Thunders incantation was based on the Cloud Rise incantation and Thunder Rise incantation. The Evil Vanquish incantation was based on the Clear Heart incantation and Clear Mind incantation. In short, the firmer the foundation, the higher the achievement. Of course, apart from comprehending the incantation foundation, Li Fuqian didn't give up on the creation of the 36th rank of the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique. The former was just a cursory study, the latter was the most important. Cultivating the incantation Tao seems to be very beneficial to the creation of cultivation techniques. Li Fuqian was pleasantly surprised to realize that the creation of the 36th rank of the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique seemed to be easier. He understood that the incantation Tao was to understand the connection and development of all things. The creation of the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique was the connection and development of the Fire Tao, Sword Tao, and his body. With the incantation Tao as the foundation, his Fire Tao, Sword Tao, and his body were fused more harmoniously and naturally. It was as though there was an additional layer of lubricant. As more Sword Tao laws were fused into the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique, Li Fuqian's qi was getting sharper and more condensed. Unknowingly, another month had passed. Boom! On this day, a sky-piercing pillar of fire burst into the sky. This pillar of fire was extremely condensed and it looked like an unsheathed sharp sword. It felt as though it could pierce through the sky and tear apart the universe. He actually created a Sword Tao cultivation technique? The incantation Martial Emperor admitted that he had underestimated Li Fuqian. To be able to create a special cultivation technique at the low levels of primary sea realm, Li Fuqian's innate perception was definitely one of the best in the history of the Emperor Sky continent. There was basically no one that could surpass him, and perhaps only the number one emperor, the Soul Emperor, could be comparable. Of course, the Emperor Sky continent had a long history and the incantation Martial Emperor didn't know about the history of the past. No wonder he isn't willing to give up on the Sword Tao. The incantation Martial Emperor laughed bitterly. Now that the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique was at the 36th rank, Li Fuqian's qi had an explosive increase and was at least a few times stronger. Originally, even if Li Fuqian created the 36th rank of the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique, his qi wouldn't be able to increase by a few times. This was mainly because after fusing a large amount of Sword Tao laws, the Divine Flame Red Rainbow qi was even more condensed. A trace was equivalent to a wisp of the past. As such, a dantian of the same size would naturally be able to contain more qi. After all, how could water and lava be the same? I finally succeeded. Li Fuqian revealed a delighted expression. He was still at the first level of primary sea realm, but he was now at the peak level of first level primary sea realm. But his cultivation strength and qi strength were comparable with regular 6th level monarchs. A trace of qi was probably able to suppress a large amount of qi from a regular 1st level monarch. After fusing in a large amount of Sword Tao laws, it isn't suitable to continue calling it the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique. Why don't I call it the Divine Flame Sword Energy technique? The qi cultivated should be called Sword Energy too. The Divine Flame Sword Energy wasn't just extremely condensed, it also contained Fire Tao laws and Sword Tao laws. It had terrifying lethality. No wonder it was said that the higher the martial artist's cultivation realm, the higher the demand for martial arts. Right now, Earth-class peak-tier sword arts weren't able to increase Li Fuqian's strength anymore. Even if there was, it would be negligible. After all, Li Fuqian's sword energy contained laws and intents that weren't inferior to Earth-class peak-tier sword arts. When a single sword energy was shot out, it was already equivalent to executing an Earth-class peak-tier sword art. But only Li Fuqian was so exaggerated. If it was other first-level monarchs, when executing an Earth-class peak-tier sword art, it was impossible that there wouldn't be any increase in strength. Furthermore, the increase would be rather significant. Most of the primary sea realm monarchs didn't have the chance to cultivate heaven-class martial arts and were mainly relying on earth-class peak-tier martial arts. Heaven-class cultivation techniques are still inferior in terms of laws and intents as compared to heaven-class martial arts. Cultivation techniques are mainly used to transform the body. It is useless to blindly pursue stronger laws. Li Fuqian said in his heart. After creating the 36th rank of the Divine Flame Sword Energy Technique, Li Fuqian was greatly relieved. As for high-grade and peak-grade incantations, the incantation Martial Emperor did not have them. One had to know that even the vicious and tyrannical Skull Blood Curse was only a rather powerful mid-grade incantation. It was not considered a high-grade incantation. These three low-level curse seals were respectively the Summoning Wind and Summoning Rain Curse, Five Thunders Curse, and Vanquish Evil Curse. The Wind and Rain Summon incantation was able to change the weather. The higher the proficiency, the larger the range of the weather. If the proficiency was high enough, it wasn't impossible to make the entire Emperor Sky Continent experience continuous rain and wind for 100 years. Of course, that level would at least be at the Saint's Realm, and it was unimaginable for regular people. The Five Thunders incantation was an extreme offensive incantation. This incantation could summon 5 types of heaven thunders to blast at the enemy in a frenzy. The so-called heaven thunders were the Heaven Dao thunders. The higher the proficiency, the stronger the Heaven Dao thunders that were summoned. The final Vanquish Evil Curse was used to expel negative states. If a person's heart demon was going berserk, the Vanquish Evil Curse might be able to expel the heart demon. In addition, the Vanquish Evil Curse could also expel mutated true spirits and prevent them from possessing the body. In short, in terms of value, the Vanquish Evil Curse should be the most valuable, even though it was just a support incantation. In just 3 days, Li Fuqian learned the Summoning Wind and Rain incantation, Five Thunders incantation, and Vanquish Evil Curse. However, these 3 low-class incantations weren't powerful yet. After all, Li Fuqian had just learned them. This child's innate talent is unprecedented. It is a pity that he didn't cultivate the incantation Dao. The incantation Martial Emperor didn't see Li Fuqian cultivating the sword Dao, he only saw Li Fuqian cultivating the incantation Dao. Therefore, in his opinion, Li Fuqian should be cultivating the incantation Dao instead. Inside the pavilion, the incantation Martial Emperor's expression changed as he quickly took out a crystal ball from his storage bag. Forming a seal with both hands, the incantation Martial Emperor executed a mid-class incantation, Fortune Divination Mark. Swish! An image suddenly appeared in the crystal ball. It was a sinister and mysterious man in multicolored clothes who was traveling. He actually came out from the cursed temple. The incantation Martial Emperor had an extremely unpleasant expression. After keeping the crystal ball, the incantation Martial Emperor summoned Shengguan Yu and Li Fuqian over. I have an enemy who is rushing over. I am going out to hide for a while. The 2 of you should leave as soon as possible too. The incantation Martial Emperor said. Shengguan Yu was puzzled and asked, Uncle Fan, even great emperors would find it hard to kill you on the incantation mountain. What kind of enemy would make you give up on the incantation mountain? The incantation Martial Emperor smiled bitterly and said, It is hard for great emperors to kill me too. It is because great emperors are unable to instantly barge into the incantation mountain, while I can use the teleportation array on the incantation mountain to leave. But this enemy of mine might not be a great emperor and is just a mid-level emperor, but his incantation methods are superior to mine. Furthermore, he is adept at curses. After so many years, his curses are probably even more horrific. The Blood Emperor's Skull Blood Curse was incredible, but as compared to the enemy's curse, it wasn't worth mentioning. The incantation Martial Emperor suspected that if the enemy was able to leave the cursed temple, he had probably comprehended a high-class curse. Uncle Fan, will you be in danger? Shengguan Yu asked with concern. The incantation martial emperor said confidently, I might not be comparable to him in combat, but in terms of luck and misfortune, there is basically no one in the Emperor's sky continent that can surpass me. If I wish to leave, no one will be able to stop me. The reason why the incantation martial emperor walked on the incantation Tao was because he obtained a senior's inheritance. It was a pity that that senior's inheritance was extremely incomplete. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to fear this person. That's right, last Xiao Yu, your father's injuries have yet to recover. Don't cause trouble for him. Hurry up and return. The incantation martial emperor said to Shen Guanyu with a stern expression. Shen Guanyu didn't care and said, when you were young, didn't you also roam around? Why can't I roam around? Don't worry, I will be more careful in the future and won't find trouble for myself. The incantation martial emperor shook his head with a bitter smile. Shen Guanyu was used to being wild. Unless he personally sent her back, it was almost impossible for her to return by herself. However, Shen Guanyu had a few life-saving items. As long as she didn't encounter a Law Phase Realm Emperor directly, she shouldn't be in any danger. This is the Fortune and Misfortune Divination Mark Jade token that I personally refined. After you refine it, if there is a crack on it, you have to be careful. If it immediately shatters, hurry up and return home. The incantation martial emperor handed a jade token to Shen Guanyu. The Fortune and Misfortune Divination mark was extremely difficult to comprehend. He only had some achievements in the recent years and was barely able to carve it on the jade token. But carving the Fortune and Misfortune Divination mark was very taxing on the mind. With his ability, he was only able to refine one Fortune and Misfortune Divination mark after a few years. While speaking, the incantation martial emperor looked at Li Fuchen and said, Li Fuchen, your innate talent is something that I have never seen in my life. I originally wanted to guide you more, but now that my enemy is here, I don't know when we will meet again. This is the incantation jade token that I have carved. There are some low-class incantations and a few mid-class incantations. You can comprehend it yourself. The incantation martial emperor handed a jade token to Li Fuchen. This jade token recorded 80% of his incantations and only some of his trump incantations weren't recorded. Thank you, senior. Li Fuchen was filled with gratitude as he received the jade token respectfully. My teleportation array can teleport you to the Wind Thunder Seat. That place is close to the Wind Thunder Abyss and it is a chaotic place. Li Fuchen, the skull blood curse on your body is suppressed by my clear heart demon lock incantation and with the chaotic chi intent, you don't have to worry about exposing yourself. But as time passes, you will still be exposed. Be careful. The incantation martial emperor activated the teleportation array and said to the duo. Standing on the teleportation array, Shen Guanyu said, Uncle Fan, are you not leaving through the teleportation array? The incantation martial emperor said, I am planning to leave the Soul Sky Empire and might also leave the Emperor's Sky Continent. His enemy was much more terrifying than the duo imagined. He would rather it was a great emperor that was pursuing him. After all, great emperors might be powerful, but it would be hard for them to find him. Buzz! A dazzling radiance burst into the sky while Li Fuchen and Shen Guanyu vanished. After dismantling the teleportation array, the incantation martial emperor took out the spatial crystal and formed an incantation mark on the incantation mountain. Immediately after, his figure flashed and vanished without a trace. A few days later, the rainbow-clothed man arrived outside the incantation mountain. He has left? The rainbow-clothed man's chi presence was sinister and mysterious. It felt as though countless evil spirits were dancing around him and it would freeze one's spirit soul. Sky Demon 5 Thunders Incantation. The rainbow-clothed man formed a seal with both hands. In the sky, black clouds gathered and a demon god phantom appeared. Immediately after, the demon god phantom spat out countless thunderbolts and blasted on the incantation mountain. Bang boom. The incantation array was constantly fluctuating. Sky Demon Soul Extraction Incantation. The rainbow-clothed man continued to form seals and grabbed at the incantation mountain with his right hand. Swish! The incantation mountain seemed to have lost its spirit chi and the incantation array's power was greatly reduced. Soon enough, the Sky Demon 5 Thunder's incantation turned it into scraps. But right at this moment, a golden-armored god phantom appeared on the incantation mountain. The golden-armored god was over 100,000 feet tall and cleaved at the rainbow-clothed man. Substitution incantation. The rainbow-clothed man's expression changed and quickly formed a seal. PFFF. A Class 6 demonic beast that didn't understand the situation was instantly cleaved into nothingness. The rainbow-clothed man appeared on the ground far away. You actually comprehended the golden-armored mountain god incantation. I really cannot underestimate you. When the golden-armored mountain god incantation was used with the mountain, it would be able to exhibit the greatest power. The incantation mountain was a mystical mountain, and when the golden-armored mountain god incantation was used with the incantation mountain, the power would be able to instantly kill most mid-level emperors. The incantation mountain started to crumble and the destructive chi presence was erasing all traces of the incantation martial emperor. The rainbow-clothed man sneered and reached out to grab a wisp of chi presence. Chapter 610. The Wind Thunder Prefecture was the most chaotic prefecture in the Soul Sky Empire. It was also the prefecture with the most abundant resources. It was said to be rich in resources, but it wasn't because the Wind Thunder Manor's location was superior and the heaven and earth spirit chi was dense. It was because the Wind Thunder Manor was close to the Wind Thunder Abyss. The Wind Thunder Abyss was filled with wind and thunder all year round. The wind and thunder in the depths of the abyss could even severely injure or kill Law Phase realm emperors. The extreme environment created extreme resources. The Wind Thunder Abyss was rich in all sorts of rare herbs like the Wind Thunder Herb, Thunder Calamity Herb, Rootless Flower, Soul Herb, Soul Nurturing Wood. These herbs were all heaven-tier herbs. As for earth-tier herbs, except for a few extremely rare ones, basically no one would pick them. Risking one's life to enter the Wind Thunder Abyss, who would be willing to pick earth-rank herbs? Li Fuqian and Shang Guanyu appeared on a teleportation platform in an uninhabited wilderness in the Wind Thunder residence. After scanning with his spiritual awareness, Li Fuqian quickly found the exit. Thunder Fall City was the city closest to the Wind Thunder Abyss. A large array was protecting the Thunder Fall City, and from time to time, lightning would strike down from the sky above the Thunder Fall City, and the sky was filled with sputtering thunder fire. The two of them walked on the street of Thunder Fall City. At this moment, both of them had changed their appearances. Li Fuqian turned into a slightly tanned youth with a resolute expression, while Shang Guanyu turned into Shang Guanyu again. It's rare for me to come to Wind Thunder Manor. If I don't look for Thunder Calamity Grass and Rootless Flower, I'd be letting myself down, Shang Guanyu said. Thunder Calamity Herb and Rootless Flower? There were too many herbs in the Emperor's Sky Continent and Li Fuqian had never heard of many of them. The Thunder Calamity Grass is a sacred grass for body refinement. It can strengthen one's chi blood source. When one's chi blood source is strengthened, one's body refinement talent will be greatly improved. As for the Rootless Flower, it is more useful for you. It can continuously strengthen your dantian and make it more perfect. Shang Guanyu explained. Rootless Flower? Li Fuqian was moved. If he had the Rootless Flower, he would be able to step into the second level of Primary Sea Realm immediately. These two herbs must be very hard to come by. Li Fuqian asked. Shang Guanyu said, it's not just rare. Once the heaven-tier herbs produced in the Wind Thunder Abyss appear, they will be bought by others immediately. So, if you want to obtain these two herbs, you can only enter the Wind Thunder Abyss yourself. However, in order to enter the Wind Thunder Abyss, you will need a Wind Thunder Compass first. Otherwise, apart from Law Phase Realm Emperors, normal people wouldn't be able to distinguish the direction in the Wind Thunder Abyss. Of course, you might be able to, but it is better to buy 2 Wind Thunder Compasses as insurance. Shen Guanyu continued. The wind thunder compass was very expensive. A low-grade wind thunder compass would cost 10 mid-grade spirit stones, a mid-grade wind thunder compass would cost 500 mid-grade spirit stones, and a high-grade wind thunder compass would cost 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones. As for a top-grade wind thunder compass, it was basically impossible to sell in the market. After spending 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, the two of them each obtained a high-grade wind thunder compass. Turning the corner of the street, Li Fuchen suddenly froze and looked ahead. Li Fuchen, what happened? Shen Guanyu looked over and only saw a one-armed man. Nothing, I just saw an acquaintance. Li Fuchen revealed a smile. This one-armed man might not be wearing a golden mask, but Li Fuchen was very familiar with his vitality chi presence. This one-armed man was actually the former overlord of the East Unicorn continent, the Evil Monarch. But back then, the Evil Monarch was only at the peak level of Reincarnation Realm. The current Evil Monarch was already at the third level of Primary Sea Realm. It was unknown how the Evil Monarch cultivated. Li Fuchen's progress was already godlike, but the Evil Monarch's progress didn't seem to be inferior to Li Fuchen at all. Li Fuchen also gave the Evil Monarch a very familiar feeling. Li Fuchen. The Evil Monarch subconsciously said. Others might not be able to recognize the disguised Li Fuchen, but the Evil Monarch was able to recognize him easily. Li Fuchen had truly left a deep impression on the Evil Monarch. Evil Monarch, it has been a long time. The current you is indeed worthy of this title. Li Fuchen laughed and said. When they met again, Li Fuchen no longer had any thoughts of fighting and killing. The Evil Monarch said, please excuse me. In this Emperor Sky continent, I am only at the third level of Primary Sea Realm. If the Evil Monarch still had the lofty aspiration to unify the world in the East Unicorn continent, then now, the lofty aspiration had already vanished. All that was left was the pursuit of the martial Tao. As the saying went, there was always someone better. After witnessing a vaster world, the Evil Monarch felt that he was so childish and laughable back then. It was fortunate that the heavens still favored him. As soon as he arrived at the Emperor Sky continent, the Evil Monarch obtained a senior's Evil Tao inheritance and even obtained all of that senior's wealth. With a large amount of precious resources, the Evil Monarch's progress was rapid and his Dantian couldn't keep up with the increase in cultivation level. This time, he was planning to explore the Wind Thunder Abyss and search for the rootless flower. He didn't expect to encounter Li Fuchen. After seeing that Li Fuchen had also become a Primary Sea Realm Monarch, the Evil Monarch didn't dare to underestimate Li Fuchen. Back then, Li Fuchen's cultivation level was much lower than the Evil Monarch's, but Li Fuchen was still able to sever one of the Evil Monarch's arms. Right now, the duo was only 2 levels apart and the difference in cultivation level was almost negligible. Of course, the Evil Monarch didn't think that he was still the same as before. Back then, he was defeated by Li Fuchen because his cultivation technique and martial arts couldn't keep up. Right now, be it his cultivation technique or martial arts, they were all at the pinnacle. He believed that even if he couldn't defeat Li Fuchen, it would still be extremely difficult for Li Fuchen to defeat him. After all, the Evil Monarch's bone frame had already transformed into a 7-star bone frame. It seems like you are doing rather well. Li Fuchen guessed that the Evil Monarch must have obtained some incredible inheritance. Otherwise, with the Evil Monarch's innate talent, it was impossible for him to achieve his current accomplishments. Same to you. That's right, where is the Blood Ancestor? If Li Fuchen encountered the Blood Ancestor, he would still kill him. The Blood Ancestor had slaughtered billions of lives in the East Unicorn continent. If he didn't kill him, he would be letting down the souls that died miserably in the East Unicorn continent. The Evil Monarch said, his cultivation method was too bloodthirsty and arrogant. He was killed a few years ago. In the East Unicorn continent, the Evil Monarch was willing to be with the Blood Ancestor. But after arriving at the Emperor's sky continent, the evil monarch felt that the blood ancestor was a scourge and would bring trouble to him sooner or later. Therefore, the duo parted ways soon after. As expected, in just a few months, the evil monarch found out that the blood ancestor had been eliminated. Well done. Li Fuqian was delighted. After letting out a breath, Li Fuqian said, apart from me, did you see anyone else? The evil monarch shook his head, you are the first person I saw. Perhaps, the Emperor's sky continent is too huge and everyone is scattered. The East Unicorn continent wasn't considered small, but the Emperor's sky continent was 10,000 times bigger. Furthermore, the law suppression of the Emperor's sky continent was dozens or even 100 times stronger. Let alone a few hundred or 1,000 individuals, even if an entire continent's population came over, it would be like a clay ox entering the sea. It wasn't that easy to meet someone they knew. Li Fuqian nodded. Indeed, the Emperor's sky continent was too huge. I still have something to do and shall not chat. The evil monarch said. Take care. Li Fuqian sent off with his eyes. Who is that person? Shen Guanyu had also felt that the evil monarch was unusual. Li Fuqian said, he was once an all-powerful figure. In the future, we will probably encounter him again. After seeing the evil monarch, Li Fuqian felt that fate was unpredictable. It made sense after thinking about it. No matter what, the evil monarch was once the strongest expert of a continent and his chief fate wasn't something a regular person could compare with. Chapter 611. There were plenty of entrances to the Wind-Thunder Abyss, but there were only a few relatively safe entrances. The rest of the entrances were unpredictable and might be bombarded by the wind-thunder the moment one entered. There were plenty of people that entered the Wind-Thunder Abyss and there were plenty of Battle Spirit Realm Masters that entered the Wind-Thunder Abyss. These Battle Spirit Realm Masters were normally active in the periphery of the Wind-Thunder Abyss. Most of their wind-thunder compasses were low-class or mid-class and they couldn't afford high-class wind-thunder compasses. Split Thorn Monarch, these two individuals didn't even blink their eyes to purchase two high-class wind-thunder compasses. They must be very wealthy. If we kill them, we will definitely make a small fortune. Li Fuqian and Shen Guanyu were followed by a group of monarchs. There is no hurry. Wait until we enter the Wind-Thunder Abyss. The Wind-Thunder seat might be in chaos, but it wasn't to the point where they didn't investigate their enemy's background before making a move. If Li Fuqian and Shen Guanyu had a powerful background, after killing the duo, they would be discovered and chopped into pieces. The Wind-Thunder Abyss was enveloped by a layer of natural wind-thunder boundary. This wind-thunder boundary's toughness was at the level of a Class 8 array. Even a Law Phase Realm Emperor would find it hard to tear the boundary and enter. If they weren't careful, they might be devoured by the boundary. In order to enter the Wind-Thunder Abyss, they had to find a loophole in the boundary. The loophole near the Fall Thunder City was located in a valley and there was a gap that was a few meters in size. Outside the gap was the valley and inside the gap was the dusky Wind-Thunder Abyss. There would be violent winds and thunderbolts that would burst out from the gap occasionally. It was fortunate that the violent winds and thunderbolts weren't powerful and even Battle Spirit Realm Masters could forcefully enter. After the duo entered the gap, a group of monarchs followed behind. Someone is courting death. Li Fuqian said. Let's wait for them here. Shen Guanyu wasn't a kind person and her murderous nature was even heavier than Li Fuqian. Perhaps it was because she cultivated the body refinement Tao. The leader of the monarchs was a middle-aged man with a haggard face. His body was emitting an obscure wood Dao Qi presence and it was obvious that he was a monarch with the green wood bone frame. Beside him was a skinny man with a divine ability pattern on his forehead. After entering the gap, the skinny man's divine ability pattern lit up and he was planning to search for Li Fuqian and Shen Guanyu. Are you looking for us? On a scorched tree not far away, Li Fuqian and Shen Guanyu each stood on a branch and looked down at the monarchs. You're actually not running? The Split Thorn King grinned, but there was a trace of seriousness in the depths of his eyes. He, the split-thorn monarch, wasn't a mediocre individual. With the 7-star greenwood bone frame, he had already cultivated to the 8th level of primary sea realm. Of course, if it was just a high cultivation level, it wasn't considered much. His greatest trump card was a fated encounter that allowed him to comprehend the greenwood bone frame pattern to close to the 7th segment. It allowed the divine ability, split thorn technique's power to be much stronger than his own strength. If caught off guard, even a high-level monarch would be instantly pierced through. He had been in the Wind Thunder residence for many years and had killed at least 80 primary sea realm monarchs. But this time, he actually had a trace of bad feeling. Split Thorn Monarch, one of them is at the 1st level of primary sea realm and the other is a sub-completion level body refinement monarch. Even if they are formidable, how strong can they be? The skinny man's cultivation wasn't high and was only at the 2nd level of primary sea realm. But he had the 6-star wind spiritual bone frame and awakened a divine ability that wasn't a combat divine ability, it was a support divine ability, Wind Eye. This divine ability allowed him to use the Wind Dao Qi to observe things in the distance. The denser the Wind Dao Qi, the more detailed his Wind Eye's observation. This was also the reason why he was able to walk together with the Split Thorn Monarch and become partners. After all, there were many occasions when the observation divine ability was more useful than spiritual awareness. Black Snake Drill. Shangguanyu couldn't be bothered to waste her breath on these people. She immediately burst out with her killer move and a black snake chi power rushed at the Split Thorn Monarch. The Split Thorn Monarch was very cautious and didn't resist it directly. He instantly retreated. Immediately after, he rejoiced in his heart. The black serpent's vital energy split into countless smaller black serpents' vital energy in the air. PFFF PFFF PFFF. Apart from the Split Thorn Monarch and the Skinny Man, the rest of the monarchs had their chi protection penetrated by the small black snakes and exploded. Flee. The Skinny Man's scalp went numb and he wished he could slap himself. This wasn't the strength that a sub-completion level body refinement monarch should have. Even a completion level body refinement monarch wouldn't be this strong. It was fortunate that his Wind Eye allowed him to observe the attack trajectory in advance and instantly evade. Despite the case, one of his arms was still brushed by the small black snake chi power and was turned into nothingness. Heaven and Earth Extermination. Li Fuchen stood on the tree branch without moving. He brandished the joint heaven sword and froze the duo. Immediately after, the area where the duo was at was shattered like a mirror. Blood burst out and the Skinny Man was shattered into 100 pieces. The Split Thorn Monarch was also severely injured and on the verge of death. Split Thorn Technique. The Greenwood power burst out as the Split Thorn Monarch used his final strength to execute the Greenwood divine ability. This attack would either succeed or die. PFFF 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 PFFF. In the area where Li Fuchen and Shangguanyu were at, countless black thorns suddenly emerged from the ground. If it was a regular high-level monarch who didn't know the Split Thorn Monarch's divine ability, the body might have been pierced. But how could Shangguanyu and Li Fuchen be compared with regular high-level monarchs? Black Jade Shade. Shangguanyu's body burst out with a layer of black chi power barrier and enveloped Li Fuchen and herself. Cling cling clang clang. When the black thorns pierced the black chi power barrier, apart from the black chi power barrier shaking a little, there was nothing else. PFFF. A black snake chi power exploded the Split Thorn Monarch's head. After collecting the storage bags of the group of people, the two quietly left. This group of people are rather wealthy. They actually have a stock of Wind Thunder herb. Shangguanyu was holding a green and sparkling herb that was flickering with thunderbolts. The Wind Thunder herb was a heaven-class low-tier herb and had the effect of tempering chi blood and increasing chi power. It might not be comparable with the Thunder Calamity herb, but it was still a very precious body refinement herb. Li Fuchen took a glance at the Wind Thunder herb before withdrawing his eyes. Be it the herbs that increased the body refinement level or the chi cultivation level, they were all useless to him. With the peak-grade spirit stone, why would he need these herbs? He was only concerned about the rootless flower. The rootless flower was also a heaven-class low-tier herb, but its value was far superior to the wind-thunder herb. Be it primary sea realm monarchs or law phase realm emperors, the dantian was a place that was hard to nourish quickly. It was fine at the early stages, but at the later stages, the dantian would restrict everyone's progress. Especially at the hurdle from the primary sea realm to the law phase realm. Apart from cultivating heaven-class cultivation techniques, the dantian would also need to be strengthened to an extremely tough state. Otherwise, it would be hard to withstand law phase realm chi. In the wind-thunder abyss, the deeper one went, the stronger the violent winds and thunderbolts. The concentrated wind blades and violent thunderbolts gave off the feeling that it was the end of the world. The duo put up the chi power barrier and the sword energy protection as they strolled among the wind blades and thunderbolts. They would occasionally take out the wind-thunder compass to observe the direction and to prevent themselves from getting lost in the wind-thunder abyss. This is a soul herb. On a high ground, Li Fuqian noticed a patch of soul herbs. The soul herb was one of the main ingredients to concoct the soul elixir. Its grade would change with each evolution. The lowest grade of soul herbs would normally be earth-class low-tier herbs, mid-grade soul herbs would be earth-class high-tier herbs, high-grade soul herbs would be heaven-class low-tier herbs, and special-grade soul herbs would be heaven-class high-tier herbs. Soul herbs had the same effects as the soul elixir, they could stimulate the spirit soul and increase the perception during the duration of the effects. However, the soul elixir's effects were stronger and lasted longer. They are indeed soul herbs and most of them are mid-grade soul herbs. Shang Guanyu frowned and said, "What's wrong? Is there something special about these soul herbs?" Li Fuqian couldn't help but ask when he saw Shang Guanyu's strange expression. Shang Guanyu said, "I heard from my father that soul herbs and soul elixirs are addictive. I don't know if it is true." Addictive? Li Fuqian had never heard of herbs that could make people addicted. That's right. You might not have heard of it, but addictive herbs do exist. Furthermore, it isn't just the soul herb. Among the herbs used to concoct the soul elixir, apart from the soul herb that is addictive, there is also the hallucination hemp herb that is also addictive. After consuming it for a long period of time, even a law phase realm emperor would find it hard to quit. Because it is an addiction on the spirit soul and not the body. Li Fuqian frowned and said, "Since the soul elixir is addictive, why is it so popular in the Soul Sky Empire?" Shang Guanyu sighed and said, "In order to pursue the martial Tao, many people aren't even afraid of death, why would they be afraid of addiction? Some monarchs might be able to restrain themselves at the start, but if they are stuck in a certain realm for too long, they would still consume the soul elixir to stimulate their spirit soul." Li Fuqian nodded and felt that Shang Guanyu was right. With the temptation of a higher realm, addiction was just a small flaw. It didn't matter if the soul herbs were addictive or not, they were all extremely precious herbs. A single mid-grade soul herb's value was usually above an earth-class peak-tier herb. A patch of mid-grade soul herbs was enough to tempt any primary sea realm monarch. After keeping the soul herbs, the duo continued to advance. Unknowingly, the duo had already arrived at the depths of the wind-thunder abyss. The violent winds and thunderbolts here might not be able to break the duo's chi power barrier and sword energy protection, but they were able to exhaust a lot of their chi power and sword energy. Boom! The dusky wind-thunder abyss suddenly burst out with intense radiance. A thunder dragon descended from the sky and blasted on the land far away. The thunder calamity herb has matured. Shang Guanyu's eyes lit up and her body was releasing a black halo while she increased her speed. The thunder calamity herb was able to strengthen the chi blood source and it was much more precious than any chi blood tempering herb. If it could be refined into the thunder calamity elixir, the effects would be doubled. Let alone body refinement monarchs, even monarchs who didn't cultivate the body refinement Tao would desire it. The strengthening of the qi blood source was extremely beneficial to any martial artist. Swish 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 swish. Chapter 6:12. From far away, Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness saw a stalk of lightning-shaped herb. The grass might not look big, but its appetite was astounding. The thunder dragon that struck down from the skies of the wind thunder abyss had been devoured by it without leaving a single drop. Not even high-level monarchs dared to clash with this thunder dragon. When the thunder dragons were devoured, the wind thunder abyss law seemed to be enraged. Thunder dragons pounced down and brandished their claws. It felt as though they were going to blast the thunder calamity herb into scraps. The thunder calamity herb was producing a destructive chi presence, and the destructive chi presence contained boundless vitality. Before the thunder dragons could get close, they were forcefully disintegrated and turned into nutrients for the thunder calamity herb. After 9 consecutive thunder dragons, the thunder calamity herb was completely matured. There was a delightful fragrance that spread out and caused the monarchs that rushed over to go even more insane and sinister. Get lost, the thunder calamity herb is mine. Who do you think you are? If you take another step forward, I will kill your entire family. All the monarchs in the wind thunder seat knew clearly that the thunder calamity herb didn't just strengthen the qi blood source, it could also temper the spirit soul. The spirit soul was a powerful foundation that was on par with the bone frame. When the spirit soul was strengthened, it was the same as increasing one's aptitude. Boom boom boom, the wind thunder abyss was already filled with violent winds and lightning bolts, but now, it was even more chaotic. Qi forces, divine abilities, cardinal artifacts were flying everywhere. Those weaker monarchs couldn't even enter this region. They were either flying back while vomiting blood or getting shattered. The only ones that weren't affected were the few half-emperors. In order to become half-emperors, all of them had cultivated heaven-class martial arts and 7-star secret techniques. Furthermore, they had quasi-heaven-class weapons. Of course, the most important thing was the 7-star special bone frame. The Red Rainbow Monarch originally cultivated the heaven-class low-tier Red Rainbow sword art and the 7-star secret technique. He had the quasi-heaven class artifact sword, the Red Rainbow sword, but he was only a peak-class monarch. After obtaining the heaven-class artifact sword, the Heaven Rainbow sword, he officially became a half-emperor. Furthermore, he was at least a mid-class half-emperor or a high-class half-emperor. If he had the 7-star special bone frame, even without the Heaven Rainbow sword, he would still be a half-emperor. As for Li Fuchen, who was only at the first level of primary sea realm and already had the strength of a half-emperor, it was because Li Fuchen's cultivation technique was the Blazing Flame Sword Dao cultivation technique. It allowed Li Fuchen's sword energy intensity to be comparable with regular 6th level monarchs. The Red Rainbow Monarch was originally only at the 8th level of primary sea realm, and there wasn't a huge difference between them. In addition, Li Fuchen's Heaven-class sword art, Absolute Heaven sword art, wasn't something the Red Rainbow sword art could compare with. In Li Fuchen's opinion, the Absolute Heaven sword art was definitely a pinnacle Heaven-class low-tier sword art. In fact, even a Heaven-class mid-tier sword art might not be able to compare to that portion of the Void Law attribute. Apart from that, Li Fuchen's Joint Heaven sword was definitely stronger than the Heaven Rainbow sword. Of course, there was another reason that couldn't be ignored. The Absolute Heaven sword technique came from the Joint Heaven sword. The combination of the two was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. As such, Li Fuchen had the strength of a half-emperor. Shangguanyu, go and snatch the Thunder Calamity grass. I'll hold them back. Li Fuchen said to Shangguanyu. Although the Thunder Calamity herb was also useful to him, it was more useful to Shangguanyu. All right. Shangguanyu did not hesitate and flew straight to the Thunder Calamity grass. Courting death. One of the half-emperors blasted a fist at Shangguanyu. Black Jade Shade. Shangguanyu didn't counterattack and immediately burst out with the Black Jade divine ability. She used the Qi power barrier that contained the divine ability pattern to resist. Clang! The black jade Qi power barrier shook and Shengguan Yu's forward direction was greatly deviated. Your opponent is me. Li Fuchen blasted the heaven and earth extermination at the half-emperor. Get lost. Another half-emperor joined in and wanted to blast Li Fuchen away. However, Li Fuchen was least afraid of group battles. His heaven and earth extermination had a massive attack range and every point was his strongest point. There were no weak points. Two half-emperors would only give him a little more pressure, but it was impossible to crush him within a short period of time. 3 half-emperors. 4 half-emperors. A total of 4 half-emperors worked together to blast at Li Fuchen. If it was a regular half-emperor, they would have vomited blood and would have been sent flying. They might even be severely injured and on the verge of death. However, Li Fuchen was still persisting. With the primary Sea Realm body refinement, Li Fuchen was much more durable than regular half-emperors. When the Thunder Calamity herb's Qi presence vanished, Shengguan Yu had obtained the Thunder Calamity herb. Despicable kid, die. The strongest elder with phoenix eyes who had the strength of a high-class half-emperor burst out with a yell. His spear thrust at Li Fuchen with a penetrating aura. This thrust was at the extremity of speed and power. It was much stronger than Li Fuchen's meteor fall. For a moment, Li Fuchen felt that the surrounding time had slowed down. The only thing that wasn't slow was the spear. 5 forms Emperor Fist, Shamposaurus Kill. At the crucial moment, Shengguan Yu executed the Heaven-class body refinement fist art, 5 forms Emperor Fist. When the fist was executed, the void was suppressed and the flow of time returned to normal. The fist then clashed with the spear ruthlessly. Rumble. There was a violent burst of power. Shengguan Yu and Li Fuchen were sent flying before they took the opportunity to escape. Chase. The 4 half-emperors weren't willing to give up and quickly gave chase. In fact, with Shengguan Yu and Li Fuchen's strength, they might be able to contest with the 4 of them. The 2 of them were body refinement monarchs and had tough endurance. Especially when both of them were injured. Body refinement monarchs would only get stronger as the battle progressed and wouldn't lose any combat strength within a short period of time. But it was different for the half-emperors and they would only get weaker in a vicious cycle. However, this was the Wind Thunder Abyss and there were plenty of experts. 4 half-emperors weren't scary, but if there were more, the 2 of them would still be in danger. With one chasing and the other escaping, they unknowingly arrived at the inner abyss of the Wind Thunder Abyss. The Wind Thunder Abyss was separated into the inner abyss and the outer abyss. The outer abyss was generally for Battle Spirit Realm Masters and Primary Sea Realm Monarchs to adventure. The inner abyss was for half-emperors and Law Phase Realm Emperors to adventure. The danger level was 10 times higher. Boom crack. A thunder dragon blasted down and struck one of the half-emperors at the back. The half-emperor yelled out miserably and his body was charred black. He had suffered severe injuries. After quickly consuming an elixir, the injured half-emperor increased his speed and caught up with the group. Woo woo, there was a sharp piercing sound as a dark green wind blade slashed across the shoulder of another half-emperor. There was a cracking sound. The Qi protection was torn apart and the half-emperor's shoulder was drenched in blood. Even his bones had been severed. Damn it, what kind of wind blade is this? It is so powerful. A fractured bone wasn't considered a serious injury for a half-emperor. The half-emperor took out a bottle and opened the cork before pouring a golden lotion on the wound. This lotion was very mystical. When it landed on the bones would rapidly regenerate and heal. When it landed on the flesh would squirm violently before tangling together. In just a short moment, the wound was already invisible. Of course, there were still some effects. After all, the bones of half-emperors were extremely tough and it would require a lot of time to heal completely. Li Fuchen and Shengguan Yu had also encountered plenty of wind blades and thunder dragons. Li Fuqian had astounding spiritual awareness and was always able to dodge in advance. Shen Guanyu had been using the black jade shade to resist the attacks. Escaping like this isn't a solution. Li Fuqian frowned. The inner abyss of the Wind Thunder Abyss was extremely dangerous and he didn't wish to fall into a desperate situation. I wonder if the Five Thunders incantation can trigger the thunderbolts in the Wind Thunder Abyss? Li Fuqian started to form the Five Thunders incantation. Above the Wind Thunder Abyss, dark clouds gathered and it was pitch black. Bang boom! A shocking thunder waterfall blasted at the back. It's effective. Li Fuqian's eyes lit up. He felt that his Five Thunders incantation was like a catalyst that gathered the thunder arcs in the Wind Thunder Abyss. The thunder waterfall instantly drowned the four half-emperors behind. When the four half-emperors rushed out of the thunder waterfall, their bodies were already charred and they were severely injured. It seems like my Five Thunders incantation proficiency isn't profound enough. If the incantation Martial Emperor is here, a single Five Thunders incantation would be able to kill a low-level emperor. The power of incantations wasn't fixed. For some incantations, the longer the preparation time, the stronger the power. For some incantations, they had to be compatible with the natural environment. The thunder arcs in the Wind Thunder Abyss were already very terrifying. Once the Five Thunders incantation was used, the power would naturally be terrifying. If it was in the outside world, Li Fuqian's Five Thunders incantation would probably be like a drizzle to a half-emperor and wasn't worth mentioning. Since the Five Thunders incantation was effective, Li Fuqian naturally didn't plan to let the four half-emperors have an easy time. Damn it! The four half-emperors might have plenty of precious recuperation elixirs, but they still couldn't withstand the repeated attacks of the thunder waterfall. Without a choice, the four half-emperors had no choice but to stop the pursuit and had extremely gloomy expressions. You are actually able to utilize the Five Thunders incantation to such an extent. No wonder Uncle Fan thinks so highly of you. Shen Guanyu praised. She had also learned incantations for a period of time, but she only learned a few basic incantations. She wasn't like Li Fuqian who was able to learn the low-class Five Thunders incantation in such a short period of time. Furthermore, Li Fuqian was rather proficient and was actually able to activate the thunder arcs in the Wind Thunder Abyss. The thunder arcs in the Wind Thunder Abyss were very violent and it was extremely difficult to activate them. Li Fuqian said, as compared to senior incantation Martial Emperor, I am still far inferior. Shen Guanyu rolled her eyes and said, if you are already comparable to Uncle Fan, then we wouldn't even be here. Being overly humble is just arrogance. Li Fuqian chuckled. After shaking off the four half-emperors, the duo found a place to stop. Why don't I protect you while you consume the Thunder Calamity Herb? Li Fuqian said. The stronger Shen Guanyu was, the safer they would be in the Wind Thunder Abyss. This would be of great help to the search for precious resources like the rootless flower. Shen Guanyu said with pity, if it can be refined into the Thunder Calamity Elixir, the effects will be doubled. It is a pity. While speaking, she sat down cross-legged and took out the Thunder Calamity Herb before biting off half of it. Bang boom! Thunderbolts were emitting from Shen Guanyu's body while traces of black qi were emitted from her body. These were the impurities in her body and with the medicinal effects of the Thunder Calamity Herb, these impurities had nowhere to hide. Soon enough, Shen Guanyu consumed the entire stock of Thunder Calamity Herb. Her body was completely bathed in the thunderbolts and she looked just like a female thunder war goddess. Qi blood is increasing. Li Fuqian sized up Shen Guanyu carefully. Qi blood and qi power were the roots and the fruits. Qi blood could be converted into qi power, but once the qi power was converted into qi blood, the effects would be greatly reduced. It could only be used for recuperation and it was impossible to replenish the loss of qi blood within a short period of time. If a person's qi blood was emptied and only had qi power, they would only be able to convert the qi power into qi blood and wouldn't die. But to fully recover, it would require a long time. The Thunder Calamity Herb was able to strengthen the qi blood source. In other words, it was the same as strengthening Shangguan Yu's qi blood limit and qi power limit. Chapter 613. The refinement of the Thunder Calamity herb required a very long time, and Li Fuchen waited patiently. Thunder Calamity herb. From a distance away, a middle-aged woman who was wearing bright clothes and was holding a large umbrella walked over. The middle-aged woman had a large black patch on her face, and one of her eyes was also hidden within the black patch. It made her look neither yin nor yang and had a gloomy and chaotic aura. If a monarch from the Wind Thunder seat was here, he would definitely recognize this woman as the famous monochrome parasol lady of the Wind Thunder seat. She had the strength of a peak-class half-emperor. The monochrome parasol lady walked slowly. Those wind blades and thunder dragons that could injure half-emperors would instantly disperse upon contact with the umbrella. Half of it might have been refined, but obtaining her is no different from obtaining the Thunder Calamity herb. I am truly fortunate today. The monochrome parasol lady was getting closer. 5 Thunders incantation. Li Fuchen couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with her. He formed a seal with both hands and the thunder waterfall crashed down. Incantation huh? The monochrome parasol lady's face flashed with a trace of astonishment. The umbrella in her hand spun and deflected the thunder waterfall. Such strength. The monochrome parasol lady was the strongest monarch that Li Fuchen had encountered. His 5 Thunders incantation in the Wind Thunder Abyss was something that even high-class half-emperors couldn't resist. Yet, it was easily deflected. It was imaginable how strong she was. Mind Wound incantation. Li Fuchen formed a seal with both hands and pressed on his forehead. An illusory incantation wave blasted at the monochrome parasol lady. The monochrome parasol lady's eyes turned serious as her chi presence burst out and clashed with the illusory incantation wave. Boom! There was a burst of chi wave that didn't exist. Li Fuchen didn't move an inch while the monochrome parasol lady's chi presence had traces of withering. This is an incantation that can injure the mind? The monochrome parasol lady immediately knew what was going on. The human body was too complicated. The spirit soul, true spirit, spiritual awareness, mind, willpower, mental state, chi blood, chi power, everything was deeply connected and it was impossible for them to not be connected. When one's mind was injured, one's condition would decline, and other aspects would be affected, to varying degrees. Injuries to one's mind were usually very subtle, such as being frightened, having the sequelae of hallucinations, overdrawing one's physical strength, or not resting well for a long period of time. All of these would damage one's mind, which was one's spirit. Although spiritual sense attacks could harm the true spirit and indirectly affect the mind, if the opponent's spiritual sense defense was too strong, then the spiritual sense attack would be useless. As for attacks that could harm the mind, it was very difficult to guard against, and one could only rely on their own essence, chi, and spirit to resist. Only those who were proficient in the mind incantation like Li Fuchen wouldn't be affected. As expected of the soul-wounding curse. Li Fuchen knew that he wouldn't be able to deal with the monochrome parasol lady with his spiritual awareness attack. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness might be comparable to a law phase realm emperor, but the monochrome parasol lady was also a peak-class half-emperor. In addition, Li Fuchen gradually understood that in order to utilize his spiritual awareness attacks to the limits, his cultivation level had to be able to keep up. Otherwise, his spiritual awareness was only good for scouting, but it was still lacking when it came to attacking others' true spirits. It could be said that with his current cultivation realm, spiritual sense attacks could no longer do anything to a quasi-emperor. Unless he could get a 7-star spiritual consciousness attack. Therefore, Li Fuchen naturally wouldn't waste his effort. To him, the soul-wounding curse was a very good choice. Mind attacks were much harder to defend against than spiritual awareness attacks. However, it was impossible to use one's own mind to launch an attack. Even if it was possible, the power wouldn't be great and it might even injure oneself. After all, a mind attack would definitely consume one's own mind. Only incantations were able to launch powerful mind attacks. The so-called soul-wounding curse used the mind as a guide to attract the drifting chi presence in heaven and earth to attack the enemy. This chi presence was very strange and was in between the real and fake. It could only be captured by incantations. Perhaps due to his powerful spirit soul, Li Fuchen's innate talent for cultivating the soul-wounding curse was superior to the other incantations. It seems like I cannot underestimate you. The monochrome parasol lady rubbed the parasol with her right hand. The parasol started to spin rapidly and slashed at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen didn't dodge as Shen Guanyu was behind him. If he dodged, the parasol lights would injure Shen Guanyu. The first thing to be sliced was the Sky Ring sword armor, followed by the sword energy protection. PFFF. Li Fuchen vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. His quasi-heaven class artifact armor had a dent. Go! Continuing to form the soul-wounding curse, Li Fuchen used more of his mind as a guide to gather the drifting chi presence in heaven and earth to blast at the monochrome parasol lady. The monochrome parasol lady grunted and her eyes dimmed a little. At this moment, she felt a trace of fatigue and it was very unbelievable. With her cultivation realm, even if she fought for 3 days and 3 nights, it was impossible for her to feel fatigue. Your strange incantations are rather formidable. It is a pity that you still have to die. 9 Nether Ghost Claw. The monochrome parasol lady's right hand opened up into a claw. Dark radiance gathered on the claw before she clawed at Li Fuchen. This claw art actually contained a spiritual attack. However, this attack wasn't intentional and came with the claw art. If Li Fuchen was any other half-emperor, they would be severely injured even if they didn't die from this claw attack. Li Fuchen's claw art didn't do it intentionally. Instead, Li Fuchen's claw art contained a spiritual attack. Mystic Yang Heaven Thunder Incantation. Li Fuchen didn't care. Previously, he was multitasking and had been forming the heart seal in secret. The so-called heart seal was to form the seal with the heart power, but it required a longer time. The Mystic Yang Heaven Thunder Incantation was a top-notch low-class incantation. As it was based on the Rising Thunder Incantation and the Five Thunders Incantation, Li Fuchen had learned it back at the Fall Thunder City. This was the first time he executed it. Rumble. In the sky above the wind thunder abyss, the black clouds suddenly shook. In the next moment, a lava-like heaven thunder burst out. But before this, Li Fuchen was already struck by the 9 Nether Ghost Claw and vomited a mouthful of extremely cold blood. The monochrome parasol lady didn't pay attention to Li Fuchen's situation. Her attention was completely focused on the Mystic Yang Heaven Thunder. The Mystic Yang Heaven Thunder wasn't really thunder, it was more like fire thunder. The monochrome parasol lady had a feeling that if she was careless, she would definitely be injured. The parasol in her hand danced and bursts of giant parasol shadows rushed into the sky, wanting to block the Mystic Yang Heaven Thunder. Bang bang! The Mystic Yang Heaven Thunder was like a hot knife through butter as it blasted through the layers of parasol shadows. The Mystic Yang Heaven Thunder incantation had consumed a lot of Li Fuchen's effort and time. It was a type of incantation that required a certain amount of time to prepare and was rather powerful. It contained the Mystic Yang attribute and wasn't something that the Five Thunders incantation could compare with. Ultimately, the weakened Mystic Yang Heaven Thunder blasted on the monochrome parasol lady's parasol. The ground beneath Li Fuchen's feet sank as the monochrome parasol lady was blasted into the ground. The ground was then turned into a sea of lava and thunder. Walala! Mud and rocks burst out while the sea of lava and thunder dispersed. The monochrome parasol lady held onto the parasol and slowly rose up. It still doesn't work. Li Fuchen shook his head. Apart from the monochrome parasol lady's pale face, she didn't have any injuries. If Li Fuchen didn't guess it wrongly, the parasol in her hand wasn't as simple as a quasi-heaven class equipment. Li Fuchen, leave the rest to me. It was unknown when Shen Guanyu had already stood up. Right now, the Thunder Calamity Herb's chi presence on her body hadn't completely dispersed, but she was already close to refining it. Her chi blood source was more than 10% or 20% stronger, even her chi blood and chi power had significant improvements. Even if she wasn't at the completion stage, she wasn't far from it. She already had the strength to contest with high-class half-emperors, and right now, her chi presence wasn't inferior to the monochrome parasol lady. She was brimming with battle intent. Black snake drill. As soon as she arrived, Shen Guanyu probed first. The monochrome parasol lady swung her parasol and repelled the black snake drill as well as the black snake chi power that burst out from the drill. 5 forms Emperor Fist, Champsosaurus Kill. Shen Guanyu brandished her fist and a Champsosaurus image suppressed the void before rushing at the monochrome parasol lady. The monochrome parasol lady didn't dare to be careless and started to fight with Shen Guanyu. After backing off to the side, Li Fuchen used his spiritual awareness to observe the surroundings while observing the fight between Shen Guanyu and the monochrome parasol lady. Shen Guanyu's strength was obviously at the level of a P-class half-emperor. Furthermore, Li Fuchen noticed that Shen Guanyu was making use of the chi blood waves from the battle to gradually refine the remaining Thunder Calamity Herb's effects. Making use of the battle to refine the Thunder Calamity Herb's effects might be depleted, but it would also allow one's chi blood foundation to be extremely firm. The monochrome parasol lady had obviously noticed this and frowned. 1,000 shift steps. The monochrome parasol lady's body spun and suddenly vanished. When she reappeared, she was already behind Shen Guanyu. It was unknown when the parasol in her hand was already closed. The parasol tip was extremely sharp and it was obviously coated with poison. It was thrust at Shen Guanyu's back. Shen Guanyu shook her hand and hammered away the parasol tip. The massive force nearly sent the monochrome parasol lady flying. When fighting in close combat with a body refinement monarch, one would have to pay a price. The monochrome parasol lady had never fought with a body refinement monarch of the same level, therefore, she was immediately at a disadvantage. The duo were both P-class half-emperors and it was impossible to determine the victor within a short period of time. Occasionally, Shen Guanyu would have the upper hand, but it wasn't enough to turn into an absolute advantage. Mind Wound Incantation. With sufficient time, Li Fuchen used his mind to activate the Mind Wound Incantation. The monochrome parasol lady grunted and glared at Li Fuchen with a gloomy expression. If it was a one-on-one, she wasn't afraid of Shen Guanyu. But with Li Fuchen by the side, she would definitely lose, unless she could eliminate Li Fuchen first. However, her instincts told her that Li Fuchen might not be as strong as Shen Guanyu, but he was even more troublesome to deal with. The difficulty of killing Li Fuchen was definitely ridiculously high. As time slowed down, the monochrome parasol lady felt a sense of danger. She quickly opened her parasol and blocked a sword light. This sword light was released by Li Fuchen and it was Meteor Fall. I shall give the Thunder Calamity Herb to you. The monochrome parasol lady didn't wish to continue fighting. She turned and drifted away. Li Fuchen, are you alright? Shen Guanyu looked at Li Fuchen. I am fine, it is just a small injury. The monochrome parasol lady's 9 nether ghost claw's claw force was tyrannical and vicious, but Li Fuchen wasn't someone to be trifled with. With the circulation of his chi power and sword energy, the claw force was almost eliminated. The remaining claw force was immediately extinguished by the mortal calamity power, leaving nothing behind. That is good. Let us go look for the rootless flower. Chapter 614. The rootless flower was one of the rarest heaven-class, low-tier herbs. Although it was said to be rootless, it wasn't really rootless. It just didn't need to take root in the soil to absorb nutrients. The rootless flower usually floated in mid-air, its roots absorbing the power of the void and gradually growing. However, it wasn't easy to find the rootless flower. The rootless flower could move on its own, unlike other medicinal herbs that usually stayed in place. Li Fuqian and Shen Guanyu were roaming around the outer region of the inner abyss. If they were to go a little deeper, the wind blades and thunderbolts would exhaust a lot of their chi power and sword energy. During this period, the two of them also encountered many quasi-emperors. The Wind Thunder Prefecture was a mix of good and bad people. The number of monarchs in the Wind Thunder Prefecture was several times or even more than 10 times that of the other prefectures. Hence, there were also many quasi-emperors. At least 20% of the active quasi-emperors in the Soul Sky Empire were in the Wind Thunder Prefecture. Time flew by, and several days had passed. On this day, Li Fuqian's spiritual awareness saw a strange scene. There is a lightning lake there. Li Fuqian said to Shen Guanyu. Lightning Lake? I heard that the Thunder Heart Lake is one of the 3 most dangerous places in the Wind Thunder Abyss. There are a lot of thunder calamity grasses and wind thunder grasses there. In addition, soul grasses and soul nurturing trees also grow by the lakeside of the Thunder Heart Lake. Shen Guanyu's eyes lit up. The two of them had seen the thunder calamity grass, wind thunder grass, and soul grass, but they had never seen the soul nurturing wood. It was said that the soul nurturing wood could nourish the soul and cause it to undergo a transformation, but no one knew if it was true or not. Soul cultivation wood? Li Fuqian was slightly moved. He knew the effects of the soul nurturing wood. It suspected that the soul nurturing wood was similar to the golden amulet in that it could transform the soul. Of course, it was unknown whether the soul nurturing wood could transform the soul even once. It was incomparable to the golden amulet. Soon, the two of them arrived near the Thunder Heart Lake. The Thunder Heart Lake was not small. What they saw was only the tip of the iceberg. Most of the Thunder Heart Lake was shrouded in a thick layer of fog, making it impossible to see clearly. It might just be the tip of the iceberg of the Thunder Heart Lake, but when Li Fuqian took a rough look, it was already a few dozen miles in size. Thunder Heart Lake, as its name suggested. On the surface of the lake, thunder and lightning filled the air, and from time to time, thunder and lightning tides appeared. The lightning did not come from the sky. It was said that it came from the depths of the Thunder Heart Lake. That was why it was called the Thunder Heart Lake. The Thunder Heart Lake's thunderbolts are extremely terrifying. Even peak-class half-emperors would be in danger if they are within 10 meters of the Thunder Heart Lake. Even low-level emperors wouldn't be able to withstand the thunderbolts if they are within 3 meters of the Thunder Heart Lake. Once low-level emperors are struck by the thunderbolts, they would definitely perish. Shen Guanyu explained. What about touching the water of the Thunder Heart Lake? Li Fuqian asked. Shen Guanyu said, it is said that in the entire Emperor Sky continent, only great emperors are able to make contact with the Thunder Heart Lake's water. Furthermore, it is only at the edge of the lake. Of course, the prerequisite is that there is no thunder tide. Earlier on, when the thunder tide burst out, if a low-level emperor was within 10 meters of the Thunder Heart Lake, they would definitely perish. If it's so dangerous, wouldn't it mean that only a sage would be able to come into contact with the secrets of the Thunder Heart Lake? Li Fuqian didn't understand. The Emperor Sky continent was just a mid-class continent. Even if it was a top-notch mid-class continent, it wouldn't have such a dangerous place. It was illogical. Shen Guanyu said, don't mention it. The ancient records state that the formation of the Wind Thunder Abyss is indeed related to saints. But different ancient records have different explanations. There is a saying that in the depths of the Thunder Heart Lake, there is a heart of a Thunder Tao overlord. There is also a saying that in the depths of the Thunder Heart Lake, a Thunder Tao saint has fallen into a deep slumber. The thunderbolts of the Thunder Heart Lake and the Wind Thunder Abyss are all affected by it. There is another saying that the formation of the Wind Thunder Abyss is a battlefield between a Wind Tao saint and a Thunder Tao saint. Both saints had perished in the Wind Thunder Abyss. Saints are so powerful. Li Fuqian was shocked. If a Thunder Dao Overlord's heart could form a Thunder Heart Lake, then how powerful would the Thunder Dao Overlord be? A single thought would probably be able to kill a great emperor. Li Fuchen couldn't help but think of the latent shadow abyss. The latent shadow abyss was also the result of a battle between saints. However, Li Fuchen felt that the two saints that created the latent shadow abyss should be stronger than the saints that created the wind thunder abyss. After all, the latent shadow abyss had too many layers and each layer had its own laws. Saints are naturally powerful. Law Phase Realm Emperors only have a lifespan of 2,000 years, while saints have a lifespan of 10,000 years. After reaching the Saint Realm, not only can they roam the endless seas and endless continents, they can even leave this world and explore the outer region. They can create storms with a flip of their hands, they can tear open the spatial zone and travel 10 million miles with a single step. In short, saints are already the strongest experts in this world. I have never heard of any stronger realms above saints. Shen Guanyu had a look of longing as she said slowly. A few dozen miles wasn't considered big, but it wasn't small either. When Li Fuchen and Shen Guanyu arrived at the side of the Thunder Heart Lake, there were already dozens of monarchs gathered here, including the monochrome parasol lady. The monochrome parasol lady had also seen Li Fuchen and Shen Guanyu. However, she didn't go over to look for trouble. Firstly, if Li Fuchen and Shen Guanyu worked together, she wouldn't be a match. Secondly, Shen Guanyu had already refined the Thunder Calamity Herb. Even if the monochrome parasol lady could obtain her essence blood, the effects would be far inferior to the Thunder Calamity Herb. Thirdly, a portion of the Thunder Heart Lake's mist had actually dispersed. The Thunder Heart Lake would normally only disperse after a few dozen years. If she missed this opportunity, she might have to wait for another few dozen years. Right now, her target was the Thunder Calamity Herb by the lakeside. As long as she could seize the opportunity and pluck one stalk of Thunder Calamity Herb, everything would be worth it. Just like the monochrome parasol lady, everyone was staring at the precious herbs by the lakeside. According to their strength, everyone had different targets. Some were after the Wind Thunder Herb, some were after the Thunder Calamity Herb, some were after high-grade soul herbs. As for the soul-nurturing wood, it was normally floating above the lake and they didn't dare to think about it. So many herbs. Li Fuchen squinted his eyes. The Thunder Calamity Herb was rarely seen in the outside world, but there were 5 or 6 stalks here. However, they were all growing within 10 meters of the Thunder Heart Lake and weren't easy to pluck. Between 10 to 15 meters, there were plenty of Wind Thunder herbs. As for high-grade soul herbs, there were only 3 stalks and they were growing within 3 meters of the Thunder Heart Lake. That was a place that only Law Phase Realm Emperors could set foot in. Those below the Law Phase Realm would definitely perish if they entered. Li Fuchen saw a bald man with the strength of a peak-class monarch wanting to use his chi hand to pluck the Wind Thunder Herb. In the next moment, a horrific thunderbolt was drawn over and the bald man was instantly electrocuted into pieces, causing him to die miserably. Shen Guanyu said, "The thunderbolts of the Thunder Heart Lake are extremely intelligent. It doesn't matter where you are, as long as your chi enters the attack range, the thunderbolts will follow the trail and attack you. Therefore, it is impossible to use the chi hand to pluck the herbs. You have to have sufficient strength and seize the opportunity to pluck the herbs. This Thunder Heart Lake is rather peculiar." You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.